Magick Marked, the Dark Realm series. Written by Chantal Boffman, narrated by Kelly Hazen, Storyteller Productions. Prologue. Mohan watched the single drop of blood trickle from the blade in his hand, hitting the mirror lying on the ground. With a steady finger he traced a pentagram in his blood. Candles flickered, casting light along the dim walls of his cell, flaring as he closed the circle around the star. Finally. 999 years and 27 days had passed since they'd put him in this god-forsaken slice of hell. Being virtually castrated of his powers was worse than never having had power at all. The blue flame he called into his palms barely flickered now, nothing but mere potential. Those hands of his only served as the reminder of what he'd once been, what he could become again. And now, finally, he might be strong enough to escape this place. He'd bribed guards and prisoners alike to get only the simple things he surrounded himself with: a knife, a mirror, candles, a strand of hair from the strongest of his captors. All of these things made necessary just to give him a few seconds of time with the one person who could help him escape. A woman he pretended to love. The time was near. He could feel it, even if he couldn't see it. The planets and stars were aligning themselves for the new millennia, generating a short-lived fissure in the magic connecting the human world with Etherealis. He'd done nothing but consider the possibility of his escape for the last 1,000 years, and he'd generated a theory. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he stared into the mirror. Surely she hadn't forgotten their last agreement. They'd made it long ago, agreeing to meet at the next weakness in the barrier. She was the beacon, the light in the darkness of this place, which could take him home. If this worked, he'd know the crack in the barrier was starting. They'd only have a matter of months to assemble those commons and get him out of here. Reuniting those 5 magical stones was the key to regaining control over all the magic in the Dark Realm and the sole ticket to his escape. He'd owned all the magic in the Dark Realm once before, and while it wouldn't be easy to find the 5 pieces that had been separated and hidden away, he would do it again. His lips curved up at the thought of leaving those 4 walls behind. "Mohan?" The female voice sounded hollow and distant. Excitement stirred in his stomach. "Rhiannon." "Mohan, is that you?" "You remembered." Time was short, his patience even shorter, but she was the key to the whole plan. He needed to keep her baited. "I told you I would, my love," she answered. "How I have missed the sound of your voice. Now quickly, we haven't much time." The syrupy sweet tone sounded foreign coming from his lips, but he would give her what she needed to hear. "Have you found a way out?" "The commons." "What do you mean?" Clank. The mirror fractured, a fissure sliding down the shiny surface and stopping halfway through the plate of glass. He'd worried this would happen. Shoddy, second-rate materials. He spoke quickly. "You must assemble the commons. I need you to gather them for me, including the one in your possession." "All of them?" "Yes. Gather all 5, and then bring them here. You can try to send them to me through the ley lines." She paused. "How can I send them through the lines? There is no connection to Etherealis anymore." Tink. The crack widened. "You know that's not true. You talk to me now, and yet there is no physical connection between your dimension and mine. They were weak before, and they are growing weaker now," he said. "Are you saying the weakness will grow?" He shook his head, irritated with the incessant questions, but forced his voice to remain gentle. "Yes, I believe it will. And at that weakest moment you shall bring the commons." "And I shall free you of that place." Crunch. The lifeline he clung so desperately to was unraveling, only a hair's breadth away from complete loss. Her promise hung like a heavy weight against his chest. "We're out of time," he said quickly. "Mohan, I love you. I will come for you." "And I love—" Snap! The mirror broke completely. And what a snapshot of his life now, broken in 2. The real man versus the performance artist. At least he didn't have to say those last few words out loud. Love was for the weak. Manipulation and patience, however, those were the gifts of the strong. Chapter 1. Ro twirled the small red stone between her fingers, keeping it hidden in the pocket of her black leather jacket. On direct order from the Lamia king, the leader of the vampire nation, she was to keep the relic well protected. Why it needed protecting, she hadn't a clue, but she knew better than to ask. Trudging along the rocky path, she glanced up at the large limestone home. Her boss, the prince, had given her this address, although she'd been here before. This was the storefront for the online site where she bought the spelled ink for her tattoos. Of all the places she'd scoped out, this was the only one she'd found that could make the stuff with any consistency. She extended a hand to knock on the door. Apparently the family of magic movers living here were some of the most highly acclaimed in Texas, the eldest brother the strongest of the three. If anyone knew how to protect the stone, he would. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of her knuckles against wood echoed in the still silence of the night, although the magic movers inside surely knew she'd arrived before she ever knocked. Only a fool would leave his home unwarded. A man cracked the door open. "Can I help you?" She cleared her throat. "I'm looking for Eldrin Tadare. We're not open right now." Damn, she'd been afraid of this. The store they ran out of their home only opened during the daylight hours, and her outdoor jaunts were restricted to the night. But these were unique circumstances. "Please, this is a special case," she petitioned. The man sighed and pulled the door completely open. "What do you want?" "Are you Eldrin Tadare?" The man stepped forward and leaned against the door jamb, folding his muscled arms across his chest and crossing one foot casually over the other. Shaggy chestnut hair framed his magnificent blue eyes, clearer than the summer sky. Well, from what she remembered of the blue skies she'd seen as a human, she hadn't seen one in years. "That depends on who's asking," the man answered. "Oh, great, a wise guy. I'm Rowan Vasile of the Vasile Coven, but you can call me Ro. The collective referred me. I'm here to ask a favor." "My sisters and I don't do favors for vampires." Fucking fantastic, a wise guy and a pain in the ass. "I'll pay you, handsomely." "How much?" She shook her head. "I don't talk money before setting the terms and conditions, and it's rude to leave me standing on the porch, by the way." His brows lifted at her obvious accusation, pausing for a moment before his eyes narrowed. "Fine, you can come inside. But pull any vampire tricks, and I'll light you up with ley line fire." Given the grim look on his face, it wasn't an empty threat. He stepped aside to allow her through the doorway, and she strode into the house. The man's eyes never left her, his distrust in her kind evident. Not unusual. Vampires were a dangerous combination of stealth and predator. Hell, half the time she didn't trust members of her own coven, and they were considered family. A black cat darted across the entryway, and Ro took a quick step back. "That's just Abra. Ignore her," Eldon said, unfazed as he drifted past her and toward a room to their right. Swallowing her nervous energy, she nodded. She'd been deathly allergic to cats as a human, so her knee-jerk reaction to the furry little devils had always been to run in the opposite direction. Of course, now she could cuddle with them up close and personal, and never so much as sniffle. Still, old habits were hard to kick, and cats made her cringe, especially creepy black ones. She followed him silently through the entryway and into a small side office. He motioned toward a petite Victorian chair opposite a massive redwood desk. She sat down. Rather than take a seat, he stepped back through the doorway. "I'll be right back," he said. Ro nodded, and he closed the double doors. He certainly planned on warning his sisters of their new house guest. A small part of her wanted to be offended by his skittish behavior, but the other part knew his concern wasn't without merit. Her nature was dangerous. The small room held elaborate and expensive artwork showcased in gilded wood frames, jade and ivory knickknacks on a heavy wooden bookshelf, vacuum marks still on the carpet, no dust in sight. Either they cleaned in here often, or they had a maid, and given the decor around this room alone, she bet they had money. Lots of it. The door opened again, and Eldon stepped inside. "Sorry about that. Wanted to tell my sisters you were here." As she'd suspected. So she couldn't kill him without someone knowing about it. Smart move. He stepped around to the opposite side of the desk and sat, leaning back in the rolling leather desk chair. "What can I do for you, Ro Vasile?" Ro pulled the red rock from her pocket and placed it on the desk. "I need spells to protect this." His brows furrowed. "What is it?" "Don't know, and I couldn't tell you if it did." Well, the first part wasn't entirely true. She knew it held some magic. Other than that, she hadn't a clue. "Then why do you need it protected?" "Not your business." "And you came to me." More of a statement than a question. "Yes, my boss said the collective recommended you, so I'm here to see what you can do to protect the relic." "What kind of protection are you looking for?" "The best. The very, very best. No holds barred." She'd been ordered to keep it safe at all costs. She took the instruction literally. "That'll cost you," he warned. She waved a hand in the air. "Irrelevant." He tilted his head to the side. "Really?" His crisp blue eyes were distrustful as he studied her from across the desk. "So, what can you offer?" Meddling with magic without the proper training was akin to poking a sleeping lion. It might not kill you right away, but the more you dabbled, the better your odds of poofing yourself straight into the afterlife. This guy must have major firepower if the collective was willing to recommend him, especially to a vampire. He considered her, stroking the light stubble on his chin. Leaning forward, he placed both hands on the desk in front of him. "If you want to protect this rock, your best bet is to use a blood spell and a vocal spell. Very few magic movers can handle either of those spells, and very, very few can handle both." "I take it you can?" "Yes." "Then we have a deal." $5,000, vampire." He stared at her expectantly, as if he were waiting for her to balk at the price. Ro tried not to smile. She expected to pay double that amount. Done. Reaching into her jacket, she pulled out a thick stack of hundreds and laid the bundled bills on the desk between them. With a brow arched, she glanced up at him. "That should cover it." Eldon nodded and extended his hand without a word. Ro reached out and shook it. The silent accord struck. His hand was twice the size of her own, his flesh warm against her palm. There must be so much blood beneath the surface of that skin, so much heat. Pulling her hand back quickly and tucking it in her pocket, she fought the immediate hunger. "So, when can I expect the spells to be done?" 2 weeks, he answered. "No sooner?" 2 weeks. Clearly, she wasn't going to get anything more out of him tonight. She watched as he plucked the rock off the desk and placed it in his pocket. "Are we done here?" she asked. Eldon nodded and stood up. "I'll call you." "You don't have my number." "I know how to reach you." Well, wasn't that a little disconcerting? Ro stood and proceeded through the door Eldon held open, then followed him through the house toward the front door. "Thank you for seeing me after business hours." He nodded. "You're welcome." The door opened on its own. "Have a nice evening," she said over her shoulder, heading toward her black Porsche 911 Turbo. The door slammed shut behind her. She rushed toward the car, skin crawling with the sensation of eyes watching her every move. It wasn't until she left the property that she was alone again with the night. Chapter 2. It wasn't murder if someone ordered you to do it. At least, that was what Ro kept telling herself. Her stilettos pattered softly against the packed earth as she ventured through the passageways of the cave. Living below ground had taken some getting used to in the beginning, but now she didn't mind so much. The natural shield kept them safely hidden in the shadows, the space far enough below the earth to remain a constant 72 degrees, regardless of the season. She turned the rocky corner toward the courtroom and fingered the grips of the daggers stowed in the sheaths at her waist. She didn't dare show up to court unprepared. The royal family demanded perfection and submission. When the last executioner died in action, dozens of coven members had applied for the opening. She didn't add her name to the sign-up list. Prestige and fear didn't appeal to her in the least. Yet here she stood, silver daggers in hand, carrying the title of executioner. Sure, all vampires were expected to contribute to their coven. She'd thought her training and service on the guard for the past 2 years fulfilled that obligation. Apparently, the Lamia king didn't agree. The promotion had chapped some asses, hers included. She'd had no idea why he'd selected her, but she didn't dare decline the offer. Everyone knew better than to tell the king no. Who needed friends anyway? She tugged the sleeves of her black cashmere turtleneck down over her wrists. The king required her to keep her tattoos covered in public. Frederick, the prince, wasn't a huge fan of them either. She wasn't sure what bothered him more, the fact that so many of the designs signified someone she'd killed, or the fact that he'd ordered those killings. Stalactites dripped from the ceiling, showcasing the monstrosities Frederick liked to call thrones. The massive room held dozens of vampires, their voices quieting as she advanced to her seat at his right hand. The heavy ebony wood thrones were inlaid with mother-of-pearl, carved with intricate scrolls, and fitted with marble seats. Beautiful, sure, but literally a pain in the ass. Taking her seat beside the prince and scanning the assembly of vampires, she tried not to fidget. Their answering stares offered her only a callous combination of fear and resentment. No surprise there. Frederick tilted his head, his bleached blonde hair and pale skin contrasting starkly against his black suit. "Good evening, Rowan." Man, she hated that name. She'd asked him 100 times to call her Ro, like everyone else, but he never did. "Good evening, my lord." She offered him a small smile, despite her dismal mood. After all, they only called her in at this stage of the trial for one reason. Crossing one leg over the other, she propped an elbow up on the arm of the chair and rested her chin on her hand. Yes, court proceedings were important. Yes, holding people accountable for their actions was necessary to ensure they knew who held the power. Blah, blah, blah. She really didn't give two shits about procedures and decorum. They only stalled the inevitable. If she'd been summoned, the vampire in question was guilty, and the prince had already made up his mind. The pomp and circumstance was an excuse for a public execution to set an example, which she didn't care to be a part of. "William, child of Marcellus." Frederick's booming voice snapped her back into reality. "Why are you in my court tonight?" She sized up the vampire lying on the dirt at their feet. His eyes were a muddy shade of hazel, his dark hair trimmed close to his skull. The shirt he wore had been ripped, and his jeans were covered in filth. He was a youngling, less than a year old if she had to guess. Older vampires didn't bother breathing or blinking, but the young ones hadn't been undead long enough to lose the habit. The guards had clearly worked him over once already. His gravelly voice muffled against the floor. "I didn't mean to do it." Like she hadn't heard that one before. "Who brought the charges against him?" Frederick glanced at Ro. She peeked at the docket sitting on the table by her chair. "Marcellus Antonescu." A long blonde lock escaped the bun she'd twisted earlier. Discreetly she tucked the misplaced strand behind her ear and tried to pretend it didn't annoy her. "Thank you, Rowan." Frederick gave her a quick nod. "Marcellus, come forward." Shoes scuffled against the dirt floor as people made room for the tall man, his shoulder-length black hair swaying with each step. Eyes so dark they were nearly black met hers as he strode forward, towering over the crowd. A smile touched his lips, and she couldn't help but stare at him. Something about him felt familiar, though she'd swear she'd never seen him before. He paused in front of the thrones. "My lord, this man must be held responsible for his actions against the vampires of the Dark Realm." William sprang into the air, a wooden dagger in his hand. The room erupted in voices as Ro vaulted from her chair and landed on the ground, then curled her body and rolled across the floor. Silver-tipped blade firm in her grip, she settled into a crouch between the prince and his would-be assassin. How the hell had he managed to sneak a weapon into the courtroom? He lunged toward Frederick with the wooden point, but months of training made her far faster. His outstretched arm met her blade, the sharp edge melting through his skin like a hot knife through butter. A bloody hand fell to the floor. He screamed, the silver coating of her wooden blade burning his vampire blood. She clasped a dagger in her left hand and hovered over his writhing form. "That was really fucking stupid. You just bought yourself a one-way ticket to the other side, my friend." Her voice projected cool detachment, but her mind was hot with anger. Frederick was her boss, and her only friend in this dark world. That stunt would cost this vampire his life. A guard stepped up to restrain William upon the prince's signal, pinning him to the floor. Ro turned to reoccupy her seat. William let out a bellowing laugh. She stopped mid-stride and whirled around to face him. "Are you mocking this courtroom?" Surely he wasn't that stupid. He grunted. the pain from the silver, no doubt, still coursing through his blood as he held the stump close to his body. The limb would grow back, of course, but the process would take hours and hurt like hell. Not that it mattered, considering her plans for his future. Silver burned like a son of a bitch, but it couldn't take out a vampire in a permanent way. A sharp wooden object to the heart, on the other hand, would kill instantly. The guards' daggers were silver-tipped wood, reserved for the worst offenders, and a threat to the royal family was a significant offense. Really significant. Rose studied the man lying on the ground for a moment before turning the dagger's grip with care and tucking the sharp end into the sheath at her waist. He was lucky he didn't rip her slacks, or worse, ruin her shoes. She didn't dress out in her leathers for court sessions. Usually didn't have to. Frederick raised a hand to hush the crowd. She slumped back into her seat and crossed her legs, one hand holding firm on each arm of the chair. Anxious, she wiggled her black stiletto back and forth. Nothing like a little attempted assassination to put her on edge. Frederick continued as if nothing happened. You know, killing a coven member isn't necessarily punishable by second death. Explain yourself. Marcellus nodded. Certainly, my lord, death alone is not the cause. I ask because he murdered a mated coven member. Hushed whispers thundered against the cavern walls as the spectators realized the magnitude of William's offense. Roe gaped. Murdering a mated coven member was a cruel and malicious crime, one of the worst for their kind. As far as Roe knew, vampires were the only race in the Dark Realm who could be soul-struck. The connection was supposed to be immediate and life-altering. She'd heard that when struck, the vampire's souls ceased to exist independently, that they actually bound together to create some special union. Humans called that sort of thing love. After being soul-struck, most vampire couples wanted to make their bond public. The covenant of the blood bond could be formed only with the consent of two participating vampires, each pledging themselves and their blood to the other for eternity. Mated vampires could only receive blood sustenance from their mates. If one died and the other lived, the living vampire was unable to eat, yet incapable of dying, and would slowly be driven insane. The bond and connection were so strong, many feared the dependence. Yet those who had been soul-struck would just as soon be dead without their mates. Roe never dreamed of making that sacred vow, both because she couldn't imagine wanting to mate anyone for eternity, and because the idea of being driven insane didn't sound so appealing. The risk was too great, especially in her new line of work. Frederick studied the crowd, his fingers in a steeple touching the tip of his nose. What evidence do you have of his guilt? Marcellus waved over a woman in the crowd. Charlotte Antonescu? She carried the Antonescu surname, indicating her coven alliance. Frederick pointed a finger at the female. You, come forward. She trudged toward the throne, the sour stench of her grief thick in the air. Do you have anything to add? Frederick asked. Charlotte lifted her eyes to meet the prince's, liquid welling in the corners of their deep blue depths. My lord, my mate was killed this week. I am now fated to die because of what this child calls a mistake. Her voice thickened with tears as she pointed to the man on the floor. I witnessed this man murder my mate. Marcellus offered another bow. My lord, I request you take William to his second death tonight, and offer mercy to Charlotte. She won't last much longer in her current state. Roe ground her teeth. Offer mercy, her bright shiny ass. He was asking her to do what he didn't have the stomach to do, murder an innocent woman before she lost her mind. These were the deaths that fed her nightmares, the reason she didn't want this job. Killing the bad guys was justifiable homicide. Killing the innocents was a death sentence to her soul. Frederick met her eyes with his matching set of gray. Despite an age difference of around 200 years, people said they looked alike. She didn't see it. You know what to do. Frederick spoke clearly into Roe's mind, giving instructions without spelling it out. All creators carried a telepathic connection with those they created. Frederick had Roe on speed dial. Yes, my lord. She examined the crowd, catching the few grim faces of those losing a coven member. Others smiled in morbid anticipation. Her high heels hit the ground, and she stood with ease, craning her neck around to loosen up. After all, Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, only backwards and in high heels. Who said she couldn't do her job in heels, too? She didn't even have to hunt people down if they were found guilty in court, which made this a piece of cake. Except for killing the innocents. "Charlotte, come forward," Roe ordered, not yet moving to unsheathe the wooden dagger from her waist. This girl didn't deserve to see death come for her. She'd done nothing wrong. Charlotte lumbered forward, meeting Roe in the center of the room. The jumble of voices surrounding them concealed their conversation. Roe leaned forward and put her lips to the girl's ears. "Charlotte." "Yes?" The girl trembled, fear nearly shaking her off her feet. "I want you to close your eyes. Envision your mate," Roe murmured. Charlotte did as instructed. "His name was Asa." "Did he enjoy reading?" Most vampires did. They were often older than the invention of television. "Yes." "What did he read?" Charlotte chuckled. "He always told me his favorite book was Charlotte's Web." "That's a great book." Rose slowly removed the wooden dagger from her waist. "Picture him reading it to you." A smile crossed the girl's face. Rose plunged the wooden knife into her heart, feeling a sliver of her soul leave her chest as the girl crumpled to the floor. Damn it all. Their hands met as Rose crouched down to be closer to her victim. The quick convulsions of death overtook her small body, and Rose wished desperately to take her pain away. "Go with Asa," was all she could whisper to the girl, watching the end near. Charlotte's eyes fluttered. She smiled as she turned into ash at Rose's feet. Rose stood up, dusting off the ashes stuck to her black dress pants. Frederick met her gaze, and she quickly glanced back down to the ground. Senseless. Deaths like this were such a waste. Frederick's voice carried over the mumbles from the spectators in the courtroom. "William Antonescu, child of Marcellus Antonescu, I do hereby sentence you to second death at the hands of the executioner for defiance of laws set forth for vampires of the dark realm. Let your conduct be a lesson to others who would errantly choose to follow in your path." That was always Rose's cue. She removed a dagger from her waist. William had met its acquaintance once already tonight. He squirmed, pinned to the floor like a bug in a child's science project. She stooped low, one knee resting on the dirt floor. His deranged laughter only pissed her off more, serving as a catalyst for the rage and self-loathing swirling in her brain. Fuck him. "Have fun in hell," she murmured, her lips only inches from his ear. Rose slammed the dagger through his chest and into his heart. William's face contorted into a deranged smile as he gazed at Frederick. "The wheels have been set in motion. We already have what we came here for," he said in a quick rush. Frederick jumped to his feet. "What did he say?" But it was too late. Screams of agony intermingled with maniacal laughter echoed against the stone walls. The stink of William's flesh burning permeated the room. Blood seeped from his body, slowly absorbed by the dirt beneath him. "What did he say?" Frederick repeated, pointing to her victim as he marched toward Roe. A puddle of dark brown sludge formed around the writhing, almost corpse. As the silver mixed with his blood and burned away from the dagger, William's heart met the wood hidden inside. His eyes faded from terror to vacancy. When his body stopped twitching and descended into ashes, Roe turned to Frederick. He glanced at the body, then back at her. We needed to question him. Disapproving eyes of her fellow coven members bore into her, and she felt naked, despite her well-covered skin. He'd never taken that tone with her before. Her mouth gaped open. It was too late. You issued the sentence, so I killed him. I didn't realize. I must speak with the king." Frederick stormed off, leaving her alone in the room with their witnesses. She nodded meekly and stared at her feet. The room cleared, but she didn't move until the last member of their small audience made his exit, and then she ran into her room. "I will never understand why you feel the need to mutilate your body like that." Frederick leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. His disapproving tone contradicted his sly smile. Roe knew at once he wasn't angry. Relief struck her, and she welcomed the sensation. Ever since the night 2 years ago when he'd saved her life and turned her, he'd played the role of overbearing big brother. He'd checked in on her every day for the entire year after her transition, when she'd been kept in isolation until she could control her urges and learn to fight. He'd even been positive about her joining the King's Guard, despite his gentlemanly opposition to females in combat. When she'd learned of her new appointment as executioner, he'd been her sole supporter and friend. He still was. She bent her right shoulder forward to inspect her new design in the mirror and shot him a smile. It's not mutilation. It's badass. A dense myriad of colors and designs already covered her arms, so she'd decided to use up the open real estate on her shoulders and back next. Luckily, Austin never had a shortage of talented artists. Frederick shook his head. Why do you punish yourself like that? He moved from the doorway to sit on the massive four-poster bed behind her. She scanned his reflection in the mirror as he made himself comfortable on the overstuffed duvet. I've told you before, it's not punishment. It's my way of making sure I don't forget. She examined the intricate spiderweb sprawled across her shoulder blade, a tiny black widow near the center. In her mind she cast Charlotte as the delicate web, and William as the disgusting arachnid. Don't forget what? She turned away from the mirror to face him. Not every person who dies at my hands is guilty of a crime. I don't want to forget the value of a life, because I'm so jaded I can't remember how many people I've killed, evil or not. Every single tattoo covering her skin was a memory. She'd only been 14 when she'd found her parents dead. That's when her obsession with the inking started, a desperate attempt to preserve the memories. The night she'd lost them still haunted her. And here she was, a murderer, no better than the people she hated for making her an orphan. How ironic. Rowan, if you don't want to do this job anymore, I won't make you, Frederick said quietly. A faint smile crept to her lips. My lord, you and I both know that isn't an option. Those sad gray eyes told her he'd change the circumstances if he could. I've told you, you can call me Frederick when it's just us. And I've told you, you can call me Ro. The sound of knuckles against the heavy wooden door stole their attention. They turned to find Costell in the doorway, his massive build filling the opening. Geez, he was quiet, even for a vampire. She preferred heels for that very reason. The stilettos made her feel a bit more human. The clicking let people know she was coming, like a vampire cowbell. Frederick quickly pulled himself from the soft bed to stand before the king, his long-removed uncle. Good day, Costell. Costell and his mate Danielle ruled over the vampires as Lamia king and queen. Vampires were big believers in blood, both in what they drank and in genealogy. It wasn't uncommon for vampires to track down living descendants and offer up the opportunity for eternal life, wiping them of their memories if they refused. When the king had approached Frederick and offered him his rightful place as Lamia prince, he'd accepted. Not everyone was lucky enough to be given a choice. Hello, my lord, Ro added quickly, putting her arms behind her back. Costell wasn't a huge fan of her artistic side, not like she gave a shit. Her body, her life. Although she kept that sentiment in her own head and didn't dare say it out loud. The king stepped into the room without a word, slamming the heavy wooden door shut behind him. He scanned the wall and turned to her, his expression grave. Are we alone? The question caught her off guard, and she skimmed the room for the source of his concern. Frederick approached the wardrobe and opened the heavy doors, running his hands along the interior walls and between the hung clothes. Following his lead, she crouched down to check beneath her bed. Nothing. She brushed the light dusting of dirt from her knees and glanced at Frederick. I don't see anyone. Me neither, Frederick agreed. Costell lowered his voice to a whisper. I need to speak with you both. She nodded and stepped closer. The king's gaze darted around the room. Bring me the common. Frederick's eyes drifted to Ro. The common? She repeated, realizing she sounded like a parrot the moment the words escaped her lips. Yes, bring it to me, Costell demanded. Now. Yes, sir, she replied. But it should be where I always kept... I did not ask you where you keep it. I told you to retrieve it. Why are you still standing here? The king snapped, clenching his fists. His nostrils flared as his cold eyes bore into hers. Oh, shit. Shocked at his anger and unclear as to the reason behind it, she turned around and flung open the door. Go with her, Costell instructed Frederick. Luckily, nothing stood in her way as she ran through the doorway and into the corridor. Her legs didn't slow down as she ducked beneath the stalactites and pressed on. Hanging a right, she sprinted toward the kitchen. She'd only gotten that little red rock back a couple of days ago and put it right into the hiding place she'd prepared. No one should have been able to find it, let alone break the spells protecting it. She skidded to a halt in the middle of the kitchen. "In here?" Frederick's voice followed close behind her, but she didn't acknowledge him. She swung open a cupboard door and started removing mugs from the shelf. For most vamps, food never digested well, and they didn't bother because only blood offered nutritional value. But hot drinks could always soothe whatever ailed her, and coffee was her favorite, both as a human and one of the undead. She was the only person in this cavern who drank the stuff. Frederick snorted. "You hid it in a coffee mug?" "Not exactly. I hid it where I thought no one would look for it. This seemed like a good spot." He muttered something she couldn't quite hear, but stepped forward to take the mugs from her hands and place them on the countertop. She peered into the cabinet. A light push should do the trick. Pop! The back of the cabinet snapped out, revealing a shiny, slick black surface. The glossy plate was cool beneath her fingers as she laid her hand flat. Frederick watched curiously over her shoulder but didn't say a word. A red laser light moved vertically and horizontally, scanning her entire hand before 7 loud clicks released the mechanical lock. She'd felt like James Bond when she ordered the kit from the spy gear store online. Seemed anything could be bought these days, if one only knew where to look. The faceplate slid up and into the upper cabinet space, revealing a small white box. The smooth, iridescent cube displayed no bows, frills, or seams, just as she'd left it. Her fangs descended, and she lifted a thumb to her mouth. A firm hand grabbed her wrist. "What is this box?" Worry clouded Frederick's handsome face, his brows furrowing over troubled eyes. His lips pursed, intensifying the strong line of his jaw. "Blood magic." His grasp tightened. "You know better than that." She caught a hint of fear in the air, excessively sweet. He was right. She did know better than to play with magic, let alone blood magic. Only the most advanced magic movers, witches or wizards, could manipulate anything this potent, and maybe the Fae. That was exactly why she'd picked it. "It's protecting a relic specifically given to me by the king for safeguarding Frederick. I couldn't exactly use a gym locker." He locked onto her stare, but released her hand. "Fine, but it's dangerous, and I don't like it." Ignoring his protest, she swiped her thumb across a fang. Deep crimson blossomed along the path. Careful not to drip on the floor, she pressed her thumb firmly to the box and slathered it with her personalized red paint. Tuned to her blood, the box would answer only to her. At least, that's what Eldon had claimed. The lid began to disintegrate, and she sighed in relief. The mover had been true to his word. Although she couldn't help but be a little pissed at ruining these spells, they were only one-shot deals, so she'd have to get them all done again, which meant another after-hours trip. A small black bag surfaced, and she removed it from the box. "This is it." She lifted it to her lips. "Ro Vasile," she whispered, speaking to the bag and hoping everything worked according to plan. "What is this?" Frederick asked, his voice hushed. "Very special magic. Only a few magic movers know how to weave a vocal spell like this one." It had taken her 3 weeks before the collective would cough up Eldon's name. His services had cost a pretty penny, but thankfully the expense was irrelevant. The king footed the bill for everyone living within his personal space, including her. Some chose to live alone, or in smaller groups, but they paid their own way in exchange for that freedom, and were granted that permission after serving the coven for as long as the king deemed necessary. Ro had only been turned 2 years ago, and still owed time. The bag untied itself and opened, revealing the gemstone safely hidden. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! The bag was empty. "Frederick," her voice cracked. She turned the bag inside out, and he snatched it from her hands. Maybe she couldn't see it. Yeah, that was it. If vampires could be sick, she would have thrown up. She'd been given this responsibility, and she'd royally fucked it up. This was so bad. Oh, shit on toast, this was so freaking bad. "Where is it?" He shook the small satchel, then laid it on the countertop and patted it down, opened the mouth and peered inside, shook it again. It can't be. Ro's mouth turned to cotton. Her lips tried to move, but failed miserably. Who could have taken it? How could they break inside the box and keep it intact? Costell would fire her for her incompetency. Or worse, she'd be sentenced to death. "Rowan, listen to me." "Ro!" Frederick grabbed her arms, shaking her and forcing her to look at him. She focused on his face and tried to get a grip on herself. Yeah? She squeaked. We need to find Costell. Now. She nodded, and let Frederick lead her down the rock-ridden corridors and into her bedroom. Her feet and brain weren't up for more than following. They found Costell pacing the floor of her room. When they entered, he stopped, extending a hand to her. Give it to me. The common is gone, Frederick said calmly. The king drew a deep breath and lifted his chin to capture Ro's stare. Did you not protect it well? He maintained his composure, but those dark eyes exposed his fury. I did, my lord. I thought I did. She tried to answer him, but the words stumbled stupidly from her mouth. Costell? Frederick interrupted. Thank God. I assure you, Rowan took every precaution to ensure the common's safety. The king leveled a hard stare at his nephew, then to her, then back to his nephew. It's not safe to speak of these things here. I must make a call. Both of you meet me in my quarters in 1 hour. Do not appear suspicious, and be careful you are not followed. He turned and left the room. Frederick and Ro stared at each other, and she tried to process what happened. He grazed a finger across her cheek. She tried not to flinch in surprise at the unanticipated touch. What the hell? Then he turned on a dime and exited the room. At a total loss as to what had transpired with the common or Frederick, she rubbed her face with her hand. Good God, she wanted to go to bed. She had a sneaking suspicion she'd just kicked over the first domino, and the rest of them were about to fall. Chapter 3. Frederick stepped in front of Ro and tapped on the thick wooden door. She inhaled deeply, breathing in the soothing scent of the coffee in her hand, and wishing she could be anywhere else. A meeting with the king and queen, in their personal quarters, was hardly the way she had thought she'd be spending the evening. And to make it worse, she knew they were already upset with her before she even stepped foot through the door. Come in. Costell's deep voice was muffled. Frederick pulled the door open, and Ro followed him inside the chamber. Close the door behind you. Ro turned and slid the deadbolt into place, then drew another deep breath. She'd never been inside the king's private chambers before. The thought of being trapped in here with ancient, powerful vampires gave her the creeps. She turned around, taking in the opulent decor. The room was truly meant for royalty. The massive bed at the center, outfitted with elaborate red and gold tapestries. The queen perched at the end, her gaze fixed on her mate at his large, elaborately scrolled desk. 2 chairs sat on the opposite side, waiting for occupants. Sit, Costell instructed. Ro's ass found the chair cushion quickly, and she tried to suppress her fears. This conversation would determine her punishment for losing the relic. She didn't want to believe they'd kill her for it, but she couldn't know for sure. They'd authorized executions for less. A shiver raced up her spine. Costell studied her, then turned to Frederick. You will not repeat anything I tell you here tonight. Yes, sir, Ro said quickly. Frederick didn't respond. Then again, he was the prince. He didn't have to. The king directed his attention to her. Rowan, do you know why our common is important? Because it holds the magic of the dark realm, my lord. And? He prompted. The nervous knot in her stomach tightened. And that magic allows us to drink blood. Before she'd been instructed to hide it, Frederick had explained that the common held the magic that somehow made the whole blood-drinking gig work. They needed the magic in the stone to survive. Costell snagged a ballpoint pen from the jar on his desk as he considered her. That's partially true. The common allows us to turn blood into sustenance, but do you understand why? What kind of question was that? She racked her brain for a history lesson. Once she'd hid the common safely away, there hadn't been anything more to discuss. She shook her head. The queen glided over and stood beside her husband. She was a beautiful woman. Her thick ebony hair floated down to her waist and complemented her delicate Spanish features perfectly. He clasped her hand in his left, then rubbed his tired eyes with his right. I've avoided telling this story for many centuries. It's better if people don't know about the commons. Commons? Ro interrupted. There were more than the one? Chomping down on her lips, she reminded herself to mind her manners. She was in enough deep shit already. Costell's expression darkened, but Danielle patted his arm, and he eased back into his chair. Remarkable how the mate bond could work so seamlessly. The queen smiled down at her mate. It's all right, my love. She may ask questions. We must be sure she understands her task. Oh, crap. Not again. The last time they'd assigned her a task, she'd been named executioner. What could be next? Costell sighed and nodded. Yes, more than ours exists. In the old times, the people of the Dark Realm, Dark Dwellers, traveled between the human world and Etherealis. Ro frowned. Etherealis? The other dimension. There's another dimension? Ro wasn't able to hold back the surprise in her voice. A quick glance at Frederick told her this wasn't news to him. The king held up a hand and leaned forward in his seat. The ley lines are the gateways between our world and that place. Why can't we go there now? Ro asked. In a word, Mohan. He clasped his hands together and placed them on the desk. The belief has long been that Etherealis is the home of magic, the place from which all magic stems. Millennia ago, the Dark Dwellers traveled freely between this dimension and Etherealis. What is Mohan? Ro asked. Mohan is a person. More specifically, a very powerful magic mover. He believed that exposure to the human world would dilute our magic over time until there was none left and all the races would suffer. Ro tilted her head. Can that happen? Costell shrugged. The council didn't think so. There was no evidence to support his claims. Was there a trial? There was a hearing to determine if his claims held any validity. When we found none, his case was dismissed. Ro raised a brow. I'm guessing it didn't end there. Not hardly. Costell leaned back, his chair squeaking in protest beneath him. Mohan formed a following large enough to accomplish the unthinkable. Danielle nodded. He tried to steal all the magic on Earth. He assumed if he could control it, he could preserve it. And he didn't just try. Frederick interjected. He'd been so quiet up to that point, Ro had forgotten he was sitting right next to her. She wanted to yell at her boss for not telling her all of this when he'd given her that common to protect. It would have been nice to know. Unfortunately, that's true, Costell agreed. He didn't only try, he succeeded. Ro bit her lip again to hold back the dozens of questions swelling in her throat. How could someone actually steal magic? She didn't know much about the subject, but stealing it couldn't be an easy task. Danielle began to pace the floor. Mohan had strange powers, much different than any magic movers or fae we had seen before. He could pull magic into himself with his mind. When he cast a spell to strip the magic from this world, it was too much to hold, and he had to displace it somewhere. He captured it in a gold locket. What he failed to consider, Costell said, is that when he stole the magic from the earth, he would harm the entire Dark Realm. Harm us? How? Ro asked. Frederick reached across to give Ro a light pat on the arm. Our world is linked intimately with magic. Our mate bonds, the wolf and shifter abilities to take alternate forms, the fae and the magic mover's ability to cast spells and manipulate energy. It's all tied to magic. When he took the magic, the vampires lost their ability to turn blood into sustenance. We could drink, but we found no nourishment, even from our mates, Danielle said. Ro touched her throat, trying not to remember her first days as a vampire, before she'd gotten her fangs under control. Unquenchable, burning thirst with seemingly no end. The vampires must have been in complete agony. Thousands of furious, thirsting vampires ravaging the earth. Dear God. What happened to us? She asked softly. Danielle stopped pacing, brows drawn together, the pain of her memories evident in her stare. The older vampires could control their reaction to the hunger. The young could not. They were destroyed for the sake of the greater good. Thousands of innocents dying senselessly. Ro glanced at her covered arms, imagining all of the memorials hiding beneath the sleeves of her shirt already. She couldn't fathom killing that many more. Her soul couldn't take it. "Who performed the executions?" she asked. The Queen's eyes closed as she drew a deep breath before opening them slowly. "We did, Costel and I. After we were forced to execute so many, we created a special position for that purpose." The poor, delicate Queen didn't want to get her hands dirty or her soul tarnished, so Ro was her murder maid. Fan-fucking-tastic. Costel gazed with compassion at his mate. "The Dark Realm United Council intervened for the welfare of all races. The most powerful magic movers on the council had to pull their collective energy to muster enough magic to seal the dimension, and that still required special assistance. Magic was restored to the world. Mohan was apprehended quickly and banished to a prison in Etherealis. We chose that dimension because of the strength of the magic there. Any less, and we feared his escape would be only too easy." Ro's jaw swung open. He'd been banished, not killed? Why would they let him live? Costel shook his head. He tied himself to the locket. If he dies, the magic will be destroyed with him. The council couldn't dissolve the spell he'd cast, but they did manage to twist it. They divided the locket's magic into 5 separate pieces, each parcel stored in a gemstone. "The commons?" Ro asked. The king nodded. A royal family of each major race was given one common to protect. The doors to Etherealis were closed permanently to keep Mohan in prison and keep our magic safe. We've all been trapped in this dimension since." "How long have we all been stuck?" 1,000 years. She couldn't believe it. 1,000 years? No wonder she'd never heard of Etherealis. No one else probably had either. Generations had passed since the gates were closed, their existence now only a myth in fine print somewhere. Why would he give her something so important to protect? "We needed someone outside of the royal family to shelter the common," the queen answered, as if she could follow Ro's thoughts. "The executioner has always been tasked with the role of guardianship. Should our rule over the vampires be compromised, the common must stay protected." Damn it! Frederick had told her the responsibility of protecting the common fell to her in the event of his death. Obviously, he'd neglected to point out the more important "protect this or everyone dies" part. The weight of her guilt doubled, and she felt heavier in her seat. Oh, God. Her gaze shot up to Frederick, and he met her stare. "William." She'd been so distracted with everything going on, she'd completely forgotten about the boy she'd executed earlier, the one who relayed a cryptic message just before his quick descent into dust. "Who is William?" Costel asked. Frederick heaved a sigh. Today in court, a man was sentenced to death for killing a female's mate. Before he died, he said something about wheels being set in motion. All sensation drained from Ro's face, and he said he had what he'd come here for. Costel's brows furrowed as his eyes narrowed in thought. "That's all he said?" "That's all." Frederick shook his head. He turned to Ash before we could question him. "What would someone want with all of these commons?" Ro asked. Costel's eyes narrowed. "Each of the commons holds 1/5 of the magic in this world. If reunited, the doors to Etherealis would be all too easy to open, and Mohan could once again retain the control over our world." A sudden wave of shame washed over her as she stared at the coffee in her mug. She knew the common held some powers, but she'd never imagined this. The key to another dimension. The safety of the Dark Realm. It was so much worse than she'd ever anticipated. Shit, if she'd known it was this important, she would have locked it down like Fort Knox and had the guard watching it around the clock. The king shook his head. "There are few alive today who remember Mohan and Etherealis. The Queen and I never explained the power of the common to anyone other than Frederick. The less people know about these potential sources of power, the better. He rose from his chair and paced toward the center of the room. The council has called for an emergency meeting. We leave the day after the winter solstice. That was 2 entire days away. You don't want me to leave now? With their entire world at stake, surely they couldn't afford to sit around and wait for the slow-moving wheels of bureaucracy. Frederick leaned forward. Will you be requiring my attendance? He had always joined Costel in matters of diplomacy, and from what Rowe understood, the council gathered once a year to resolve interracial disputes. Beyond that, the races governed themselves. But a potential disaster of this magnitude sure seemed like a legit reason to hold an emergency session. I would like for you to attend with me, yes. Costel swiveled to motion to his mate. Danielle shall stay behind here to handle any business that arises. Rowe's gaze flew to Frederick. Was she being fired? Since being appointed executioner, Rowe had always been tasked with holding down the fort while the king left town. Always. With a mate as protective as Costel, Danielle rarely ventured into public. The thought of getting fired struck her with both relief and disappointment, surprisingly. It would be wonderful never to spill innocent blood again, but to be unemployed would mean she had no purpose. An eternity was a painfully long time to be stuck with no direction or motivation. The Queen came to stand at Rowe's side and squeezed her shoulder. Rowe stared at her feet. Swamped with humiliation, she couldn't stand to look at them, any of them. As a human, she'd never been fired from a job, not even when she'd worked at the Gap folding clothes at Christmas and had sucked at it. Maybe they would kill her, now that she'd proven herself completely useless. We have other plans for you, Rowan, the Queen said softly. Costel turned and settled his hands on his hips. She is right. Your time would be better served on a new mission. Frederick's brows nodded, his eyes full of genuine concern. Mission. Rowe gulped, trying to ignore the plunging sensation as her stomach dropped to her feet. This didn't sound promising. The council is excellent in matters of diplomacy and procedure, but they move too slowly. I spoke with the leaders in our area since the Common disappeared here in Austin. They all pledged to send one representative to assist us. Rowe, you will join this team as our agent. Rowe nodded. She'd messed this up, so she'd fix it. No. Frederick's stern tone caught her off guard. Uncle, Rowan is my responsibility. I sired her. Thus her welfare falls under my jurisdiction. I won't send her off to be slaughtered. Costel held up a hand, silencing the prince's protest. There is no reason why she cannot be charged with this responsibility. Send me instead, Frederick offered. The king frowned as he settled back into his chair. That's ridiculous. You are the heir to the throne. Her lack of forethought is the reason it is now missing, so its retrieval is her responsibility. Rowe cringed. That last comment stung a little, even if it was true. Frederick's nostrils flared. She could sense the frustration mounting in his mind, a massive knot he couldn't unravel as he tried to devise ways to argue with Costel's logic, but he came up with nothing. Neither could she. I'll do it, she said. Costel gave her a grim smile. Yes, you will, and you will not return until you succeed. What should I do if I somehow... You will succeed, or you will die. Rowe's blood froze in her veins, her brain only barely registering the hiss escaping Frederick's lips. In a game with stakes that were already too high, someone else had pushed her chips onto the table and forced her hand all in. Costel leaned toward his nephew, something resembling sympathy on his face. I know you care for this child you've created, Frederick, but I will not appear weak. If she fails, people will learn of the Commons. Punishment will be expected. You cannot do this, Uncle. Frederick's voice was strained. I just did. He turned his attention back to Rowe and flipped open a notebook on his desk. You'll be introduced to your teammates at the Winter Solstice Ball, which we are hosting. You'll leave the following day. No one aside from your team and their race leaders are to know about any of this. Ro nodded, her mind numb. Frederick crossed his arms and sat back in his chair, his anger reading clearly on his face. There was nothing either of them could do about it. Power would always be the first priority to Costell, even over family. "The ball is in 2 days," Costell reminded them, not bothering to look up as he flicked through the pages of the notebook. "Rowan, the Queen will see to it that you are dressed appropriately. I expect you to be well fed, packed, and ready by then." Frederick rose from his chair, and Ro followed his move. The sun was close to the horizon now, tugging on her consciousness with each passing moment. Words weren't necessary between the two of them as they descended down the corridors and toward their bedchambers. She'd been selected for a mission so vital. Failure could mean the loss of Magick and possible death of both her and her species. Success could mean salvation of their world. She wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 4. Staring at the ceiling, Ro pulled the comforter to her chin and tried to organize her thoughts. She replayed the incident over and over again, but got zilch, nada. Nothing made any sense. Someone had broken into her cavern, stolen the relic she'd sworn to protect, and from right under her nose. Growling, she tossed the comforter and rolled off the soft mattress, her fuzzy socks offering little padding as her feet hit the hard tile floor. She stretched her arms to the ceiling, her black cotton tank riding up with the movement, the cool cavern air brushing against her stomach. She ran a hand through her matted hair and grabbed a pair of jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, and some panties from the wardrobe, avoiding the mirror on the way to the shower. Bedhead wasn't a good look. Usually she required 3 cups of coffee and a shower to break through her usual muddle, but today wasn't one of those days. She had a mission. A quick shower and clothing change later, she wandered into the den where she found Frederick in his usual spot. "Where are you going, looking so grumpy?" He sat on the sofa, reading the Austin American Statesman, as he did every nightfall. The man was a creature of habit. "Hocus pocus," she answered. "The Magic Mover store." Frederick shuffled the pages but didn't look up. "What do you need from there?" "I'm going to do a little research before the ball tomorrow night. And speaking of that, do I have to wear a dress?" He tipped the newspaper down to glower. "Yes. As I told you earlier, it's the type of occasion that requires ladies to wear dresses." She grimaced. "I hate dresses." A grunt escaped his lips as he hid behind the paper. "Well, suck it up. And add feeding to your list of errands. You need your strength." She snatched her purse off the couch as she headed for the door. "Ro?" Frederick's quiet summons stopped her mid-stride. "Yes, my lord?" "Be careful out there." A faint smile touched her lips. "I will." She pulled her purse higher on her shoulder and headed into the cold December night. The cool wind rushed against her skin, sweeping her waist-length mane behind her as she emerged onto the porch of her coven's small ranch-style house. Well, technically, the house sat above the entrance of their cavern, surrounded by 50 acres of land. No one actually lived in it. Passageways hidden beneath the ground led to its basement, cleverly disguising their vampire lair as a simple country home. Vampires came and went, and the humans never suspected a thing. A few vehicles lined the driveway. She clicked the button on her keychain to unlock her black Porsche, a gift from Frederick for her birthday last month. She tried to refuse his excessive generosity, but when he'd insisted, she didn't put up much of a fight. That Porsche was her dream car. The driver's seat was cold against her legs as she settled in, the combination of leather seats and saddle soap riding the air. She turned the key in the ignition, the engine answering with a roar before lowering to a soft purr. Her lips curled in satisfaction. Damn, that sound was sexy. A short drive later, she pulled into the driveway of the Tradare home. She slid the car into park and stepped out, then double-checked her stash of weapons. As she strode up to the sidewalk to ring the doorbell, she tried not to fidget too much. Every magic mover had a unique gift, and that made her nervous. Anyone who could move something without touching it was someone to keep an eye on in her book. She pressed the button and heard the chime ring inside the house. A few moments later, Adele Tradare answered, her thick, shoulder-length auburn hair complementing her intelligent brown eyes. She scanned Ro from nose to toes. Adele stayed on the other side of the door and arched a brow. "Can I help you?" "I need to speak with Eldon." "May I ask why?" It's personal. Rose shot her an irritated look to shut the door on further questions. Adele's eyes narrowed. I'll be right back. Voices muffled from the other side of the door, followed by the pounding of heavy feet against stairs. Eldon was definitely home. The front door swung open and he stepped out. In the weeks since she'd last seen him, she'd forgotten the chiseled features of his face. His shaggy, disheveled hair reminded her of her favorite blend of dark roasted coffee. A section had fallen into his face, and she fought the urge to brush it away. That would only reveal his stunning eyes, twinkling like shimmering blue topaz against the porch light. A beautiful man. But she would not allow herself to be distracted by man candy. Looking away quickly, she fought the impulses threatening to swallow her whole. Her age practically made her an undead infant, so while the hunger for blood was easy to control these days, lust wasn't always so content to warm the bench. For most vampires, blood and sex went hand in hand, but not for her. She would never allow lust to overpower her common sense. Get it under control. Rovesile, to what do I owe the pleasure? Sarcasm dripped from his voice. Clearly he hadn't started a vampire fan club since their last meeting. His statuesque frame towered over her, regal and strong, but she refused to be intimidated by his size or his attitude. She pointed a finger at him. Don't you what's up me. Your magic didn't work. What I was protecting is gone. You and I need to talk. She jabbed him in the chest with her finger, leaving it centered over his heart. Right now. Privately. His eyes blazed bright blue. Power exploded from his aura, radiating pain through her hand and up her forearm. Shit, that ley line fire felt like taking a hit from a taser gun. She snatched her finger from his chest, the burn blasting through her shoulder. Suppressing the urge to shake the tingles from her fingertips, she clenched a fist. His cool eyes met hers. That was unnecessary. The unusually calm tone of his voice threw her off balance. Clearing her throat, she lifted her chin to meet his stare. I need to speak with you. Are you going to behave yourself if I let you inside? Eldon raised a dark brow. She bit back a snide remark, settling with, I'll do my best. Eldon opened the door and nudged his head toward the entryway. Come in, then. Rose stepped through the doorway and glanced around the small entrance, seeking a distraction. The decor was tasteful and modest, exactly the same as the last time she'd been here. She'd swear the flowers in the vase were unchanged if she didn't know by scent they were real. With a wave of his hand, the door closed behind him. Follow me. He strolled past her casually, his heartbeat a rhythmic series of thumps. The trailing scent of soap, clean sweat, and spice were as unique to him as a fingerprint, the combination awakening her hunger. She needed to make this trip fast. He smelled entirely too delicious, and if she touched him, he could literally light her ass on fire. Shaking her head, she tried to get her thoughts under control and her fangs in check. Eldon, Commons, pissed, got it. Without a word, she followed him down the narrow hallway and into the main part of the store, which appeared to be a converted dining room. A black cat peeked out from a doorway, and she flinched. Damn cats. Didn't they know Eldon had her on edge enough? The feline retreated back into the room it came from, and she shook her head at herself. One of these days she'd learn to not let them freak her out. Vampires didn't have asthma attacks. Glancing around, she sized up the decor. She hadn't been in this area of the shop before. Shelves lined the walls, stocked with everything magic movers needed to do whatever they did. One section held gemstones and crystals, lined up in colorful rows. She recognized a few of them from her high school geology class. Agate, obsidian, bloodstone, and turquoise sat like a happy rainbow of minerals, waiting to be purchased and put to use. A few were wrapped with colored wires and marked at higher prices. Why on earth would someone wrap a rock in wire, and who would pay for that? Eldon motioned toward the chair. Please sit down. She drifted over and sat, eyeing him as he made his way around the small round table to sit across from her. Good choice. Farther away was better. I'm only talking to you right now because you're a paying client, he said. Like she came here because she wanted to? Well, isn't that considerate of you? I like to think so. The chair creaked as he leaned back, sweeping his arm in invitation. Right. Time to talk. She cleared her throat. I'm here because you have some explaining to do. A dark brow arched. Do I? Your little vocal spell and your blood box spell, I paid you $5,000 for those, and they didn't work. Now, I'm in deep shit with the Lamia King because the relic those spells were supposed to protect is missing. Explain to me how that happened." He waved a hand dismissively. "The spells you purchased were fine. I tested them myself before I gave them to you." She linked her arms across her chest. "Bullshit." Eldon shrugged, the small motion dismissing her concerns, which only pissed her off more. "Well, then explain how the hell my stuff is missing, because I'd hate to think you're a thief." Flames sparked in his eyes as they narrowed. "Don't make accusations you can't back up, vampire." "Then tell me how it happened." His large biceps flexed as he folded them across his chest, matching her stance. "First, tell me exactly what happened." She explained in detail precisely what transpired the night before: the mechanical lock, the blood box, the vocal spell. She pointed a finger at him, the memory fresh in her mind. "You told me the relic would be protected. You told me I could trust you with this, and I paid you a pretty penny for absolutely nothing. And now I'm being sent on a suicide mission to get it back." His icy stare answered her in challenge, but his voice remained steady. "I don't lie, and I didn't promise anything. Those spells were manufactured using old magic. It's simply not possible." He rose from his chair and glanced down at her. Wait, was he dismissing her? Oh, hell no. She stood, the chair sliding beneath her with the movement. "I'm not arguing with you about this, and I'm not leaving without some answers. It isn't a debate. I'm telling you someone came into my house and stole my shit. It's not a theory, it's a fact." Rose summoned her fiercest glare. Eldon didn't blink. Instead, he raked his eyes along the length of her body, sizing her up with a thoroughness that left her tingling in every place they landed. After a few seconds of slow scrutiny, he shook his head. "Not possible." Her fangs began their descent as her control faltered. The flaming scarlet of her irises wouldn't be far behind. Intense emotions usually triggered the predator looking inside her. Right now, anger fit the bill. She absolutely refused to acknowledge the light sprinkling of lust. Surprise eclipsed Eldon's thoughtful expression for a brief moment before he hid beneath a mask of cool, calm, and collected, and she knew her gaze had taken a turn for the crimson. "Uh-oh, I pissed off a vampire." She froze, staring at him. She hadn't seen his lips move, and she hadn't heard him say those words aloud, but she had heard them. "What did you do?" Somehow he'd gotten inside of her head. He wrinkled his brows in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I heard you." "Heard me when?" "I heard you in my head," she shouted, this time yelling into his mind. He staggered back as if someone had struck him across the face. "What was that?" Thoughts swirled around Rose's mind as she stared up at him. "You're in my head. What kind of witchcraft is this?" Her mind reeled, a wave of violation threatening to knock her off her feet. God, it felt like he was everywhere. The warmth of his mind completely intertwined with hers, every thought invaded with his presence. He tilted his head, expression pensive. "Hello?" She closed her eyes, trying to maintain her composure, despite the unexplainable breach. "Why are you in my head?" "Test. 1, 2, 3. Damn it! I'm a person, not a microphone, Eldon. What is going on?" He paused. "I don't know." She pivoted on a heel and paced over to the window. "I need a minute." If she didn't get her anger under control, she'd eat him for dinner. She sucked in a deep breath and released it slowly, counting to 10. The oxygen wasn't necessary, but the action helped a little. Finally, her fangs retreated. She hoped her eyes had returned to normal as she turned to face Eldon. He hadn't moved. His frown and focused eyes told her he was lost in his thoughts. She tried to speak into his mind again, but the connection evaporated. "Can you still hear me?" she asked into his mind. No response. "Can you still hear me?" she asked aloud. Not bothering to look up, he shook his head no. Rubbing her temples, she moved to sit back in the chair. The silence filled the space between them as they both remained motionless. "What the hell was that?" she muttered. "I have no idea. Magic movers can't be telepaths." "Well, clearly they can." He combed his fingers through his thick, coffee-colored tufts and shrugged. It's never happened before. We don't have telepathic gifts. Well, maybe magic movers couldn't be telepaths, but vampires sure could. The telepathic abilities of the vampires were well known, but they had their restrictions. She could only think of 2 ways telepathic connections were established. The first was the simplest, the bond between the maker and the made. She had a connection to Frederick because he'd created her. The second, no, there was no way that could be true. The only other way for a connection like this to form was if 2 people were soul-struck. They had to be vampires for that to apply, right? Shit. He still wouldn't meet her eyes, and somehow the loss of that crystal gaze made her feel sad. She shoved the unjustified sense of loss aside, telling herself there was no way she'd been struck. Couldn't have been. Eldon wasn't a vampire. This was a freak accident. It would probably never happen again. Somehow, between her attraction and her anger, they'd fused some strange, impossible connection, and as quickly as it had come, it left. Ro blew out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. You know what? I don't have time for this right now. Her purse lay on the floor near her chair. She leaned over and retrieved it. His eyes snapped up to hers, the connection filling the emptiness instantly. You can't just forge a mental tie with me and walk off. She rose from her chair. Like hell I can't. He snatched her hand. Like hell you can. The touch didn't burn this time, but sent shockwaves of warmth through her arm. The intimacy of his unexpected hold sent her mind reeling, the lust in her mental kettle reaching a boiling point. Don't touch me. She ground the words out through clenched teeth. My house, my rules. He leaned closer, too close. And if I remember correctly, you touched me first. She jerked her hand away and spun toward the door. You said you were going on a suicide mission, Eldon said quickly. What does that mean? That's none of your business, she said over her shoulder, marching through the doorway. Where are you going? He demanded. Again, none of your business. Far, far away from here. She needed to leave this room, now. I meant tomorrow. He followed her down the hallway, keeping at her heels. What was this sudden interest in where she was going? Last time she checked, vamps and magic movers weren't exactly friends. I can't tell you. She didn't look back at him as she flung open the front door. And why not? Because the king forbade it. Rummaging in her purse, she found the keys and clicked the button to unlock her Porsche. As she marched along the cobblestone walkway, his footsteps fell close behind her. She swiveled and collided with a thick wall of muscle. She peered up at him, suddenly feeling tiny despite her supermodel altitude. God, he was tall. Just so you know, she squared her shoulders, since I'm fairly confident you don't like me being here, I won't be back to bug you again. I only came here to see if you had anything to do with the relic's disappearance. And your verdict? The weight of his stare anchored her in place. She shrugged, trying to downplay his effect on her. I don't think so. We will discuss this incident. She opened the car door and threw her purse inside. There's nothing to discuss. Some metal wires got crushed or something. That's it. She slid across the leather and settled into the seat. His lean body blocked her access to the door. The smell and nearness of him verged on overwhelming, her lust screaming in frustration as she shut the mental door and locked the imaginary key. She'd never had a reaction to a man like this before. He put his hand on top of the car and peered inside. This conversation isn't over. She turned over the ignition, and the engine roared to life. He stepped to the side, smug confidence reading clearly on his face. Scowling, she reached gracelessly around him and grabbed the handle. Oh, this conversation is absolutely over. She slammed the door shut, his beautiful face fixed on her from the other side of the tinted glass. The Porsche practically flew out of the driveway, but something told her he was right. Chapter 5. Zipping down Highway 71, Ro flicked the blinker and veered onto the exit toward downtown. She pinched the bridge of her nose with one hand and steered with the other, trying to bring her mind back into focus. What the hell? Maybe shoving Eldon into the front door had been a mistake. Could that touch have caused this weird new connection? Like some strange magical ley-line brain fusion? No, that was ridiculous. But what else would explain it? The connection wasn't there anymore, but the warmth of his presence tingled in her subconscious, and no matter how many times she tried to kick him out of her mind, those shocking blue eyes boomeranged back into the front of her brain. "Damn it," she muttered, annoyed she'd let him get under her skin. Not that she'd mind getting under his. Damn it! She slammed a fist against the steering wheel. Seriously, not what she needed to be thinking about right now. She'd promised Frederick she'd feed, and she intended to keep that promise, but there were a few extra items on her agenda this evening, like doing a little research to find out where her common had disappeared to and how exactly someone had managed to sneak into her coven undetected. No doubt Frederick would be pissed if he knew her alternative plans for the evening, most especially her decision to go at it alone. Sure, the king had made it clear that she was supposed to be meeting up with the team, but this was personal. If she didn't get this common back, she would forfeit her life, and she was not going to trust anyone else to ensure that didn't happen. She shook her head. Tonight she'd get some answers. Someone in the Dark Realm had to know who had taken that common, and she suspected it was someone who knew a thing or two about magic, maybe even more than Eldon, and he was supposedly one of the strongest movers in the South. Yet for some reason, she knew instinctively that he didn't do it. His disbelief had been sincere when she told him they'd gone missing. But who else could break into a cavern full of vampires undetected? The situation defied all logic. The caverns were heavily guarded. She'd secured the rock with multiple forms of magical and mechanical protection to keep it safely hidden, and yet someone had still managed to take it right out from under her nose. If Eldon was as great a magic mover as the council had rumored him to be, then his magic should have been strong. Certainly strong enough to keep a weaker mover from breaking any spells. Unless old magic was involved. She'd heard that old magic held more power than the newer spells. Maybe she could find someone who knew a thing or two about the ancient craft. Pain shot through her stomach, distracting her from her thoughts as it churned in discontent. How long had it been since she'd eaten? Checking in with her mental calendar, she reviewed the past week. 3 days. She hadn't eaten for 3 days, which was definitely at the higher end of her tolerance. Older vampires could live for weeks without feeding, but 3 days was damn good for a 2-year-old. No wonder she was so hungry. She glanced down at the clock on the dash, just past 11, plenty of time to snag a little dinner after her research. Slowing down to peruse the rapidly filling pay-to-park areas, she pulled into the lot closest to the drag. An old man waddled to her car, and she rolled down the window. His breath hit her, a combination of vodka and cigarettes marching into her sinuses and taking a seat. The stink filled her car as he moved closer, and she tried not to wrinkle her nose in disgust. "That'll be $10, ma'am." The parking attendant looked at her expectantly. $10? For a freaking parking space? Ridiculous. She dangled a crisp $10 bill out the window. As he took a step toward her, she met his eyes. "Come here, sweetheart." He obeyed, lowering his head into the window. She lifted a finger to stroke his cheek, then touched the center of his forehead. A familiar tint of red flooded her vision. The man was weak, cracking under the weight of her mind control. His glazed expression tattled his condition. He was enthralled. "I'm going to park right under that light. You are going to watch my car until I return and make sure nothing bad happens to her." Her Porsche had been flawlessly maintained, and she wasn't about to let some drunken asshole ding the door panels. He pointed to the spot, and she slid right in. Depressing the button on the side of the seat, she floated back as far as it would take her and kicked off her shoes, replacing them with gold sparkly pumps. To get into bars for free on 6th Street, she needed to dress like a slut bunny, and she refused to pay cover charge on principle. Unzipping her sweater, she shrugged it off and threw it on the passenger seat. The black halter revealed exactly what Victoria was keeping secret. Breasts lifted and shifted, tats in full view, she glanced down at the colorful sleeves woven into her flesh. 6th Street liberated her. Austin thrived on music and hippies and artists. No one gawked or judged her here when they saw the tats. The human mantra, "Keep Austin weird," made a girl like her feel right at home, vampire and all. She stepped out of the car. The chirping of the alarm told her the car was locked, and she glanced at her reflection in the car window to fix her hair. Cold wind swirled around her, settling into her bones, but offering no adverse effects to her nervous system. Being undead had its perks. Click, click, click. Her 4-inch spiked heels struck the concrete, announcing her presence with each step. A whistle pierced the air, and she turned toward the source of the noise. A bouncer shot her a wide smile. She offered him a polite wink before continuing down the street. Not her flavor. Hunger protested in her stomach, curdling in displeasure at her discriminating taste. Her inner predator was begging to come out and play, but she shoved the urge aside. Not yet. Still too early. She had work to do first. Rose studied the crowds of people on the street. Bar employees stood outside, luring people into their establishments with promises of drink specials and beautiful people. Music blared in the streets, streaming out from the open doors of the clubs. A grossly inebriated bachelorette party stumbled along the sidewalk. She dodged them, smiling politely, before turning into the poorly lit bar. The overgrown bouncer held open a massive black door, surveying Rose's body with his level stare. His eyes were flecked with green, his skin shimmering ever so slightly against the soft glow of a street lamp. No doubt he was an elf. She lifted a brow, and he gave her a slight nod. Access granted. As a human, she'd always found Nightstorm a bit intimidating, the pierced and tattooed crowd daunting by its sheer size alone. But since she'd already died once, there wasn't much left to fear. Now this was her bar of choice. The scent of dwellers hung thick in the air, intermingled with the tempting aroma of humans. She strode up to the bar and perched on the edge of an empty bar stool. Someone in this place knew about the missing common, or at least knew of someone powerful enough to gain access to it. She surveyed the crowded room. One very drunk human girl speaking entirely too loud. 4 human men standing in a circle sipping fresh beers. 2 more men, not human, leaning on the bar and trying to get the bartender's attention. 1 beautiful dark-haired female with a pixie cut, also not human, flanked by 2 very interested men. The girl's pale blue eyes met hers, locking on as she surveyed Roe from head to toe. They narrowed as her brows furrowed into a deep scowl. A heavy knock on the countertop stole Roe's attention. "Anything I can get you, miss?" the man behind the bar asked. His pale skin and missing pulse gave away his condition as one of her kind. "What's that girl's problem?" Roe muttered. She glanced over at the girl again, but she turned her back to the bar. He glanced across the bar before a smile crossed his lips. "Don't mind her. She's not the friendliest dweller you'll meet." He lifted his chin. "Can I get you something to drink?" "Whiskey and Coke." "You got it. Anything for a member of the guard." Roe's gaze shot up. "Excuse me?" No one ever spoke about her position outside of the caverns. Vamps were private people. Their business wasn't discussed outside of the coven, not in front of other dwellers, and especially not within earshot of dozens of humans. "Hey, relax. No one here cares about politics." He flipped the whiskey bottle upside down into the glass. "My name's John, by the way." "Roe." She offered him a short nod. "But I guess you already knew that." With a thumb, he pressed the soda button on the nozzle in his hand. "Have I seen you here before?" Possibly. It had been a while since she'd hit the night scene this far from home. "I'm not a fan of bars." He chuckled. "Not enough fresh blood in here for you?" She shook her head. "Too much noise." "I thought vampire lore said we love places like this." "I didn't read the manual." He smiled. "1 whiskey and Coke, just for you." With one hand he pushed the drink toward her from across the bar top. "You always did seem like a rebel." She arched a brow. "Always? Why, you keep tabs on me or something?" This vampire sure seemed to know an awful lot about her, considering they'd never met. Or at least, she didn't think they had. He shrugged a shoulder. "Don't be so surprised. The executioner is a public figure. Job's designed that way, I imagine." "Great." Irritated at the idea of random strangers knowing her business, she turned her attention to the crowd scattered around the room. Time to squash the small talk. Someone in here had to know something helpful. And if anyone in a bar knew where to go for information... "Can I ask you a question?" With a sweeping motion, John wiped the granite surface in front of her with a white rag. "Shoot." "In your line of work, how well do you get to know people?" Another shrug. "Better than they'd like. Alcohol has a way of making people talk." "Anyone in here ever talk about old magic?" His hand froze mid-swipe. "You shouldn't dabble in magic." Roe gave him a half-smile. Don't worry about me. She plucked the drink off the bar and took a sip, staring at the bartender as the cold drink hit her stomach like a rock. A long moment passed before the man sighed and pointed discreetly to a table across the room. Those two, over there. They're Faye. So is your door guy. Who, Frank? He's got nothing on those two. How so? She'd bet cash money that the doorman's real name wasn't actually Frank. The Fae loved to use names from their native languages. John tilted his head toward the two old men. Those two are way older than any other Fae I've ever seen here. If anyone would know about old Magick, I guess it'd be them. She smiled sweetly as she eyed her new targets and rose to her feet. Thanks, John. You've been most helpful. Any time. Although judging by the tone in his voice, he didn't mean that. Rose's stomach turned as she glanced across the room at the two Fae men. Vampires had always made a point of staying away from magic. Those with the ability to manipulate it could render a vamp's physical strength irrelevant, so it wasn't anything to mess with. Not unless a dweller really knew what they were doing, and she didn't. The one thing she did know was that Eldon had protected those rocks with old magic. He'd said so himself. She wasn't certain what that meant or why it was important, but she intended to find out. Butterflies flittered from her stomach to her throat as she took a long draw on her drink. The icy twang of whiskey settled like a rock in her gut, replacing the nerves and bringing her goal back into focus. They might be powerful Fae men, but this was a public establishment with human occupants. No way could they pull any funny business without watchful eyes playing witness. With a gulp, she made her way across the room. As if they'd sensed her approach, the two men set down their beverages and rotated in their chairs to face her. "What do you want, vampire?" the man on the right asked. He was tall and frail, his thinning white hair combed over to hide his bald scalp. The iridescence to his skin was lackluster, but obvious to the trained eye, telltale sign of the Fae. The shorter, rounder gentleman to his left grunted. Ro lifted her glass as if to invite a friendly conversation. "I have a few questions, and I was hoping you may be able to help me." "Why would we help you?" The pudgy man ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair before clasping the glass on the table in front of him. "We don't help your kind." "It's about magic." Ro lowered her voice. "Old magic." The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes. "And just what do you know about that?" "It's not what I know. It's what I need to know." Rose set her glass down on the table, then leaned an elbow on the bar-top table. "You know we can't speak of this here," Pudgy said, glancing up at Greyhair. Greyhair nodded and surveyed the room. "It's prohibited in this place. Too many humans. We can go to a private room." Unease came in a rush, settling into Rose's bones. Being alone with two old, powerful Fae didn't sound like her brightest idea. "We can speak in that corner over there," Rose said, pointing to a dark, empty corner of the room. "No." Pudgy shook his head. "I like this bar, and I'm not getting banned. We speak in private, or we don't speak at all. Your choice." Damn. Those weren't the best options, but they were her only options. These men clearly knew something about magic. They could be her only lead to finding any information about the Commons. After a moment of silent deliberation, Rose sighed. "Fine. I'll be right back." The men nodded, and she swiveled around to head back toward the bar. She might be trained in combat and skilled with a blade, but she wasn't stupid. A soldier never went in without reporting her location. As she approached the bar, John, the bartender, was hard at work blending cocktails. "Hey, John?" Ro asked. John glanced up. "How'd it go with your boys over there?" His hands moved quickly from glasses to ice to bottles. She ignored the question. "I wanted to let you know I was going to have a little meeting with them, somewhere quiet." His hands stopped moving as his concerned stare met hers. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" "It's the only way to get what I need." "So why are you telling me this?" "I think you know why." Rose's eyes narrowed. Understanding flitted across John's features as he set the pair of glasses down on the countertop. "Be careful." Ro patted the outer pocket of her purse, the outline of her favorite gun beneath a layer of leather. "I always am." With a nod, Ro pivoted toward the corner of the bar. The same unfriendly, dark-haired female set her drink down on the bar top with a loud clank, her brows pinched in a scowl. What was that girl's problem? Ro offered her a fake smile before she spun around and headed across the room. Despite turning her back on the woman, Ro could still feel her watchful stare as she walked away. The two men were waiting for her near a wall covered in thick black fabric. Pudgy pulled back the curtain and motioned toward the darkened opening. "After you." Ro nodded, reaching into her purse as she followed Greyhair into the passage. The instant she stepped into the hallway, the noise from the bar vanished. A small part of her wanted to ask how they'd managed to mute the crowd, but she already knew the answer. The lanky older man didn't bother to turn toward her as he spoke. "You certainly have some courage, walking through a darkened hallway with men like us." "I guess I'm supposed to say thank you?" She wasn't sure if he was calling her courageous or stupid. Frankly, she thought she was being a little of both. One of the men trailing behind her snorted. "Most vampires wouldn't want to be seen consorting with one of our kind." "And why is that?" Rose stared straight ahead, trying to blink her vision into focus. Vamps could easily see at night, but she'd swear the passageway was getting darker by the step. The man behind her chuckled. "Because everyone knows you can never trust the Fae." Darkness consumed her vision and she froze in place. Or at least, she thought she did. Her skin tingled as every limb lost sensation. Sound and sight evaded her as her senses blanked out, making her blind and deaf. "Stop!" Ro tried to shout, but she couldn't hear a thing. Paralyzing fear radiated through her body, every reservation she'd had about these men flooding her mind at once. Screaming into the darkness, and not knowing if she was making a sound, she cursed herself for being stupid enough to go in without backup. She was going to die tonight. "Relax, little vampire," a man's voice coaxed as she struggled to break free of his grasp. "You've got nothing to worry about." Damn, if she didn't know that was a lie. Chapter 6. Ro blinked against the inky darkness that bound her vision, but it was useless. Even if she could run, she wouldn't make it far without the gifts of sight and sound. Her mind boiled with anger at both the men and her own stupidity. She drew a deep breath and fought to maintain her composure. "What do you want from me?" A deep laugh rumbled from her right. "I believe the correct question is, what do you want from us?" "I told you, I just wanted to ask a few questions about magic." She balled her hands into tight fists. "Do you always bind the senses of people who just want to ask you a damn question?" A blinding light flashed. She lifted a hand to shield her face, batting her eyes furiously against the source of the visual assault. When she could finally see again, she lowered her arm. Cinder blocks lined the walls, painted in a sterile shade of white. Her body pulsed with the magic in the room. It surrounded her completely. The sensation wasn't exactly unpleasant, but it was uncomfortable, as if her senses had all been plugged into the same socket, and they were overloaded. A round table sat in the center, surrounded by 3 chairs. 2 of them were occupied. "Is that better?" the thin, lanky Fey man asked from his seat on the far side of the table. Pudgy sat to his left. He extended a hand. "Please, take a seat." Right. Like he could throw magic at her, and then invite her to a dinner party. "I think I'll stand, thanks." "Sit down," Pudgy growled, a green spark flashing at his fingertips. He didn't seem to speak much compared to his leaner counterpart, but his demeanor seemed far more hostile. Ro narrowed her eyes before stepping toward the one empty chair at the table. No use pissing off the men who wielded the magic. The only way she'd get any answers to her questions was if she played nicely. She lowered herself slowly into the seat, set her purse in her lap, then crossed one leg over the other. "Mind telling me why you felt you needed to blind me with magic?" "Sorry about that." Lanky shrugged a shoulder. "It was for our own protection." She arched a brow. Talk about paranoid. "Did I threaten you?" Lanky set a gun on the center of the table. Her gun. The one that was supposed to be in her purse. Unease crawled up her spine as she eyed her favorite handpiece. "Actually, yes." He leaned back in his chair. "Do you usually stow a firearm in your bag when you need someone's help?" First these men had their magic, and now they had her only weapon. A quick glance around the room told her this had to be some sort of magical holding cell. There was no door or window in sight, which left 0 options for exiting the room. This was going from bad to worse. She snorted and tried to play off the mounting discomfort. "I always carry. Doesn't matter if it's in my house or in a bar. That," she pointed to the gun, "is always on me." She reached her hand across the table, but the tall gentleman got there first. He slid the gun toward himself, but left it on the table. "Not so fast. You can have this back when we're done with our conversation." He slid his fingers along the barrel. "Until then, it stays right here." Damn. Hopefully she wouldn't need it. "Fine, as long as you help me." "Deal." The man smiled and offered a short nod. "Now, explain to me why a vampire would come into a bar seeking the assistance of two fey men she doesn't know regarding magic she knows nothing about." Ro willed herself to remain calm. Maybe she was overreacting. Aside from a little impairment, they hadn't physically hurt her yet. They could have truly feared for their safety. She was a vampire, after all. She smiled back at him, resolving to keep her emotions in check. "You've answered your own question, haven't you?" He tilted his head. "I know nothing about old magic," she continued. "That's why I sought you out." "Why us?" he asked. She shrugged. "Referral from a friend." "Who?" "Sorry." She shook her head. "My sources are anonymous." Pudgy gave Lanky a sidelong glance. Lanky rapped his fingers against the table. "Tell me, vampire, why do you need to know about old magic?" Ro leaned forward, resting one arm on the table and the other on her purse. Now or never. Why would someone protect something with old magic? What's so special about it? "That's all you want to know?" "That's easy." Lanky shrugged a shoulder. "It's stronger than new magic. Spells become stronger with age." "All spells?" "Not all, but most. I'd have to know what spell you're speaking of to know for certain," Lanky answered. Crap. She really didn't want to give him any more details than she had to, but she couldn't exactly expect him to help her without at least a little information. "It was a protection spell. A friend of mine, a magic mover, performed a spell for me to help protect some family assets. Someone broke in and stole them, and I'm trying to figure out how that's possible." "And you assume the vandal used old magic?" "You tell me." Of course she suspected it, but she had no way of knowing. Her knowledge of magic spells was limited at best. "What type of protection spells did your friend use?" Lanky asked. "Strong ones." "Which ones, specifically?" No way could she tell him that. As far as she knew, the pool of dwellers with the ability to pull those spells off was tiny. Any hints would give away her resource immediately, and she couldn't put Eldon in that position. "That's irrelevant. I just need to know whether or not old magic can break strong protection spells." Lanky leaned forward in his seat, his gaze traveling over Ro as if scrutinizing every detail of her expression. She tried to relax her features and offered up the best poker face she could summon. "You know," he started, a menacing grin crossing his face. "I heard a rumor recently about some special objects going missing. You wouldn't happen to be speaking about the very same thing, would you?" Shit. The commons. How did he know about the commons? She shook her head. "I'm talking about something stolen from my family." "Are you sure?" His brow lifted in interest. "You weren't protecting an ancient relic that's recently disappeared?" "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." They were on to her. She needed to get out of this place immediately. She rose from her chair and swung her purse over her shoulder. "I think I've gotten all the information I need from you gentlemen. Thank you for all your help, but I really need to get going." Lanky barked a laugh. "You're not going anywhere, vampire." "You can't keep me here." Her gun was still positioned on the center of the table, teasing her with its proximity but still too far away to do her any good. Why didn't she bring her backup gun? And why did she change into these stupid high heels? She couldn't stash knives in shoes like these. "To the contrary, I'll keep you here as long as I like." Lanky rose to stand on the opposite side of the table. "Now tell me where the relic was hidden." "My family's business doesn't concern you." "But your family's possessions do." He circled the table, each step bringing him closer to her. "What line are you from? Who is your maker?" No way was she bringing Frederick into this. Knowing that she held a position of power could only lead to bigger problems. "Let me go." Gun or no gun, She needed to get the hell out of here, now. "Who is your maker?" She took a step back. "Bite me." Lanky lunged forward, landing on Ro and knocking her backwards. His knees landed against her shoulders, and he pinned her to the ground. She twisted to throw him off, but failed to move an inch. Vibrations of electrical energy pulsed through her body where they touched, freezing her in place. "Give me your necklace," he shouted to the chubby man who was still sitting in his chair. The round man sprang up and rushed to his companion's side, silver chain in hand. Oh no. Silver. Rose struggled and squirmed, but no amount of exertion freed her from his hold. Nothing hurt a vampire worse than silver, and she'd experienced it firsthand, more than once. "Tell me who your maker is, and I'll make this easy on you," Lanky growled. "Why do you care?" Ro grunted beneath him, pissed at her body for not responding to her commands. "Because I know someone who would pay a pretty penny for some intel on that relic, and you're going to give it to me." "Yeah, that would happen right about never. Fuck you. Who the hell wanted intel on the commons? Were they Fae?" Lanky suspended a silver pentagram only an inch from her face, dangling it from the chain in his hand. "Even better, maybe you know where the common disappeared to. Oh yes, they'll pay well for knowledge like that. Or did you take it and hide it somewhere?" She turned her face away, as if somehow that could improve the distance between her and the silver. "Why would I hide it? I'm trying to find it, dumbass." He dropped the chain and it grazed her skin, setting her cheek on fire. Unable to hold back, she screamed as the metal burned her flesh. He lifted it away. "Tell me where you hid it." "I didn't hide it." The fireball of pain exploded, engulfing her face in flames. She screamed again, pushing her face further into the concrete floor. There was no way to move her body away from the source of the anguish, but she tried anyway. "Unhand her immediately," a voice boomed from the doorway. Ro opened her eyes and glanced toward the voice, only to find the very last person she expected to see there. "Frederick!" She blinked at him, both embarrassed at her position and relieved to see his face. The Fae men didn't move, just hovered in place as if they'd been frozen there. The prince kept his stare locked on the Fae men. 4 figures entered the small room, flanking either side of the prince and blocking the doorway she'd been unable to see moments ago. She recognized a couple of the men right away as members of the guard. "That vampire child belongs to me," Frederick pointed down at her. "You will unhand her at once." Lanky sprang to his feet and held his hands up in defeat. "We were only trying to help her." Pudgy rolled to his side and pulled himself up gracelessly, then nodded in agreement. "Yes, you certainly looked like you were helping." Frederick folded his arms across his chest and scowled. "Ed?" A middle-aged man in a business suit stepped forward and pointed a thumb to the doorway. "You're out of here, gentlemen, both of you, permanently." Lanky gaped. "But Ed, we've been coming here for—" "I don't care how long you've been coming here. You know the rules." Ed shook his head. "You practiced magic in a human-occupied establishment without provocation. I can't let this one go." "But—" "Get them out of here, Frank," Ed ordered. A massive man stepped through the doorway, the cotton of his shirt stretching and pulling across his massive biceps. His dark hair was trimmed short against his skull, his friendly green eyes a stark contrast to his harsh demeanor. Ro recognized the bouncer immediately. "Just these two, boss?" Frank pointed to Lanky, and Pudgy with a hint of a grin on his face, as if he was happy with the idea of throwing those two out on their asses. Ed nodded. Frank grabbed each man by the arm, disappearing quickly out the doorway. "Ed, thank you for bringing this to my attention, and again for handling this so swiftly." Frederick offered a slight bow. The businessman bowed in return. "Of course. They knew the rules as well as everyone else. I'm just glad John let me know we had a problem before things got out of hand." He tipped his head again before he turned and followed the bouncer out the door. John. Thank God for John. Had he called for help as soon as she'd left with those men? That bartender very well could have saved her life. There was no telling how far those Fae men were willing to go to get an answer she didn't have, especially considering there was money on the table for information on the relics. Frederick glanced at the floor, his arms still folded across his chest. "I'd like a moment alone with my executioner, gentlemen." Great. Just what she needed. A private audience with the prince, who was undoubtedly furious at her for investigating alone. The fact that he'd chosen a moment of torture to waltz through the door only added insult to injury. The two members of the guard bowed slightly, then slipped out and shut the door behind them. After a long moment, Frederick spoke. "What on earth were you thinking?" Ro realized she was still sitting on the floor and rose to her feet. "I just wanted to get some answers." "And you thought this was the place to get them?" He made a sweeping motion with his hand. "Here? Alone? Without any backup? We were just talking." "Really? Is that why you ended up saddled underneath two Fey men trying to burn you with silver? It's not as bad as it— Rowan, stop it." The authority in his tone shut down the argument instantly. He may be her friend off the record, but they weren't off the record. Right now he was her creator and her boss, and he was more than a little upset. As one of the few vampires Frederick had sired, he'd always taken his role of protecting her very seriously. She lifted her head and gazed into his familiar gray eyes. He drew a deep breath and released it slowly. "You haven't belonged to this world for long enough to just go around and ask for the answers you seek. Not alone. You're going to need help." That's why the king had assigned her to that team. She was great with research and recon work, but these weren't vampires. Belonging to a world didn't equate to comprehending everything in it. "I understand," Ro said. "Do you? Because the stunt you pulled here tonight could have cost you your life. Have you any idea how old those Fey men were?" "A friend told me they were old." "Yes, I know. A friend that saved your life." She frowned. "Did John call you?" "That bartender told his boss, who happens to be a personal friend of mine. Once he knew that you were up against those Fey and that you had no backup, he thought he'd give me a call. This land is my jurisdiction, and he wanted to ensure I knew what you were doing. As it turned out, I did not." Ro blew out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "I'm sorry." She didn't know what else to say. Frederick reached out and clamped his hands on her shoulders. "I know you like to work alone, but you can't on this one. In your time as executioner, have I ever let you go into a situation without backup? Without at least telling one of the guard where you'd be and when?" "No." "Then why did you think I'd be okay with it now?" I don't know. It was stupid." That was the truth. She knew better, and yet she'd let years of training fly out the window for the chance to catch some intel and find the commons on her own. "Yes, it was stupid. Very stupid. Although I suspect you won't be doing it again." He shook his head and gave her a small smile before wrapping his arm around her shoulder and pulling her into a gentle hug. "Come on." He nodded toward the door. "I'll wait for you to grab something to eat and then take you home." "You won't believe the dress the Queen has picked out for you." Ro groaned. Frederick chuckled, the sound bringing a smile to her face as she followed him out the door. She could only imagine what the Queen had in store for her now. Chapter 7. Eldon uncorked the bottle of vintage Macallan and filled the crystal glass to the brim. Whiskey always steadied his thoughts. Considering this was his fourth glass since that vampire had left, he'd hoped his mind would be clearer by now. The entire contents slid down his throat in one shot, burning its way into his stomach. What a waste. That vintage cost 10 large a bottle, so he poured another glass and tried to be a gentleman about it. Sip. Problem number 1. The little red rock had gone missing. And it wasn't any little ordinary red rock. When she'd come to visit him the first time and placed that stone on his desk, he'd known exactly what it was. Generations before, his grandfather had been on the council when they'd sealed away that magic mover the first time. The family records in the library accounted for the event in great detail, the contents of that room only for the eyes of the Tridare descendants. Vampires, on the other hand, didn't have true families, and rarely kept detailed records. They didn't like their movements to be traceable. Ro Vasile hadn't the faintest idea the level of power she'd held in that pocket of hers. He shook his head and swirled the brown liquid around in the glass. No, she wasn't stupid. She was uneducated. The ward she'd tripped when she came onto the property told him her race and approximate age, only a couple of years old, tops. Much too young for that responsibility. What on earth was the Lamia King thinking? Yet her serious gray eyes had told him She'd seen much more than her young age accounted for. He blinked, trying to forget the emptiness in those eyes. He took another sip from the crystal glass in his hand. The fact that the spells he'd cast had been broken meant two things. An extraordinarily strong magic mover, or several, broke the spell, and Ro's problem was now his problem. Spells bound in blood were difficult to cast and even more challenging to reverse. Certainly it would require more than one magic mover to offset that level of binding. Who possessed such natural power and trained skill? No one on this side of the ley lines. He shook his head, refusing to consider the alternative. Problem number 2, a vampire had gotten into his head. Judging by her reaction, she hadn't done it on purpose. She'd been as thrown by it as he was. In fact, she'd been accusatory. From what he'd read, vampires held some sort of connection with their makers, but obviously that wasn't what had happened. He wasn't her creator. Magic movers couldn't be telepaths, never had been. Yet she'd been wandering around inside his head with such ease, maintaining the tie without any concentration at all. The thought of an undead creature taking a stroll through his subconscious made him cringe. Humans were weak enough to let them in without noticing, but movers? Not a chance. He took another sip, then frowned. Maybe their family library had something to say on the matters. Yes, he'd put Adele on research in the morning. That sister of his could 007 her way through a government computer locked down tighter than the Pentagon. If anyone could find an archived, hand-scripted record quickly, she could. Problem number 3. Ro hadn't meant to do it, but she'd revealed to him something extremely important. The vampires were now making a move to retrieve their relic. Certainly, it belonged to them, and it was in the best interest of the entire Dark Realm that they retrieve it. Interesting that the Collective hadn't called him about this yet. When his father had passed away, he'd assumed his father's responsibilities on the council. He'd also inherited a massive mantle of power by virtue of his bloodline. Out of respect for his lineage, they'd call him if they'd discovered a missing common. Unless... He raised a brow as he brought the glass to his lips again. They must not know yet. Sending a young female vampire out to retrieve a relic from someone powerful enough to sneak into their coven and steal it undetected? Ro was right. This would be a suicide mission. Eldon shook his head again. Vampires really were soulless assholes. He sucked back the last of the whiskey and set the crystal glass back on the mahogany table. A buzz from his desk drew his attention, and he glanced over to find the screen of his cell phone lit up. He snatched it off the desk. Trouble. Call me. Great. This was exactly what he needed, after a visit from a vampire, notification of 2 broken spells, a missing relic, and several shots of high-dollar whiskey. Eldon slid his finger across the touchscreen to call the sender. Nick had been his best friend since childhood, and served as a fellow member of the 12-person collective. "Sup, dude?" The familiar voice came through the tiny speaker. "Why can't you call me instead of sending a text?" "Because I enjoy pissing you off." "You're an ass." "So are you." Eldon chuckled. "I need a favor." "We need to talk first." "About?" Nick paused before answering. "The common." Eldon froze, knuckles turning white against the phone in his grip. No one knew about the spells he'd cast for that vampire, not even his sisters. He cleared his throat. "What about it?" "We have a situation." Shit. Could they have found out about those spells? It wasn't illegal to perform magic for money, but the collective frowned upon it, especially when the beneficiary wasn't a magic mover. Vampires were considered the bottom of the social barrel. "And?" Eldon asked, playing it off. "The common is missing." "Which common? The one he already knew about?" "Hello, you there?" Eldon pinched the bridge of his nose. "Yeah, I'm here." "Did you hear me?" "Which common is missing?" "Good plan. Answer the question with a question." "What?" "Now you're the one who's hearing impaired. Which one is missing?" Eldon clipped out. "Ours, Eldon. The Mover's Common, the one in Paris, remember?" Like he would forget. "Yeah, I remember." "The collective is scheduling an emergency conference, 10 a.m. tomorrow." "Yeah, well, our problems are about to get a whole lot bigger." "What?" "I just had a visitor." Silence filled the line before Nick answered. "Who?" "Vampire female. I did some work for her a few weeks ago. She put a tiny red rock on my desk, which looked an awful lot like our blue one. "What did you do?" Nick whispered. "I protected it for." Nick groaned. The front door opened and slammed, announcing the arrival of Eldon's youngest sister, from what he could only assume was a bar. "Something must have been off," Eldon continued. "The spells didn't work." "What does that mean?" "We aren't the only ones with missing treasures." Nick spewed a stream of curses into the phone. They both knew exactly where this could lead. A soft knock on the open door stole Eldon's attention, and he glanced up to find his sister, Jess, in the doorway. He turned his back on her and spoke softly into the phone. "Are you finished?" "Damn it, damn it, damn it," Nick muttered. The sound of crunching echoed through the speaker, followed by silence. "Seriously, man, you know we're going to have to go to the collective with this." "I know." "You know they're going to be pissed." "I know." Another curse. "Have you told anyone else about this yet?" "No." "Not even Adele or Jess?" "No." "They're Tradare blood too, you know. They have the right to attend the session tomorrow if they want." "Not if they don't know about it." His sisters didn't need to be mixed up with this common business. Someone was on the move, and if they were anything like their predecessor, the entire Dark Realm could be in big trouble. "Is that how you want to play this?" Nick asked. "Absolutely." "Fine. I'll pick you up at 9. It's a date." Eldon glanced down, pushing a button on the phone before turning to his youngest sister. That purple dress was way too short. Fighting his brotherly instinct to give her a stern lecture about miniskirts and male expectations, he bit his lip. One shoulder propped against the doorway, Jess pulled a strand of hair behind her ear and gave him a suspicious stare. "What was that all about?" "Nothing. Just Nick calling to say hello." Jess raised a brow. "This late?" He set the phone on his desk and glanced at the massive clock on the wall. "Oh, thanks for reminding me. Partying late again tonight, were we?" "I'm an adult. My business is my business, and don't change the subject. What was that about?" She folded her arms across her chest, her stubborn jaw edging forward. "Listen, I know there was a female vampire in this house, and that didn't sound like a hi, how are you conversation, so don't play me for a fool. Either you tell me what's up, or I'll find out on my own, and you know I will. You promised, and you promised, to stop treating me like a baby, so what's it going to be?" Abra, Jess's beloved black cat, slinked between her legs, rubbing against her and purring relentlessly. Jess stared at him from across the room, her gaze unyielding. Damn it, she wasn't bluffing. She wouldn't hesitate to use her animal-speak abilities to find out what he was up to. Whatever they heard, she'd hear, and she could be unbelievably invasive with that talent when she wanted to be. He popped his knuckles, giving in. "There's an emergency collective meeting tomorrow." "Why?" "Commons are missing." "No reason to hold back now, pushy woman." Her eyebrows shot up. "More than one?" "The Mover and Vampire Commons." "Are you sure?" "Positive." "I'm assuming that was Nick and he was telling you about the Mover Common, so how do you know about the vampires?" Eldon motioned with his hand toward the doorway. "Go get Adele and bring her in here. I might as well tell you both." No point in relaying the story twice. As Jess turned and headed down the hall, he shook his head. He really didn't want to explain the business he'd done with that female vamp. They'd be furious. But his sister was right. They weren't babies anymore, and they couldn't protect themselves from what they didn't know was coming. And something told him the storm on the horizon might spell disaster. "Call to order," a voice boomed. "Call to order, collective. This meeting is now in session." A red-headed woman at the head of the table rapped her knuckles against the wood surface, quieting the chatter of introductions and pleasantries. The room was small and cramped, but as the tradition mandated, the 12 head movers of the collective crowded around the oblong redwood table in the basement of their official headquarters. They'd traveled from all corners of the globe to convene here, in the outskirts of Massachusetts. Those who didn't possess the ability to ride the lines appeared worn and ragged from red-eye flights. Eldon stifled a yawn. Nick placed a coffee on the table in front of him before settling into the seat at his right, and he accepted it graciously. Riding the lines required concentration and effort, especially when he had to focus on moving more than one person. Just as he'd expected, Jess and Adele demanded to join him, so he'd had to make the trip twice. They sat in the metal chairs on the wall behind him, silently stewing. Yeah, they were still pissed. He'd brought a vampire into their home and agreed to perform magic for her, despite his race's long-standing prejudice against the undead. With a rich family history and even richer bank account, they didn't need the money. So whether it was $5 or $500,000, in their opinion, he never should have agreed to help her. Just look at the liability he'd created. Eldon shook his head, focusing on the droning opening words of their leader. And so we seem to have a major situation on our hands. Our common is missing. The room exploded into conversation and accusations, those who hadn't been aware of the loss rising from their chairs, angry, confused, and fearful. How could this happen? Not protected? Who is responsible? The chorus of questions grew louder and louder, each person speaking over the other, a whirlwind of chaos and uncertainty. He was in no small part responsible for all of this. Eldon rose from his chair and slammed a fist on the table. Enough! The chatter sputtered into silence, dozens of eyes turning to him in unison. Enough, he repeated. There isn't time to argue about this, and there's something I need to say. Nick rubbed his eyes. The tension emanating from his sisters was nearly palpable. The collective leader tilted her head. Eldon? Thank you, Cadence. He bowed slightly. I'd like to address the collective directly, please. She leaned back in her chair, motioning towards the table in invitation. By all means. Eldon cleared his throat. Please, I ask that you all remain silent until I finish speaking. The table nodded in answer, expressions curious. Nick, Adele, and Jess stared daggers at him as he spoke. He drew a deep breath. Several weeks ago, a female vampire came to my door. She requested the most advanced protection spells I could muster, and I provided them to her at a cost. Hushed whispers rumbled in the room, the collective members glancing at each other in disbelief. Eldon raised a hand. She used the spells to protect the vampires, Common. When she came back to see me 2 nights ago, she told me their Common was missing. Now that ours has been found missing as well, I believe this changes the course of our investigation. The room erupted in questions again, people rising from their chairs. Some paced while others stood, but every single one wore a mask of grave concern. Cadence remained seated, her eyes locking on Eldon. She was unhappy, yes, but something in those eyes was calculating. Silence. The collective leader's quiet voice hushed the room instantly. People turned to reoccupy their seats. Several moments passed. She tapped her fingernails lightly on the table, but didn't drop her stare. You haven't done anything illegal, although I can't condone your actions. Are you certain their Common is missing? Yes. She paused. I'm pleased that you brought this to the attention of the collective, although I already knew this information before our meeting. The Lamia King called me personally last night. Eldon frowned. She already knew? No one spoke for a moment, but Eldon could feel Nick's stare boring into his skull. Eldon clenched his jaw and didn't dare look at him. That would only give him the satisfaction of saying, I told you so. All this drama could have been avoided. He didn't want to think about the hell his sisters would give him after this. Cadence leaned forward, placing her elbows on the table and tucking her folded hands beneath her chin. The king has appealed to the race leaders of the Dark Realm, requesting assistance with its retrieval. They have offered to assist us in return. Since we now face the same predicament, I am inclined to accept their offer. He closed his eyes, knowing exactly where she was going with this. I will assign someone to the task if I must. However, if there is anyone who would like to volunteer for the job... Her voice trickled off, leaving behind a trail of heavy implication. Eldon rubbed his tired eyes, reopening them to study the faces of the 11 fellow collective members. Each one tried to appear occupied, glancing at their nails or pretending to make notes in open binders on the table. Not a single volunteer, and who could blame them? They didn't want the job any more than he did. Yet they didn't carry the level of responsibility he now shouldered. If his spells had worked, the vampire Common would still be in the vampire's possession, and they wouldn't need to call on the collective for assistance. But he'd changed all that. He'd chosen to accept that money, and in doing so, shifted culpability to his people. Damn him, but he couldn't let anybody else stand in his place. Not when the responsibility was his. Not when he'd created the mess. "I'll go." Eldon's voice was soft, but every head swung around to face him. Cadence raised an eyebrow. "Pardon?" "I said I'll go. I volunteer myself." "No, he does not!" Jess jumped out of her chair, her loud voice ringing in his ears. "What are you doing?" Adele whispered. Nick stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. Adele gripped Eldon's arm, fingers finding bone as she squeezed. "We need a moment," she said politely, to no one in particular. "No, we don't." He turned toward his sister and glanced at her hold on his arm. "Let go." She released her grip, but held his stare. "Can we speak in private?" He studied her face, the concern in her eyes showing clearly through her familiar features. She reminded him so much of their mother. "Fine." He turned to Cadence. "Please excuse us. We'll only be a moment." Without bothering to glance behind him, he strode toward the doorway. He knew instinctively that Nick, Jess, and Adele were right behind him. Jess's anger was so hot he could feel it on his skin. "What are you thinking?" When Eldon didn't answer, Nick shoved him in the arm. "She asked you a question." Eldon raised his eyes to meet his best friend's. "This whole thing is my fault. I can't ask someone else to take responsibility here." "Fault?" Nick asked. "You didn't design those spells to fail." Jess nodded. "If the fault falls with anybody, it's that vampire girl." Eldon shook his head. "She asked me to protect them. I accepted." Adele reached out, grabbing onto his biceps. She gazed up at her brother, eyes intense and worried. "Eldon, you can't do this. I've seen it. You can't let this happen." Eldon stepped back. "What are you talking about?" Adele rarely brought up her future sight abilities. Most people considered precognition a gift, but not her. She couldn't control what she saw or when she saw it, and she never, ever divulged where their course would lead them. To her, that was playing with fire and fate. Her sister cringed. "You know I can't say. I can tell you it's not a good idea, and it's not what I want for you." "Not what you would want for me, or not what I would want for me?" She shook her head slowly. "I don't know what you want." "Then I'm doing this." The four of them stood in silence, his resolve a wall of steel between them. His sisters stood together, a united front against his decision, but powerless to override it. He stared at the ground and tried to avoid eye contact, pretty sure from the sniffling that at least one of them was crying. He would do this, and they couldn't stop him. Nick stepped forward, extending his hand. "Good luck. I guess we'd better go in there and tell them they're off the hook." Eldon shook his best friend's hand and nodded. "Thanks, man." Chapter 8. Ro hated dresses with a fiery passion, a fact she was reminded of as she stared down at what the Queen had selected for her. Absolutely ridiculous. The elaborate gown had taken her 15 minutes to put on, and most of that time she'd spent fighting with tiny zippers and lacing the black bodice. Leave it to a millennia-old vampire to select the most gothic, vampire-appropriate gown she could find. The long sleeves hid her tattoos perfectly. The bottom half of the dress hugged her ass and legs and flared at the ankles in what the Queen called the mermaid style, whatever that meant. A hairstylist had been sent in to do her hair, which now fell over each shoulder and down her waist like waterfalls of loose, tousled curls. Without the pull of the ponytails and buns she usually wore, her hair felt wildly untamed. But the gown fit beautifully, precisely tailored to flatter her tall frame. If she looked bad tonight, it would only be because of her sour expression. Fluffy, frilly nonsense simply wasn't her style. A quick attempt at walking told her the dress was for looks only, completely impractical. She couldn't run or fight in anything this tight. Thank God she wasn't on guard duty tonight. The guys would give her hell. She looked like a fucking frosted cupcake. "You ready?" A familiar voice asked from the hallway. Frederick grinned as his eyes skimmed her from head to toe, inspecting her ensemble. She gave her lips one last coat of lipstick to match her red Jimmy Choo pumps before turning to face him. The smirk across his face was too obvious to ignore, but she tried anyways. "Let's go." Frederick drove, pulling up to the winter solstice ball only a few minutes later. He slid the car into park and stepped out, strolling around to open her door as usual. Always a gentleman. He extended an arm and Ro accepted, his firm grip holding her steady as she pulled herself out of the passenger seat. The dress had no give to it, and she tried not to topple backwards. When she finally managed to stand upright, she shot him a quick smile and wiggled to adjust everything back into place. "You ready?" Frederick's eyes crinkled. Was that laughing? Was he laughing at her discomfort? That little asshat! Rose shot him the nastiest glare she could summon. As ready as I'll ever be. Hooking her arm in his, she tried to straighten her spine into some semblance of good posture. The night was cold, but nothing her vampire nature couldn't handle. As they started the hike up the small hill, she made a concerted effort to step on her tiptoes and avoid sinking her heels in the soft soil. They were new, and would not be ruined before she made it inside. Executioner, relic guardian, prom queen. She grimaced as she added the last one to her resume, trying to focus on her posture instead of the discomfort that came with wearing a corseted torture device. They arrived at the top of the hill, and a man stepped forward from nowhere to meet them. "Names?" "Frederick and Ro Vasile," the prince answered. Ro glanced around. The moon was out and the night was bright, but she didn't see any others in the shadows. 5 torches were buried in the dirt, forming a massive circle to her right. She raised an eyebrow in question, but kept her mouth shut. The man studied their faces, then peered down at the amulet around his neck. The truth charm he bore glowed green, and he gave a quick nod. "You may pass." Apparently they'd made the guest list. Frederick ushered her forward, and they stepped into the circle together. A veil lifted from her eyes. Brilliant shades and sights and sounds emerged, startling her senses and captivating her with color. A red carpet materialized beneath their feet. The vibrant runner led to a massive white tent, surrounded by oak trees bathed in blue lights, eerily appropriate for a winter party. Frederick's hand fell lightly on her back as he guided her toward the tent. His touch brought her back to reality, shifting her assignment to the forefront of her thoughts with crystal clarity. Tonight wasn't about fun or laughter or dancing. This evening marked the beginning of the greatest challenge she would ever face. The idea of meeting people she'd need to entrust with her life scared the shit out of her, especially knowing they'd never return the favor. No one trusted a vampire. Spending time in the company of trigger-happy dark-dwellers with trust issues only sounded slightly better than whatever fate Costel had planned for her if she failed. Talk about a rock and a hard place. With Frederick at her side, she stepped inside the tent. Her jaw dropped, dark thoughts briefly overcome by the interior landscape. Draped in fabric, the walls billowed like clouds. Strips of pale blue organza woven into the sides of the tent shimmered in the flames cast by hundreds of scattered candles. Strands of crystals dripped from flowering tree branches, blue flames suspended between the crystals with magic. The beauty of it all both humbled and awed her as she stared around the room. With the evidence of her murderous occupation hidden beneath layers of silk and lace, she felt completely inept in the presence of such luxury. "Ready to meet them?" Frederick whispered. His voice abruptly pulled her out of the fog of admiration. She nodded. "They're right over there." He jerked his head over one shoulder. "I'll introduce you, then step away. Be polite, please, and remember that you need their help." She snorted. What, like she'd be rude on purpose? Okay, well, maybe. His eyes narrowed and she lifted a shoulder in acquiescence. He had a point. Her life was on the line, and she wouldn't be able to find the commons on her own. A little kindness never hurt anyone. Much. "Prince Frederick, so kind of you to join us." A tall man came forward, interrupting his conversation with a tiny but somehow imposing blue-eyed female to greet them. Frederick smiled as he strode forward and shook the man's hand. "Alexander, it's a pleasure to see you again. Ro, this is Alexander the Shiftmaster." Oh, wow. Alexander was the leader of the entire Shifter Nation. Ro extended a hand. "Nice to meet you." He grasped it and brought it to his lips. "Likewise." Ugh, more hand-kissing. She suppressed the urge to wipe her hand on her dress and slapped a smile on her face. The female who'd been speaking to Alexander earlier stepped forward. The girl's chin-length black hair was interwoven with thick sections of white, framing her serious face. Given her no-bullshit style and her obvious association with the shiftmaster, Ro figured this female must be the shifter on the team. Why wasn't she forced to wear a dress? Ro caught a glimpse of the girl's stare, captivated instantly by her shockingly clear eyes. They were such a pale blue, they could have passed for white. Something about her seemed familiar, but Ro couldn't pinpoint where she could have possibly seen her before. The shifter extended a hand. "I'm Prescia. We're Tigress, and our shiftmaster's right-hand man. Or woman, I suppose." "Ro." They shook hands. "Vasile, Coven member, and executioner." "You kill your own?" Prescia raised an eyebrow. "How proactive." Her voice was sweet, but her insinuation clear, imparting the distinct impression that she didn't give a shit about making friends. And didn't that make two of them? Oh, this would be fun. "Are we making introductions over here?" The deep voice came from across the room. Still captivated by those domineering eyes, Ro watched as Prescia's face transformed from ice to warmth. Ro twisted around to find the source of her mood change. Oh, yeah, that was worth smiling about. The man stood around 6 feet tall, his arms and chest too thick to hide beneath the button-down, clinging tightly to his tan body. Prescia cut across the small circle to embrace the stranger. He laughed and spun her around effortlessly before setting her down with care. Happiness painted Prescia's dark features. "I didn't know they'd send you." The man smiled. "And I didn't know they'd send you." The height difference between them was easily a foot. Prescia had been so intense in their introductions earlier, Ro hadn't noticed just how short she was. The shifter was maybe 5 feet tall. The man turned to Ro. "Oh, sorry, I'm Timber." He extended a hand. "But you can call me Tim. You're Ro Vasile. I heard about you." Ro smiled and nodded. Something about him put her at ease. He seemed so happy. "I'm a wolf," Tim continued. "The alpha of the Austin pack. Prescia and I go way back." Trying to keep her expression blank, Ro glanced from the wolf to the shifter. Interesting that these two were friends of sorts. She'd always been under the impression that the shifters and werewolves were enemies. The wars between those races were legendary. Ro surveyed their small circle. Frederick and Alexander had removed themselves from the group and were speaking quietly to each other in a corner. Time to focus. "Who are we missing?" she asked. 4 people had been volunteered. More like voluntold, to join the team, but only 3 were here. At least Tim and Prescia seemed happy with the arrangement. Her 2 teammates glanced around the room quickly and shrugged before resuming their conversation about the good old days. Once again, Ro was ignored and alone, but she didn't dwell on it. She'd grown used to the feeling over the years. Letting her gaze drift, she tried to pick out a mover in the crowd. Unfortunately, most dwellers looked the same. If they weren't casting spells or throwing fireballs or shifting forms, they could easily be mistaken for human. She glanced at the punch bowl, then froze. Damn it all. Eldon was here, and so were those bitchy little sisters of his. He was standing across the room and speaking to them both, his hands in the pockets of his starched black suit pants. The jacket complemented his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his shape reminding her of a professional swimmer. Ro met the blazing green eyes of Eldon's brunette sister, who was clearly irritated by her presence, or possibly disgusted at being within throwing distance of a vampire. Eldon's gaze followed his sister's. Their eyes locked. Ro's stomach flip-flopped, and she abruptly turned her attention to her nails, examining them thoroughly in an attempt to ignore that entire family. Magic movers were an elitist bunch of assholes. She held on to that thought, as Eldon continued to peg her with his stare. That gaze brushed along her skin, stroking her, though he wasn't standing anywhere near her, and she wasn't looking at him. Her sheer proximity to that mover stirred her lust, and she growled in frustration. What was it with this guy? "You okay?" Prescia crept up behind her. Ro's breath caught as she swiveled toward the shifter. "Yeah, I'm okay, just waiting for our tardy teammate." Timber pointed behind her. "I think he's arrived." Ro spun around to see Eldon advancing toward her. "No, he's only an acquaintance," she answered quickly. The glare she shot him all but screamed, "Go away," as she motioned with her hand in an attempt to wave him off. He didn't stop. God, she so didn't want him distracting her right now. "No what?" Eldon stepped forward, making himself a part of the circle. "Nothing," Prussia answered, taking Ro's cue. No one outside of the team could know what they were doing here. "Oh, well, that's too bad." Eldon lowered his voice, so only the four of them could hear him. "I'm here to meet up with the team to retrieve something stolen. Must have the wrong group." Ro closed her eyes and shook her head. "Freaking solstice balls! You have got to be kidding me!" Oops. The words flew out of her mouth before she could catch them. Not at all appropriate for a classy party. No Miss Congeniality award for her tonight, that was for sure. Eldon smirked. "No joke. The collective sent me." Ro grasped his muscular arm and yanked him to the side, grateful the wizard didn't light her ass on fire again when they touched. She held up a finger to her teammates. "1 second, guys." Eldon gave her a curious glance, and she shot him a glare to let him know he wasn't welcome, and this wasn't funny. "What do you think you're doing?" she snapped. He leveled her with his stare. "You told me that whatever you were protecting disappeared. I'm a member of the collective. When we received word that our relic went missing as well, I put 2 and 2 together. I volunteered to be on this team." She clenched her jaw and heaved a deep breath, trying to get a hold on her temper. This was no place to lose her cool. "You had no right to do that." "I'm a member of the collective, and the eldest of my bloodline. I have every right to do exactly as I please. I don't require your permission." The glint in his eyes was a challenge, and she drew a jagged breath. They were fire and ice, alive and undead, the embodiment of duality in nature, the extreme of both their conditions. Somehow she knew that no matter how hard she pressed him, he'd press right back. They were the same type of person. His defiance fractured her steely nerves. She'd been forced into this team upon penalty of death, and he'd simply volunteered? What could he possibly be thinking? She shook her head. This is total bullshit. At least he wasn't in her head this time. Hopefully that had been a fluke, or they had some serious problems. He leaned into her, his lips only inches from her own. "The collective needs me. This team needs me, and you're in no position to kick me out, so I'm here to stay, sweetheart. Get over it." His hot breath sent a tremor down her spine, but she refused to allow him see her reaction. "You're certainly an arrogant son of a bitch, aren't you?" "You kiss your mother with that mouth?" Ro opened her mouth to give him an earful, then shut her trap. His lips twitched in amusement before he turned away from her to approach Tim. She fought the burning instinct to smack him into the ground, using every ounce of her vampire strength at her disposal. The memory of his touch was branded in her thoughts, her fingertips still tingling with the burn of ley-line fire. Not worth it. She rejoined the group, resolving to put on her big girl panties and not bitch about the new recruit. They didn't have the time and didn't need the distraction. "Sorry about that. Old friends catching up," Eldon said. Tim extended his hand. "That's cool. I'm Timber, Alpha of the Austin Werewolf Pack, but friends call me Tim. This is Prussia." He nodded to Ro. "Sounds like you've already met Ro." Eldon shook his hand, then Prussia's. Ro folded her arms across her chest, making no secret of the fact she didn't want to touch him, ever. Tim was nice enough, and between the 3 of them, he was swiftly becoming the only person on the team she didn't want to stake. She wasn't exactly sure if a stake was effective on anything other than a vampire, but she wasn't opposed to a little trial and error. Eldon held up a hand to offer a small wave. "I'm Eldon, your friendly neighborhood mover." "Looks like that's everyone," Prussia said. Ro glanced up at her teammates. A vampire, a werewolf, a shifter, and a mover. Selected to find the vampire relic or risk the lives of everyone in the room. Yeah, no pressure. Tim leaned forward. "We need to go somewhere else to talk about this. The 4 of us together are too suspicious." Casually surveying the room, Ro saw exactly what he meant. Their interracial circle of soldiers was starting to attract a few stares. Aside from this annual party, dweller races did not mix. Each race stayed with its kind. She'd never quite understood why, but as far as she knew, that's how it had always been. Tim's face pinched in thought. "Prussia, you come with me. Eldon and Ro, you go the opposite way. Act casual. We'll meet up outside the tent by the farthest pillar of fire." Ro wanted to protest the matchup, but opted to keep her mouth shut instead. Tim and Prussia were clearly friends before this little match-up. Besides, it was just a quick trip outside, and walking with a wizard wasn't exactly a battle worth fighting. Trudging forward, she avoided making eye contact with her escort. Prussia and Tim broke off to the right, and Eldon steered Ro toward the rear of the tent. His hand fell on her lower back as he guided her, heat radiating through her flesh where they touched. She gulped, trying to keep her lust in check. The very last thing she needed was to stink of desire in a room full of dwellers with ridiculously keen noses. They stepped outside together, the chilly wind replacing the residual warmth of the tent and his touch, refocusing her on the task at hand. This team would help her retrieve the common, or she would die. Ro and Eldon stood together outside the tent and waited for their teammates. The brisk night air blew past them in rushes, the blasts of frigid wind squashing her lust like a fire hose to a flame. Thank God. Her dress flooded with the breeze, reminding her of its tight hold on her curves. An executioner, dressed like Halloween Barbie. Laughable. She wrapped her arms around herself, embarrassed by her revealing display. Eldon glanced up to meet her eyes, then shook off his coat and handed it to her. Here, take this. Seriously? Ro raised an eyebrow, not moving to accept the offer. I'm a vampire. I'll be fine. Surprise ran across his chiseled features as he took the jacket back. Oh. He shook it out and put it back on, then stared at the ground. Thanks for offering, though, she mumbled. Okay, so maybe he got one teeny-tiny point for being a gentleman. She joined him in his foot-staring contest, the chirping of crickets filling the awkward silence between them. Their heads snapped up in unison as Tim and Prussia exited the rear of the tent. Anyone else out here? Tim asked. Eldon shook his head. Not that I can see. Stay here. Tim flinched at the command, but didn't argue, holding his inner alpha in check. Ro's eyes narrowed as she glanced from one man to the other. There were 4 dominants on this team, each selected by their respective leaders for their authoritarian instincts. No one wanted weak representation. Forget the enemy. They'd all be lucky to get out of this without killing each other. Ro turned her attention back to Eldon. He glided around the group in a circle, his hands flexing and bending gracefully, his voice hushed as he spoke in a language she couldn't understand. Latin, maybe? As he completed the circle, the wind stopped. Even though the chill couldn't give her a case of hypothermia, she was grateful for the stillness in the air. Eldon stopped near Prussia, glancing at each of the teammates. It's a silent circle. No one outside of it can hear us or see us. Well, wasn't he full of handy tricks? Prussia folded her arms and turned to the wolf. So who do you think stole it? I've thought about it, but haven't come up with much. Tim turned to Ro. Who would want your common? Actually, who could access it? Ask Eldon. Damn it, she hadn't meant to say that out loud. Prussia's brow wrinkled. What? Ro shot a glance at the wizard, his quick glimpse telling her this may not be the proper time or place to bring up their history. Too late now. She cleared her throat. You know how you and Tim knew each other before tonight? Prussia glared impatiently. So what? Yeah, well, Eldon and I knew each other too. I hid the common in a box in our kitchen cabinet and hired a magic mover to perform blood and vocal protection magic. No one should have been able to break those spells. Tim looked annoyed. And? I know Eldon because he was the mover I'd hired to perform the spells. Prussia and Tim turned to stare at the wizard. Wait, Prussia aimed a finger at Eldon, glaring at Ro. You're telling me the only way you know him is because you hired him? Ro nodded. Tim's brow furrowed in thought, but he didn't say anything. Ro shot Eldon a sideways glance. His grim expression told her he wasn't pleased with being turned into the #1 suspect, but she really didn't care. Tim glanced at Ro. So, if the spells were tuned to you, is it possible for someone else to break them? Ro pointed to Eldon. Ask him. Eldon rubbed his face. Honestly, I didn't think it was possible to break a spell that strong. Technically, I shouldn't be able to break it once it's said. But someone did. Tim's tone implied the wizard's inadequacy. Eldon's eyes narrowed. I'm a purebred with an ancient family tree. Other than the Fae, I can't think of anyone strong enough to override me. It would need to be a damn powerful fae to manage it, too. Ro brushed a hand through the air dismissively. He has no reason to want our common anyway. Oh. Pressure folded her arms across her chest and pushed a hip out. And how do you know that? Ro wrinkled her brow as she thought. Of course she couldn't know for certain, but she didn't think he'd taken the relic. What could he stand to gain from it? If he had, why would he be here? The shifter glared at Ro. Yeah, that's what I thought. You don't know a damn thing. All of you vampires are the same, arrogant and uneducated. Most especially you, vampire girl. Rumor has it you're practically a newborn. I'm the youngest executioner on record, yes, but I'm damn good at what I do, and I hardly see how that's relevant. Newborn? Tim's eyes gave away his obvious shock. Great. Vampires want us to put our asses on the line to find their common, and all they sent us was a damn vampire toddler? Ro's jaw clenched. She was arrogant? Since becoming a member of the Dark Realm, she'd tolerated a prejudice she didn't deserve or understand. It wasn't like she'd signed up on the vampire waiting list and shouted, "Pick me," when she'd been beaten and left for dead in that alley. She didn't ask for this life. This life had picked her. She'd trained her ass off, learning to be a soldier and doing what she had to do to survive, and she'd be damned if these narrow-minded, pretentious assholes were going to point the finger at her and tell her she was the lesser being. Fuck that. Whipping an arm across her body, she palmed a dagger hidden in the holster at her thigh. Rip! Ro's dress split higher than its sexy design intended as she heaved the blade through the air. Years of experience told her it would land dead center in the trunk of the oak 50 yards away. It did. She spun around to face her teammates, expression impenetrable and her voice like steel. I may be young, but I'm a trained assassin. I have a black belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I've trained in Krav Maga, and I've been an executioner ever since I got my fangs under control. I was strong as a human, and I'm lethal as a vampire, so surely I can add something to this little band of warriors here. Her eyes locked on Pressure. I damn sure could take you out. Hearing the open challenge, the shifter stepped forward until they were toe-to-toe. I'd like to see you try. Ro wiggled her eyebrows. Love to. Tim lifted his hands. All right, chill out, vampire ninja. Presh, stop antagonizing her. I'm sure everyone can fight. Damn straight, Ro mumbled. Pressure rolled her eyes. Whatever, bitch. Ro sprang forward, but Eldon's tense arms were somehow faster, anticipating the move and wrapping around her to hold her back. Her legs flung up in the air as she fought against him, fangs extending and begging to rip apart the vein in that shifter's neck. A burning roared up her arms where Eldon's body touched hers, and she froze. The burning ceased. She pulled away again, only to feel the burning intensify, followed by immediate relief when she quit struggling. Tim held Pressure in a similar grip, her expression nothing short of furious. Lady, settle down, Tim said. Eldon spoke quietly into Ro's ear. Wrong time and place. Damn it, he was right. She quit struggling. I'm okay. Put me down now. He released her, but remained tense, and she brushed off her ripped dress. The Queen wouldn't be happy about that. Tim let Pressure go, both men clearly ready to jump back in if they needed to. Yeah, working with each other would be peachy. Tim cleared his throat. Back to business. Now, anyone have any bright ideas about who stole the vampire common? I mean, other than the obvious choice? Eldon folded his arms and cocked a brow. The obvious choice? Tim lifted a shoulder. You cast those spells. You know you're a prime suspect. My magic and my family are clean. I'd never do anything to endanger them or my race. How do we know you're not reporting to the enemy? Are you suggesting I would endanger my pack? No more than you're suggesting I'd endanger my family. Packs are different. Eldon snorted. Yeah, they are. At least my family is my blood. Oh, fuck. Totally the wrong thing to say. Tim drew a deep breath. A roar screamed in Ro's ears, the fury spilling out of the werewolf like rain from a thundercloud. To insult the bond of the pack was the ultimate offense to his kind. The connection tying their pack together held in higher esteem than even their blood relations. The bond was their deity, and Eldon just crapped all over it. Tim launched himself into the wizard, tackling him to the ground. Prescia and Ro froze, stunned by the sudden role reversal. The fists were a blur in the dim lights, but Eldon somehow managed to fight his way to the top, pinning the wolf beneath him. Prescia rushed forward and pulled on Eldon's shoulder, but he wouldn't budge. Fucking men? Not 2 minutes ago they were lecturing her on the cons of fighting in public, and here they were, treating the grass like a wrestling mat. Ro hooked her arms around one of Tim's and yanked back with everything she had. He didn't register her touch. What the hell? Despite her vampire strength, the wolf kept swinging his free arm as if she weren't there at all. Still linked with Tim, Ro braced herself as Eldon reared back to slam Tim into the ground again. Tensing every muscle in her body and closing her eyes tight, she waited for the blow. But it never came. Ro blinked her eyes open, watching in slow motion as Prescia began to fall backward. A new flavor of blood hit the air as Eldon wheeled around to see what he'd hit. Prescia's nose was clearly broken, a crimson splatter across her shirt. Concern fell across Tim's features as his arm slipped from Ro's grasp. He rushed toward the shifter, ducking another blow from Eldon and sliding across the ground in time to capture Prescia's head in his hands. He placed her gently on the ground before rising again to face the magic mover. The anger that had once been a rolling boil exploded into a seething rage. Tim hurled all of his weight into the air, slamming Eldon into the back of the tent. Blue glitter fell from the sky. Ro glanced up, temporarily stunned by the sparkling air, before she realized what had happened. Eldon's circle of silence had fallen, and every person within earshot would be able to hear the brawl happening behind the tent. It would only be a matter of seconds before someone came to investigate. Shit, she needed to do something. Fast. With the force of a freight train, Tim rammed Eldon into the tent again. The poles creaked against the added weight. A tiny, dark-haired girl poked her head outside. Her eyes widened before she pulled her head quickly back into the tent. "Fight!" Guests filed out by the dozens, the crowd growing as more people shouted, drawing attention to the fight. Oh, crap, they had witnesses. Ro wanted to usher them back inside, but Prescia caught her attention. The shifter sprinted forward. Blood trickled from Eldon's nose. At once, Ro's instincts went on high alert, forcing her fangs into full extension. But it wasn't the instinct she usually experienced with the smell of blood. Must protect Eldon. The compulsive need resounded within Ro's subconscious, demanding immediate action. As if identifying a new enemy, Prescia surged toward her. She ignored the shifter and kept running. She had to get to Eldon. Almost there. An explosion of blue flames erupted from Eldon's hands as he pressed glowing palms against Tim's arms. The wolf howled in pain and yanked his arms away. Ro shrank back at the sight of the blue light and hit the ground, remembering that burn. The reprieve didn't last, and Tim didn't learn his lesson, rushing toward Eldon again. Chaos surrounded them. The air filled with shouting, screaming, crying. When did everything go to hell? Pop. Ro glanced up to see Prescia's body shivering, taking on its alternate shape. Captivated, she froze in place as the shifter morphed, her body twisting and bones extending until only a magnificent white tiger remained. The black and white streaks of her human hair transformed into the Bengal stripes of her alternate self, her eyes the same striking icy blue. Holy shit. Prescia stared at Ro with those crystal eyes for a long moment before her motives became clear in their depths. If they were picking teams right now, Prescia would defend Tim to the bitter end, and Ro would be damned if that wolf killed Eldon. Tim knocked another fist into Eldon's face, spattering blood along the dry grass. Curses flew through Ro's mind, but they weren't hers. Her connection with Eldon emerged, melding their minds together until she felt his pain so clearly it was like it was her own. Her hands tingled to the point of burning, and she realized using leyline fire wasn't without consequence. The sound of Eldon's cheek crushing on impact sent her into a spiral, her own cheek exploding with pain as she hurled herself into the air to cover him with her body. Immortality was only a gift of the Fae and the vampires, so a few sticks and stones wouldn't hurt her. Not permanently. She landed on top of him, covering him in time to absorb a blow that would likely have put him in a coma. Tim was fighting blindly now, the alpha need to retain control of the situation coursing through him, the smell of pride like burning leaves permeating the air. Ro turned her head in time to see Prescia galloping toward her with long strides. Closing her eyes tight, she tensed to absorb the shock of the tremendous weight as the tiger approached with incredible speed. But it never came. She tried to open her eyes to see what happened, but couldn't. Her eyelids simply wouldn't move. "Ro, what the blazes are you doing?" The Lamia prince's voice boomed in her skull, replacing her connection to Eldon's pain with his anger. "Frederick? You'd better have one incredible explanation for all of this." Rose struggled to open her eyes, but they wouldn't budge. Did she get knocked out? Had her eyes swollen shut? She tried again, only to find that her lids might as well have been glued together. "I can't open my eyes." "That's because of the collective through-line magic over the four of you, until we can clear this place out. What were you thinking?" "Oh, crap. Nearly every person in this area of the Dark Realm would be at this party tonight, and they'd made a huge scene. Huge." "We didn't mean to." Geez, that was a piss-poor excuse, wasn't it? She wanted to scold herself for using it. "It doesn't matter now. I'd hoped you'd all be adults about this so we wouldn't have to force your hand, but it's a little late for that." "It was just a little fight." "No, it was a big fight that could have exposed your purpose and gotten you killed. Really brilliant." If Ro had been able to move, she would have cringed. She felt terrible, and not from the fighting. They were behaving like a bunch of high school kids picking a fight, not grown adults set out to protect their world. "I didn't start it." Oh, she was full of brilliant excuses tonight, wasn't she? "Yeah, well, we're about to end it." "What does that mean?" He didn't respond. "Frederick?" Still no response. "Frederick, what are you talking about? What does that mean?" "You'll see." Chapter 9. A cool breeze brushed against Eldon's skin. The walls of the tent flapped in the wind, the remnants of tarp thumping against the exposed metal beams, protruding from the ground. Sometime between introductions and a knockdown drag-out fight, they'd managed to shred half of the white walls and destroy what had been, no doubt, many hours of hard work. Hushed conversations of the few people remaining were a dull hum in the recesses of his mind, yet his beautiful red-headed sister's voice was the only one he could hear. "Can't believe you did that. You could have gotten yourself killed tonight," Adele lectured softly. Jess settled her hands on her hips, her voice hushed as she stared up at him. "What are we supposed to do without you, huh? You made a promise." Eldon cringed as the memory of his mother's last wishes played in his mind. "Take care of your sisters, son. Keep them safe. They're your responsibility now." He'd vowed to his mother that his sisters would be protected under his watch. How much good could he do them if he was dead? "I didn't mean for things to go so far," he said. His sisters may be a pain in the ass sometimes, but he loved them just the same. They were all the family he had left. Eldon glanced down at the tattered remains of his Armani suit. Shame to throw the thing in the trash. It had been his favorite. With a sigh, he cast his gaze across the scattered remains of the ball. After all the guests had cleared, the aftermath of the chaos was even more apparent. Flowers were strewn across the ground, their broken glass homes littering the grass. Small patches of charred ground still smoldered from fallen candles, the stench of the burned pasture hanging heavy in the air. Like boxers in a ring, each team member stood tucked away in a far corner, reviewing various injuries. Nothing major, aside from some scrapes and bruises, from what he could see. His own injuries would have been significantly worse, had Ro not thrown herself on him. Of course, her actions had hardly been necessary. Women shouldn't throw themselves in harm's way, ever. Any man with his salt wouldn't allow it. Although Ro wasn't exactly a delicate female, was she? She was a vampire. God, the whole meeting had been a disaster. They couldn't make it through the night without killing each other, and they were supposed to preserve the Dark Realm? Not likely. "Did you start it?" Nick asked. Eldon didn't respond. Sure, he'd been known to push a few buttons now and then, bend the rules a little. Families of privilege had power, and with power came a lot of get-out-of-jail-free cards. He'd used at least a book of them. Nick's eyes narrowed. "Answer me, you giant ass. This whole thing stinks of you." Eldon met Nick's eyes but said nothing. Only his best friend could talk to him like that without feeling the bruising pain of retribution. "That's what I thought," Nick muttered. "You and your big effing mouth. You bucked up to that alpha, didn't you?" Ignoring the question, Eldon glanced innocently around the smoldering lawn. Cadence, the leader of the collective, had stormed off to tend to another matter, as she put it. She'd be back shortly. To say she was pissed would be an understatement. To his right, the vampires were tucked away near a fallen white drapery, the Lamia prince's voice quiet, his expression serious. Ro leaned subtly against a tent pole, her body shifted to one side, as if to favor a broken rib or two. To the left, Prescia shared a similar fate, nail marks strewn along her face, blood spatter decorating her tasteful slacks. The shiftmaster hovered over her now human form, his words firm and quiet. Clearly, Eldon's corner wasn't the only one facing a lecture circuit. His sisters continued to take turns with the oration, their words an unregistered drone in the back of his head. He stifled a yawn. Tim stood in the far corner, flanked by two of whom Eldon could only assume to be top-ranking pack members. He'd sent the rest of his pack off as soon as he'd been released from the collective's hold. Other than the pack mother and forerunner of their race, his alpha status meant he answered to no one. Must be nice. He turned to find Jess, her brow pinched with the same worry their mothers had always borne. "Do you understand how devastated we'd be if something happened to you back there? How could you be so irresponsible? Sure, maybe the vampire is stupid enough to—" "She's not stupid," Eldon snapped. His sister gaped. "Excuse me?" He caught a glimpse of the vampire in question. God help him, he couldn't help but defend her, even if she was one of the undead. "You heard me." "She tried to kill you." "She tried to save me," Eldon corrected. "What?" Nick asked, stepping forward. "I offended the Alpha's pack bond." Nick closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead with his palm. "Dumbass." "Not arguing that." "You're lucky he didn't kill you," Nick said. Jess raised a brow. "How did she save you?" "She jumped on top of me. The blow she took could have killed me." He would know. He'd felt everything. The mental connection he shared with that vampire wasn't a fluke. Couldn't be. Not after a second ride on that merry-go-round. When things had gotten intense and out of control, she'd gotten back into his head. Everywhere and nowhere, she'd completely encapsulated him, wrapping her mind around his as he did the same, not purposefully, but instinctually. He'd never felt anything like it. Then she'd thrown herself on top of him. He'd known the moment Ro made the choice to save him. It felt like ownership, but it wasn't his owning her. No, it was the other way around. She threw herself on him to protect him, as if he were hers to protect, which made absolutely no sense at all. The pain intended for him had been unleashed on her, and despite the force hitting them both like a lightning strike, he'd remained intact. She'd known she could recover from that sort of physical assault, whereas he would be hospitalized for days, maybe weeks, possibly even months. A small part of him wanted to stroll across the field and thank her. He shook his head, allowing the logical portion of his brain to kick into gear. She was a vampire, not a martyr. He couldn't understand why she'd done what she did, but making a public expression of gratitude probably wasn't one of his more brilliant ideas, not to mention that their connection shouldn't be possible. The repercussions, if news of their telepathy spread to the council? He cringed just considering it. The tent poles creaked. Cadence appeared from behind a tattered white wall, stepping over the carnage and beelining it for Eldon. When she reached him, she didn't say a word. She whirled around to face the others. "Before we discuss anything tonight, I must ask that only the chosen and their leaders remain. The rest of you may leave." Protests rang out, voices raised in anger at the dismissal. Cadence held up a hand, standing firm against the onslaught of curses and disapproving stares. Adele clenched her fists by her sides and spun to face Eldon. "I'm not going anywhere." "Neither am I," Jess chimed in. Eldon turned to grasp Nick on the shoulders. "Take them back to the house for me. I'll be there soon." Nick stared up at Eldon, his discontent with the request reading clearly in his eyes, but Eldon didn't care. This wasn't up for debate. Whatever they were going to do tonight didn't need an audience, and they'd already seen and heard way more than they should. Involving his sisters any further would compromise their safety, and he wouldn't let anything happen to them. Not on his watch. Not ever. Understanding trickled through Nick's gaze as he offered a quick nod. "Let's go, girls." Nick snagged their arms and started to drag them away, their complaints loud and plentiful, but completely ignored. As the rest of the grumbling crowd dispersed, the remaining few formed a small circle. The Lamia prince stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Madam Collective, I apologize for my subject's behavior. I understand if you choose to no longer assist us in our endeavors." Cadence waved a hand dismissively. "Stepping aside is no longer an option." She glanced at Eldon. "Set a silent circle, please." Eldon offered a quick nod before turning to follow orders. Speaking softly, he wove his hands in the complicated, familiar pattern. Latin fell from his tongue as he recalled the spell from memory. Directing the ley line energy into his palms, transparent blue arcs cascaded over their heads in a blanket of protection. When he completed the circle, he turned to face the group. Alexander stepped forward, pointing a finger toward the ground. "I demand unification." Eldon arched a dark brow. Unification? As in forced cooperation? Cadence tilted her head in acknowledgement. "Stepping aside is no longer an option for us. It has been brought to my attention that the Mover's Common is also missing." Brought to her attention his ass. She'd known about the loss for days. "Ours is missing as well," Alexander said. Eldon winced. Oh, shit. 3 missing commons? The vampire prince's eyes grew wide. "Why did you not bring this information to the council immediately?" Alexander shrugged. "We weren't certain it was truly missing until now." The prince turned to the wolf. "Where is your common?" All eyes turned to Tim in unison. Please let the 4th common still be in this wolf's possession. They hadn't even begun to search yet. Could it already be too late? The wolf reached into his shirt, pulling out a silver chain woven through his fingers, and held it up to display. A silver band dangled from the thick braid, the prongs supporting a massive black diamond at the center. The wolf's common. Eldon released a breath. Sighs were expelled around him, echoing his own relief. "Our common resides safely within the Austin Pack. Our pack mother entrusted us with its care until the mission is complete," Tim answered. Cadence nodded. "This is good, very good. I agree with Alexander's assessment. The team must be unified in goal, or they will fall apart, as they clearly proved tonight." "What would you suggest?" Tim asked. Alexander folded his arms across his chest. "Blood bonding." Rose's eyes grew wide as Frederick yanked her arm, placing himself defensively in front of her. "Completely out of the question. Blood bonding may not be significant to your kind, but to us it means something much different." Alexander's brows furrowed. "It's the only way to ensure they are unified in their goals." "I'm okay with this," Tim said. The prince scowled. "I will not subject Ro to the torture of a bonding which will tie her to these people for the rest of her immortal life. Find another way." Cadence smiled. "So the master cares about his minions, does he?" "Tread lightly, Cadence." Frederick's voice was low and menacing. Smile falling, the collective leader's eyes narrowed. "Regardless of your duty to her, I see no other way." There had to be another way. Eldon squinted, staring off into the dark space beyond them as he racked his brain for binding spells. Usually he didn't care about vampires. Undead or really dead, they didn't matter to him in the slightest. But Ro didn't deserve to be bound for eternity to someone against her will. Bonding her through blood would mean her teammates would be her only food source. Worse, if one of them died on this mission, she might die too. Asking her to pay that price for people she barely knew didn't seem an even trade. She'd saved his life, and he owed it to her to find another way. Hell, even if she hadn't, forcing anyone into a bond seemed cruel. They needed something permanent, something that would always be there, but wouldn't affect health or free will. He glanced at Ro, still standing behind her maker, one of the sleeves on her dress torn to reveal. "Cutis ligare," Eldon blurted, staring at the designs on Ro's arm. The solution was right in front of him. The collective leader's head popped up, her eyes meeting his before she gave him a short nod. "What?" Frederick asked. Cadence's stare didn't leave Eldon as she spoke slowly. "Skin binding." Silence prevailed. Nervous glances bouncing from one person to the next, Frederick raised a brow in question. "Skin binding." "A marking, bound by spelled ink and blood," Cadence answered. "Not a blood bond?" the prince asked, still apprehensive. Eldon shook his head. "Not really. We take the blood into our flesh, not our soul. It would bind us without compromising Ro's safety." Tim folded his arms across his chest. "How long does it last?" "How long do tattoos last?" Eldon replied dryly. Precia's expression darkened. "No way." The shiftmaster shot her a warning look. Clearly he'd planned on making the decision for her. "Your actions have given us no choice," Cadence replied. "You will tie yourselves together either by the blood in your body or the skin of your flesh. I don't care which. We can't afford to have you at each other's throats again." Silence fell for a moment before a small voice spoke. "I'll do it." Ro's head appeared from around the prince as she stepped to stand at his side. The prince studied her for a moment. "Are you sure?" She shrugged. "What's a little more ink going to hurt? At least it's not a true blood bond." Tim nodded his approval. Eldon paused before doing the same. What did he get them into? He'd heard of cutis ligare before, but he'd never performed one. From what he'd studied, the spell bound a promise to the skin. A version of it was used in mover marriage ceremonies, but this wasn't a testament of love. The binding would be eternal and couldn't be removed, except in death. He could only hope there weren't any side effects listed in the fine print, which he hadn't exactly read yet. Casting a casual glance at his teammates, Eldon took in their demeanors. Ro stood tall, resolved and anticipating. Tim's expression was one of acceptance, although a nervous energy rested beneath its glossy surface. Prussia was a wall of anger. She shifted from foot to foot like a boxer, prepping for the big fight, her hands curled into tight fists before she splayed her fingers apart. Extend, retract, extend, retract. Shifters were independent creatures by nature, held under the mantle of only the shiftmaster. They transitioned into whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. So long as they answered the shiftmaster's call when needed, they were free to travel as they wished. The idea of being tied or accountable to anyone other than her leader, especially someone outside of her own race, must have had pressure crawling in her skin. The shiftmaster tugged on her arm to pull her aside, uncomfortable silence filling the night. The grouping stood under a blanket of quiet and glittering stars, trying to ignore the impatient voices rising and falling from the pair. Although Eldon wasn't sure what they could possibly argue about, there weren't many options available, and the leaders were demanding action. Face flushed and brows pinched together, Prussia and her boss stepped back into the circle. "Alexander wants me to tie my flesh to this mission, so that's what I'll do." Cadence clapped her hands together. "Excellent. We'll do this tonight. Eldon, does your sister carry a supply of spelled ink?" He nodded. "I think she keeps." "I have plenty at my place," Ro interjected. Several eyebrows rose. Cadence cast Eldon a quick glance before staring curiously at the female vampire. "You keep spelled ink in your home?" Ro shrugged. "I have it if you need it. Our home is close, so it'll save you a trip to the store." Spelled ink was used sparingly, often by the Fae for their special ceremonies. The skin of immortal beings dispelled regular ink. Not a problem for magic movers, their skin being similar to humans. But vampires? He'd never heard of a vamp using spelled ink. Or magic, for that matter, although Ro's visit to his house seemed to break that particular mold. She must have gotten it from his sister, but Adele had never mentioned it. He made a mental note to ask her about it when he got home. Frederick. Cadence sought the prince's permission. Ro leaned over, whispering into the prince's ear. The prince rubbed his eyes and nodded before answering. Yes, she can go. A tiny smile curled along the vampire's lips. Hiking up the shredded remains of her skirt, she tore off into the trees. Chapter 10. Ro burst through the front door of the ranch house, ignoring the surprised faces of her coven mates, as she shoved her way past them and headed toward the kitchen. Whispers echoed off the stone walls in her wake. The fight had unquestionably made headlines in the dark realm by now, and she sure as shit didn't have any patience for answering inquiries from that rumor mill. Fortunately, no one stopped her as she threw the basement door open, hitting the stairs as if her heels were on fire. Down the stairs and to the right, left, through the corridor and into the main hall. People scattered as she barreled through the common room and rushed toward her bedroom quarters. Another left. Frederick had been furious. Rightfully so, of course, considering everything riding on this mission, but she hadn't expected the disappointment hiding in his gaze. Somehow that stung so much worse than his anger. She gave the doorknob to her bedroom a harsh twist and pushed the door open. Her heels clicked on the tile floor as she stepped inside and locked the door behind her. Those coven keepers were a godsend. The bed had been made while she was gone, the doors to the wardrobe on the opposite wall closed to hide the mess within. No one was allowed in her closet. From the moment she'd been assigned the task of executioner, she started collecting spelled ink. As a member of the Guard, her life was earmarked for the service of the royal family. Everything she owned had been paid for by the king and could be taken away as easily as it had been given. Tattoos? Those were permanent. She could mark her skin however she wanted, and every jar in the box represented another shade of opportunity. A chance to remember who she'd become and where she'd been, what she'd done, and a reminder to never, ever be the weak human female she'd once been so long ago. Those little bottles allowed her to feel some semblance of control, despite everything else in her life being decided for her. Forever. The only way out of her role in the coven was second death. Although, with this latest assignment, that release seemed attainable. Hell, she'd nearly gotten herself killed tonight. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind of the negative thoughts. Focus, Ro. She flung open the doors to the closet. Clothes that had been precariously stuffed into the wardrobe fell like an avalanche onto her feet, hiding the tips of her dirty shoes beneath a pile of soft rubble. She cast a glance downward. Laundry, both dirty and clean, lined the floor as well as bottom of the closet. Prohibiting the coven keepers from entering her closet had its downfalls, but that was the price she paid for privacy. The mess could wait. Grabbing a handful of miscellaneous attire, she started digging her way to the bottom. Shoes, socks, shirts, jeans. Damn it, she really was a slob. Her professional life was always in perfect order, her knives in neat rows inside her nightstand, guns and ammo in the drawer. Her personal life never mirrored the concept. Tossing the clothes over her shoulder, she aimed for the back right corner, pretty sure that was where she left the box. More shirts, another pair of jeans. How many fuzzy socks did one person need? Cold metal brushed against her fingertips. Bingo. She pulled the small black metal box from the recesses of her closet, revealing the simple design, no locks required. Vampires weren't exactly breaking down the door for spelled ink to mar their eternally perfect complexions, and with the king taking care of their financial needs, no one truly wanted for money. She popped the lid open with care, revealing 27 glass vials of preserved ink. Each vial set her back at least $1,000, but they were worth it. She'd had to consult with several different movers around the country to amass this quantity. Hunting for something new was always part of the fun. The myriad of colored caps stared back at her, each one identifying the pigment held within the vial. Just looking at them made her skin itch. She ran her fingers across the row of lids. She'd started her tattoo collection as a human, the wings on her back a memorial to her parents. The Hebrew script, "I am who I am," on her shoulder, was one she'd gotten for her 21st birthday 5 years ago. But this new marking, this would be the first tattoo she'd ever received, which served an entirely different purpose. It would bond her to 3 strangers she'd barely met. The idea of this marking made her stomach a little queasy. How could she trust people with her life when she barely knew them? The years of bouncing from foster home to foster home, never quite living up to each new family's expectations, had taught her to keep her guard up. People came and went. They rarely stayed. Other than Frederick, she had no permanent ties in this world. Now she would have 3. Trying to ignore the weight pressing against her chest, she snapped the lid shut and set the box back onto the ground, then glanced down at the shredded remains of her slinky gown. What a waste. At least Frederick had given her permission to change into something less tattered, and presumably less revealing, before rejoining the group. She shimmied the ragged remnants off her body, kicking the fabric off her ankle and onto the bed before slipping into a pair of jeans, a plum sweater, and her knee-high riding boots. Time to hustle. She pulled her shoulder bag across her chest and tucked the box of ink into the bottom. Her favorite gun fit neatly into an outer pocket, and the knives took up their normal residency in the holsters at her waist and in her boots. God, she hoped she was doing the right thing. The impatient stares of her teammates greeted Ro as she rejoined their ranks. "The ink?" Cadence asked, extending a hand. Ro opened the flap of the shoulder bag and pulled out the box, handing the container and its contents to the collective leader. Not knowing exactly what they'd need for the spell, she'd opted to bring her entire collection. Cadence took the offering and flipped the lid open, brows rising as she surveyed the contents. This will suffice. Damn right it would suffice. That ink was like liquid gold, and Ro had handed over her entire piggy bank. Trying not to sulk, she resumed her place by Frederick. Cadence wasted no time as she stepped toward a table that had been placed in the center of the grouping. "Eldon, bowls, please." Eldon nodded and stepped forward. His voice was low as he murmured and moved his hands along the wood surface. With a quiet pop, a small crystal bowl appeared before him, then another, and then 2 more. Cadence placed the box on the table and pulled out a full vial of red ink. The lid cracked as she broke the seal on the cap. Wait, was she gonna... Ro held back a yelp as she watched the contents of an entire vial splash into the first crystal bowl. An entire vial? She'd never used an entire vial, ever. Not with all of the tattoos on her arms put together. What kind of ink job was she doing that would require so much juice? She held her breath as Cadence repeated the process with the yellow ink, followed by the blue ink, then the black ink. 4 entire vials of liquid, emptied. If she'd known the woman was doing a dump job, she wouldn't have given it all up so easily. The 4 crystal bowls sat in a line on the table, each filled with a different color. Cadence stepped forward. "Eldon, your palm, please." He didn't argue, just held out his hand, palm facing up. "Knife?" Cadence asked. Ro glanced up from the bowls to find the mover's hand extended toward her. Knife? Oh, right. Ro had made no attempt to hide the 7-inch steel blade at her waist, the shiny hilt a stark contrast against her dark blue jeans. Eyes drawn to the bowls again, she pulled the large blade from the sheath and absently handed it to the collective leader. Damn, so much ink in those bowls. Questions rattled around in her mind as she considered the possibilities. Blood. The glorious tang of freshly exposed flesh hit the air, snapping Ro back into reality like a slap to the face. Eldon stood before Cadence, and she drew Ro's blade across his palm with the precision of a skilled surgeon, the crimson liquid bubbling up at the side of the wound. Latin spilled from her lips, a florid arrangement of quiet, foreign words droning in the background as Eldon's blood stole the show. Fangs punched out of Ro's jaw. Eldon tilted his hand over the first bowl. The crimson fluid fell in a steady stream, the mouth-watering aroma riding the air. She'd fed recently, but a vampire was never truly sated. Not without a mate, anyway, and that blood smelled divine. Wait. Frederick held up a hand. Eldon squeezed his hand into a fist, stopping the flow of blood into the first bowl. Ro bit her tongue to keep from protesting the interruption. The group turned in unison to stare at the prince. Frederick folded his arms across his chest. English, please. Do the spell in English. The request broke Ro's fixation on Eldon's clenched hand. She glanced at the group, distrust clear in their expressions. Cadence's eyes narrowed before she lifted a shoulder in acquiescence. "That is not our way, but I'll grant you the request this once." She glanced at Eldon. "Continue." Eldon released his fist over the second bowl, allowing the blood to run freely again as he filled each of the 4 bowls. The delightful, spicy scent Ro had associated with him before made her senses take flight, fangs ever ready to answer the call of her instincts. Damn, what she wouldn't give for a cocktail. "We call you now, Spirit Earth," Cadence whispered, while motioning to Tim. Tim stepped forward and extended his hand, his nose to the sky. He held himself as a true alpha would, outwardly unfazed, as the mover slashed her blade along his tan flesh, streaming fresh blood into each of the bowls. By water, fire, land, and sky. Ro extended her hand at Cadence's command, watching the same blade carve a path along her palm. The burning tinge of pain arced across her senses. The blood fell from her hand and hit the bowl beneath. So by this Magick, bound in flesh. Brescia took a reluctant step forward and offered her hand, cringing as the blade met her skin. The sour stench of fear coiled around the shifter, coating Eldon's sultry spice. It would have been easier to feel a little bad for her if she wasn't such a bitch. "Each shall not let the other die." Silence filled the night. Ro could practically taste the apprehension lingering in the air around her, intermingled with the heavy tides of anger and fear emanating from her right. It rolled off Brescia in waves. Cadence dropped low, as if to scoop the air from the ground as her voice grew louder. These 4 alone were separate souls. Ro watched in wonder as the colored liquid in the bowls, tainted with freshly added blood, began to stir themselves. Extending an arm, the collective leader made a swiping motion across all 4 bowls, forcing the mixture to spin like a cyclone in a drain. "These 4 a tie shall bind." Nervous energy gathered in the pit of Ro's stomach. She thought this was just supposed to be a tattoo or something. Cadence lifted her hands over her head, expression lost in the power called to her fingertips. At once, the air became electrified. The instinct to run pulsated against Ro's brain, but her feet wouldn't budge. Impressions of fear permeated the air, throwing her keen olfactory sense into overdrive. What the fuck? For where their purpose was air apart, the mover spoke clearly, voice booming. Something was wrong here. This couldn't be what she'd signed up for. Frederick had warned her about blood magic, and had she listened? No, of course not. She'd run to the damn house and got the ink to facilitate this whole thing. Idiot! "This spell shall unify," Cadence shouted as she fell to the ground, slamming her hands against the earth. Everything exploded. The sound of crystal shattering blasted in Ro's ears, followed by the shouts of familiar voices that seemed inexplicably distant. Pain radiated through her right hand, intensifying as it spiraled through her shoulder and headed like a heart-seeking missile into her chest. She fell to her knees, the burning in her soul matching only the burning in her palm, somehow doubling as a floodgate opened in her mind. Her thoughts were no longer her own, as they jumbled with the voice of another. Someone who had been in her mind before, although the pain was so tremendous she couldn't remember who or when, or care why. The voices were suddenly drowned out by screams, blood-curdling screams. Whose, she couldn't be sure. And then everything faded to black. Chapter 11. The breeze took Ro along as she rode through the air like a fallen leaf, the wind stroking her skin and twirling her at its leisure. Tendrils of warmth pulled her closer to a thick wall of heat, reminding her of the days she'd spent playing outside when she was a little girl. Glorious summer heat. Sunlight had been her best friend. Wait, sunlight? Flailing her arms, she fought to free herself of the heat's embrace, yet it only held her tighter. She couldn't die this way. Maybe on a mission, or in a fight or something. Definitely not for making the stupid mistake of sleeping outside, or getting her ass dragged into the sun. Unable to open her eyes, Ro fought against the darkness and the unfamiliar heat. She kicked her legs and screamed as loud as she could. Not a sound escaped her lips. In fact, she couldn't hear anything at all. Was she dead? The skin binding, the pain and the spell, those were her last memories. Oh, hell no, she wasn't going out like this. The collective leader must have fried her right in front of the race leaders. That bitch, and she thought Ro was dead? Ro threw her arms out harder, kicking higher and faster than she had before. She felt like she was riding a bike and striking a punching bag at the same time, the muscle memory churning through her brain. She may not be able to see or hear, but she could swear her limbs were moving. Had to be. Whoa, whoa, calm down. The familiar voice spoke quietly into her ear, stilling her at once. Frederick? The noise that escaped her throat was a barely audible scratch of sound. He pulled her closer to his body. Shh, I'm right here. Where? I can't see. Her vision remained a frightening blanket of darkness as she tried to focus on the sound of his voice. None of you awoke after the skin binding, but you all survived. I held you while I misted to try and get you home faster. I misted? She'd seen older vampires mist before, turning into nothing more than dense fog as they moved around undetected. Frederick's chest rumbled as he let out a small laugh. Technically, I misted, but yes, that's why you can't see yet. I didn't know you could take people with you. You're not supposed to know. Ah, so that was one of the gifts reserved for the oldest vampires, or perhaps only royalty. Thankful Frederick was the source of the heat and not the blazing sun. She allowed her body to relax into him, his strong arms surrounding her with a sense of safety despite her vulnerability. That's it. Relax, Frederick said quietly. Where are we? Just got to my bedchambers. The prince's bedchambers? She started to squirm out of his grip, but he easily overpowered her feeble movements. Don't fight me on this. Frederick's tone was stern. You're in no position to protect or take care of yourself. But the king... Soft pillows took the place of Frederick's chest beneath her head, his arms replaced by the soft luxury of an expensive mattress and silken bedsheets. Sleep was imminent, only a hair's breadth away as she fought to keep it at bay. He chuckled. I'll worry about the king. You go to sleep and heal that hand. She wasn't healed yet? A slight pang took hold in her gut as she considered the newsflash, but the thought only lasted for a brief fleeting moment before the darkness consumed her once again. Coffee. The scent was Ro's mental alarm clock, one of the only things capable of springing her from the dark, quiet solitude she found in sleep. She blinked her eyes against the dim candlelight, trying to find the source of the Colombian blend. Easy there, Tiger. Frederick sat in a chair pulled up alongside her bed and extended the mug like a peace offering. I knew this would get you up. He flashed a smile, his sharp white incisors peeking out from behind thick lips. Even in the dark, she could see the familiar sparkle in his light gray eyes. Ro glanced around the room, still dazed. Where am I? What day is it? Relax. You're still in my bedroom, and you've only been asleep for the day. Sun just set. Hence. He motioned the cup in a circle to taunt her. You know me too well. She pushed herself up on the pillows to take what he offered. He grinned and turned his gaze to the ground. That I do. The coffee slid down her throat, burning its way into her stomach and anchoring her to reality. Last night had been quite the... Holy shit! The coffee sloshed in her mug as Ro set it quickly on the nightstand. Whipping the blanket off her body, she glanced down at her arm. She shoved her long sleeve up to her elbow and turned her hand over. What is that? She whispered, glaring at her palm. The mark. Frederick's response was dry, as if he didn't care or didn't want to remember that she'd been bound by the flesh on that hand. Lifting her palm toward the candlelight, she studied the pattern woven into her flesh. In the blackest ink she'd ever seen, her skin had been branded with the emblem of the Magick movers. The interlaced triquetra sat at the center of her palm, a knotted pattern of 3 interconnected loops bound together by a circle. Mind, body, and soul, unified to one purpose. Surrounding the triquetra were 4 smaller circles, each comprised of a different color of ink, matching those the witch had poured into the bowls. She pulled her hand a little closer to the light to get a better look. No wonder the witch had needed so much ink. She'd never seen a tattoo with this much pigmentation before in her life. Her skin had absorbed the dye like a sponge, the color so vivid she wouldn't argue if someone told her that her flesh had changed colors altogether. North of the triquetra sat a circle filled with red ink, and opposite, a black-rimmed circle unfilled. To the right there was a circle half-shaded with blue ink, a yellow version mirrored on the left. Rose squinted in the dark light, allowing her acute vision to focus. Those weren't circles. They were moon phases. The triquetra sat at the center of the illustration, the moons positioned around the symbol as the moon revolved around the earth, the center of life, of mind, body, and soul. The marking was truly a work of art. "How did I get this?" Ro asked. For the life of her, she couldn't remember the tattoo gun. No humming or wiping, just pain, and then nothing. Frederick leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest. The collective leader performed the spell. What she neglected to inform us was that the skin-binding spell would knock you out cold. "All of us?" He nodded. "As soon as the spell was over, you all hit the ground like someone pulled your plug." Ro twisted her wrist to examine the rest of her arm. "No shit." Such language. Frederick shook his head before rising from his seat. She winced. "Sorry." Along with her tattoos, Frederick disapproved of her potty mouth. She tried not to curse in front of him, but sometimes the words just came out. He took a step toward her bed and reached out a hand, stroking her cheek with the back of his knuckles. "You never have to apologize to me." She smiled. "Yes, I do. You're the boss, and you're old school. I know you hate it when I curse, so I shouldn't do it." She shrugged her shoulder. "Sometimes it just slips." He placed a finger on her lips and held it there, as if to hush her. It worked. Ro shrank back at his touch. "There are so many things I've wanted to tell you," he said softly, "and now it seems we're out of time." She made a move to open her mouth and answer him, but he kept his finger pressed firmly against her lips and cut her off. "I've always known you were different. Never apologize for who you are, Rowan. You're perfect." Her chest contracted as he leaned closer to where she lay, motionless. "You don't have to go on this mission. I can't tell the king no, but I'd hide you if you asked me to. Just say the word, and I'll take you somewhere no one can find you." He pulled his finger from her lips, brows pinched in concern over his clear gray eyes as he awaited some sort of response. She had no clue what to say. Her gaze darted around the room, brain scrambled as she tried to process what he offered. Was he offering her a ticket out? Could he do that? She'd bound herself to the obligation physically and magically. Surely the way out wouldn't be as simple as walking away. She slowly pulled her body up to sit in the bed. "Frederick, I don't see how. I mean, I promised. It was my fault. In front of everyone, I promised." His long, slender fingers gripped her shoulder as he ran his gaze over the length of her body. "Forget what you promised them. You're all that matters." She searched his face, trying to understand where all this was coming from. Certainly he didn't mean that she was all that mattered. She knew for a fact that she didn't matter at all, not even a little bit. She wasn't royal, powerful, old, or even very strong. Sure, she was trained, and that counted for a little something, but she was totally, completely replaceable. All executioners were. "No, you're not," he whispered, pulling the thought straight from her head. "I made a promise to the team." "Spells can be undone. Don't worry about the team." "I don't think that spell can be undone. And I made a promise to the king." He rested his head against her forehead and let out an exasperated sigh. "Screw the king." "Excuse me?" Her jaw flew open. Did he say that out loud? Frederick pulled his face back, only far enough to meet her eyes, his hazy stare penetrating right through the center of her soul. From the moment I first watched you, long before I ever changed you, I knew I loved you. Everything about you. I thought the king made you executioner to punish me, but now I think he's always known my feelings for you and wanted to protect the crown. He never wanted us to be together. Please, come with me. Please. He stared at her, his eyes pleading his case. Then he leaned in. Soft lips landed on hers, the aggression in his kiss shutting her up despite the storm of thoughts circling her brain. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been kissed and couldn't clear her head enough to care. Arms wrapped around her body, pulling her closer into a strong wall of muscle as he deepened the kiss. His tongue licked along her lips, pleading for entry. His kiss grew more demanding, and she wanted to surrender to him. He could give her everything. He could make her eternity so simple. But Frederick loved her? As in, love? She couldn't give him that. She didn't feel that. He'd been polite and kind to her since he'd changed her over, but... Ro pushed back from his embrace, breaking the kiss to glare up at him. Wait a second. What do you mean, long before you ever changed me? Frederick's face blanked in surprise. Answer me. He opened his mouth before closing it again. Tell me what that meant. He stood in silence before letting out a defeated sigh. I knew you before that night. Before the night you changed me? He nodded. I followed you. She leaned back, but his grip held firm on her arms. You saw? I'd left to feed. When I came back, I saw those men all over you. You killed them. Her hand traveled to her throat as the memory of that night flashed through her mind. She'd been too far gone to know what had happened to the men who'd attacked her, but never forgotten the moment they'd stopped. Her breath hitched in her throat as she stared at the man across from her. Frederick's gaze was a combination of sad memories and steely resolve. I know what they did. I killed them for it. He'd been there all along, lurking in those shadows. She thought the feeling of being followed was only paranoia after her parents' death, but she should have guessed by now that every shadow in this world was a real threat, and everyone had a motive. You'd planned on changing me all along, didn't you? She accused. The king ordered me to follow you. I don't think he ever intended for me to change you. You were stalking me, watching out for you. Why? Frederick glanced at the floor between them, his hands still locked on her arms. The king thought you'd be useful, but he couldn't tell me why, just that you were someone special who needed to be watched after. Why wouldn't he send one of the guard? He shook his head. I can't answer that. He told me he didn't want anyone else involved. After I saw you the first time, I didn't question him again. I knew I was meant to protect you. The whole time, all along, she'd been another puppet in the king's master plan. What he wanted from her, she hadn't a clue, but she'd made it this far without being killed in his little game. She'd see it through to the end. You've done your duty, then, Ro said. No need to trouble yourself for me. Frederick's eyes snapped up to meet hers. I didn't mean to fall in love with you. It just happened. Like I said. She turned her stare to the floor. You've done your duty. His nostrils flared. Don't you dare discredit my affections. She lifted her chin to meet his gaze. You lied to me for years. And what do you want me to say? That Costell told me to follow you but never told me why? What good would that do? At least I'd know that Costell wanted me for something, instead of only suspecting it. That would only give you less closure than you already don't have. When those men nearly killed you, I had to change you before you bled to death. I didn't think that no life would be better than eternal life. Ro snorted. Frederick's brow creased in frustration. What point do you think you're proving by getting yourself killed? I'm a female of my word. Despite being bound by magic and blood, I gave an oath, and I intend to keep it. They'll kill you. Then I'll fight to the end. Frederick dropped his hold on her arms, his hands falling to his sides and clenching into fists. He spun around to face the wall. "How can you do this?" The broken tone of his voice shattered her heart. She might not love him like that, but he was her closest companion. Aside from him, she had no one else. She stepped forward to clasp a hand on his shoulder. "Frederick, please, you're my best friend. Don't make me choose between you and my obligations. I can't run from this." He grunted. "No, not you." She shrugged, even though he couldn't see it. "You know me. Always chasing trouble." Frederick turned around slowly to face her. "I hate letting you go." "And I hate going. But we all do what we have to." He reached out to cup her face in his hands. "Call on me. Anything you need. Just ask." She met his eyes. "I know." He leaned forward to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead before pulling back to stare at her again. His gaze combed her from head to toe, as if he were taking inventory of every piece of her. She found herself doing the same, memorizing the familiar eyes and strong cheekbones of the face she'd seen so many times before. They stood in silent commune for a moment, before he broke away to stand by the door of his bedchamber. For no apparent reason, he stopped to glance up at the ceiling. "There's an abandoned warehouse at Congress and First, near the river downtown. The team meets there at nightfall tomorrow." So she had until then to pack and get everything in order. "Got it." "Stay here as long as you'd like. I'll be gone until tomorrow," he said over his shoulder. "Thanks." His hand gripped the doorknob, but he didn't turn the handle. "Ro." She stared at the ground. "Yeah?" "I still love you, you know." She smiled. "I know. And I love you, too." He shook his head. "Not the way I want you to." "No, but I love you the way that counts." A light chuckle escaped his broad chest. "I suppose that will do, for now." The door creaked as Frederick pulled it open, then clicked it shut behind him. Silence fell in the space between them, growing exponentially every second until she feared it might swallow her whole. She flopped backward on the bed and closed her eyes, trying to pretend her best friend wasn't so far away. Chapter 12. The well-worn wooden door slammed behind Ro, the sound ricocheting off the walls with each step into the warehouse. Her combat boots clunked on the pavement as she strode into the abandoned room. Where was everyone? She set her backpack on the ground and shrugged off her dripping army green slicker before hauling the pack onto her back again. The storm had made her later than she'd thought she'd be. Not that she'd planned on being late. Damn alarm clock. She pulled up the sleeve of her cream turtleneck sweater to glance at her watch. 7:30, not too bad. "Hello?" Her voice echoed against the chipped red bricks and sloppy mortar walls. Silence. Dust hung thick in the air as she surveyed the empty room. The musty stink of abandonment clogged her nose, and the sediment she'd stirred burned her eyes, but they were here. She could sense them. Adjusting the heavy pack on her shoulders, she took a few steps forward. The room was dark, and she glanced at the floor to try and see where she was going. There they were. Footprints covered the floor. More than 3 for certain, but surely the race leaders had this place scoped out before they'd sent in their troops. She wouldn't put it past Frederick to have the place cased before she arrived. Picking an arbitrary set, she followed the prints through the massive room and toward a small door in the corner. A deafening boom thundered in the stillness. Ro hit the ground as the door in her sight swung open and slammed into the wall behind it. Who the hell was that? With a shrug of her shoulders, she removed the bag from her back, grabbing her knives as she sprang to her feet. "Your reflexes need some work." Precious stood in the doorway, one hand propping the wooden door open, the other wielding a pistol. "Everyone else is here?" "Yeah, it was Super Bitch. With a gun." Precious' demeanor offered zero hospitality, her black and white striped Adidas pants matching the striping in her cropped hair. The black tank top she sported showcased a tan, her muscular arms still aiming a gun at Ro's chest. Ro sheathed the blades. "Sorry I'm late." "So glad you could join us. I was terribly worried. With a roll of her eyes, Prussia marched and turned back through the doorway. Whatever, Ro muttered, following the shifter and throwing a hand up to stop the door before it slammed in her face. A tingling sensation trickled through her arm at the touch, and she stuck her foot in the doorway to prop the door open. A quick glance revealed the marking on her palm, a reminder of the promise she'd made, the reason she was here. She didn't want to be here, but she didn't have anywhere else to go, despite Frederick's tempting offer. True to his word, he hadn't returned last night, leaving her to sit and stew on his proposition. A really, really enticing proposition. But she wasn't a coward, and she didn't turn her back on her responsibilities, no matter the circumstances, even when life was a real bitch. The past 10 years had been a major bitch. Ro pushed the door open to find her teammates huddled in a small kitchen. She took a step forward to greet them. Her right hand exploded into full assault pins and needles, nothing compared to the light tingling she'd sensed at the door. Ro froze in place, staring at her hand in horror. What the hell is that? 3 heads snapped up to stare at her. Tim barked a laugh. Tingling? He opened his palm to stare at his own mark. Us too. Eldon tightened his marked hand into a fist. It'll stop in a second. Ro frowned and shook her hand. This is normal? Eldon rubbed his open palm on his jeans. No idea. It goes away, thank God, Prussia muttered. Great. The brilliant mind who'd come up with the whole binding idea didn't even know how it would affect them, and she'd signed up for this shit. Flipping fantastic. Ro turned to Eldon. You seriously don't know? Spells cast with blood work differently based on the subject, so this is new to me too, Eldon answered. She raised a brow. So, what? We're waiting it out? Hoping nothing bad happens? That's the master plan? He nodded. Well, wasn't that scary? She cleared her throat and tried to change the subject. So, I take it these are our new digs? The tiny makeshift kitchen had been built for minimal abuse, possibly a break room at one time. An old fridge was tucked into a corner, and a microwave sat on the dusty countertop, but from the smell in the air, neither had been used or cleaned in quite some time. Sometimes a liquid diet wasn't all that bad. Tim leaned a hip against the countertop, his casual track pants and wife-beater tank not distracting from his clear alpha dominance. Collective says the place is warded. Race leaders seem to think these are neutral grounds, so, yeah, welcome home. Sorry, no creepy underground accommodations for you, suckface. Prussia stood near Tim on the opposite side of the room. Ro shrugged and ignored the jab. It'll do. Just give me darkness and I'll sleep like the dead. Eldon snorted. I'll bet. He pointed toward a doorway on the far side of the kitchen. Your room is through those doors and to the right. Last room on the left. We already picked rooms? Ro asked. This place is full of offices. Only one of them has a solid door and no windows. We assumed you'd want it, Eldon said. Wow, they were more thoughtful than she'd given them credit for. Thanks. The straps to her backpack cut into her shoulders, reminding her she was still lugging the thing around. Leaning to one side, she let the pack fall to the floor and land with a thud at her feet. She'd packed the contents down so tight she'd forgotten how heavy the damn thing was. Frederick had asked the coven keepers to make sure she had appropriate attire and gear for any occasion, and they'd taken him literally. From a sparkly dress to leather pants, high heels to watertight combat boots, they'd packed everything she could imagine she'd need, even a few things she swore she wouldn't. Attempting to be prepared without knowing where she was going or would end up had proven to be a challenge. Tim ran his hands across a piece of white butcher paper on the kitchen island. We were discussing possible suspects and training. Ro shoved her hands into the pockets of her jeans and leaned forward to inspect the notes. The Fae? 5 names had been written as 5 separate categories on the paper, each one the name of a race: shifter, mover, werewolf, vampire. Fae had been circled and underlined, twice. Prussia picked up a pen and leaned forward to prop her elbows on the countertop. The Fae haven't come forward to either inform the Council of a missing relic or to offer assistance. They aren't represented among us, so they're suspect. Other than the obvious suspects, of course. Eldon glared at her from across the kitchen island. Do you want to go there again? Prescia glared back. Just because you're not personally guilty doesn't mean another mover couldn't have done it. Movers wouldn't. The conversation faded into background noise as a dull pain crept up Ro's spine, settling at the base of her neck. If she didn't know vampires couldn't get headaches, she'd swear a migraine was brewing. Ro pushed the pain aside. You wrote down Fae. Why them? What would they want with the commons? She wasn't sure, but she had a feeling they were going to find out soon. Eldon glanced at the vampire, uncomfortable with the nearness. He'd been around more vampires in the past few days than he had his whole life, and the exposure was unsettling. No, the exposure to this one was unsettling. Shifters and werewolves were dangerous in their own right, but they weren't immortal. He wanted to typecast her as the evil, parasitic villain he'd been told all vampires were, but somehow she was different. She'd saved his life. Eldon. Precia's voice snapped him back to reality. Sorry, he said quickly. What was that? The Fae. Care to weigh in on the subject? Right, the Fae. It makes sense. They could summon enough magic to counter my spells. Prescia settled her hands on her hips. Are you saying a mover couldn't? He shrugged. It's unlikely. Be logical. If you could make the spells, it's reasonable to assume that someone of your skill level could break them. He shook his head. There aren't many movers like me. Some of the things I can do, my power level is different than others. Prescia took a step forward. God, you movers are all so arrogant. You think you're so powerful that no one could ever break any spell you cast. Eldon frowned as a dull pain speared through the base of his skull. I never said that. What were these sudden accusations, as if his entire race were on trial? You don't have to say anything. Prescia pointed a finger at him. It's written all over your face. He took a step forward, pushing his chest into her finger. Then quit looking at me. Damn, his head hurt. She snatched her finger away. Don't flatter yourself. Eldon rolled his eyes and pivoted on a heel to face Tim and Ro, who were standing quietly in the corner, grimacing and rubbing their temples as if they could massage away a headache. With Prescia rattling baseless accusations, he could feel their pain. We're never going to get anywhere if you're not willing to consider the possibility that a mover could be behind this, Prescia said. Eldon spun around to face her again. What do you have against movers? Because you're battling me over something I'm not even arguing. He ground his teeth, trying to push aside the pain knocking around in his brain. Her brows shot up in surprise. Not arguing? What do you call this? Are you guys hearing this? He let out a harsh laugh. We're arguing about arguing now. Prescia's brows furrowed. Quit deflecting. Then quit being a pain in the ass. Stop it! Both of you! Ro shouted. Eldon turned in time to see the vampire hit her knees, head clutched in her hands. Tim sagged into the wall beside her, his skin a sickly shade of green. Ro? Eldon rushed forward to crouch at her side. Are you okay? Prescia moved quickly to stand by Tim and pressed her palm against his forehead. You're burning up. Side effect. Ro mumbled miserably into the cheap tile floor. What? Without thinking, Eldon reached out and rubbed her back. Her shirt was soft and cool to the touch, the outline of a sports bra beneath his fingers. The chill of her skin surprised him, but then he'd never touched a vampire before. Stop fighting, Tim panted, face pressed against the wall. Prescia's expression turned from concern to confusion. The fighting makes you sick? Like, physically sick? Ro nodded, forehead still pressed to the tile. Terrible. Headache. You've got to be kidding me, Prescia muttered. Eldon shook his head as if the movement would help relieve the world's worst migraine. After a few minutes of quiet, Tim's color finally returned to his face. He pulled his head from the wall. No more arguing. The command stretched across the room, a tidal wave of intangible authority despite the weak resolve in his voice. He rubbed his temples and closed his eyes. Enough. Let's just figure this out so we can all go home. No one said a word, the answering silence and agreement to new rules based on the uncontrollable circumstances. But what were the conditions? He'd read that skin binding could carry some complicated side effects, but he'd never imagined anything like this. They'd bound themselves together in purpose, but the spell would force their compliance on a whole new level. If this small quarrel was any indication, they couldn't even debate each other. Son of a bitch. Chapter 13. Eldon glared at the old-fashioned clock beside his head and fought the urge to blast it to pieces with his bare hands. Every tick felt like an hour. Each day, a lifetime. Tick, tick, tick. Closing his eyes, he rolled away from the clock and faced the wall. Dull pain spurred his side as his hip dug into the unpadded industrial-grade carpet. The cold room stank of aged furniture and dust, not at all the inviting space he'd left behind at home. Sleeping on the floor sucked. He rolled onto his back again and glared at the ceiling. Fine. Apparently comfort wasn't on the menu tonight. Creak. And apparently he wasn't the only one with insomnia. He glanced at the clock again, 7:45, nearly sunset. Who could be up at this hour? They'd voted to change their schedule around for Rose's sake, not to be accommodating, but because they had no choice. The vampire simply couldn't travel during the daylight hours, and she certainly wouldn't stand for being left behind, so they'd made alternative arrangements. He blinked his eyes against the darkness and said a silent prayer that the footsteps in the hall didn't belong to Prussia. Based on his interactions with his oh-so-pleasant teammate yesterday, he decided it actually was possible for her to be bitchier than she'd already proven to be. Shocking, really. Tim wasn't much better, and Ro was still too young in vampire years to rise and shine at twilight. He couldn't blame them for their collective grumpiness. Every member of the team was balancing delicately on a precarious edge, torn between the need to find the commons and the inability to expel frustrated energy. Well, without causing physical pain to each other. And they'd been stuck like this for days. Pulling himself off the floor, he squinted and glanced around the room. His eyes burned from lack of sleep, and his back ached from the hard floor, but he ignored his body's protests as he stood up to stretch out his spine. If sleeping on the floor sucked, then sleeping during daylight hours was impossible. He must have woken up once an hour since sunrise, his body throwing a toddler tantrum about the change to his internal time clock. Eldon waved a hand at the door, and it opened without a fuss. He stepped through the doorway and tilted his head, listening. Tap. Tap. The sound of sliding locks from the main warehouse door was faint, but distinct. What could anyone want in there? He stepped out of his makeshift bedroom before he realized a very important trinket he'd left behind. Eldon pivoted to reach into the bag leaning against the door and pulled a Glock from his duffel. No point in being stupid. Both hands on the gun, he stood up again slowly and peered around the corner of the doorway. Still no one there. Yet every instinct went on high alert. They'd only been here a short time, but something about this felt abnormal. How absurd was that? He'd only known these people for a few days, and already he considered their presence normal. Maybe lack of interaction with other movers was turning his brain to mush, or the spell worked differently than he thought. Shaking his head to refocus his thoughts, he pressed his back against the wall and forced his body still. His heart beat loudly in his chest, his muscles tensed like a soldier taking his first step into combat. One foot over the other, he crept down the dark hallway. His gun led the investigation around another corner. No one there either. A muffled rumble came from the door to his left. Obviously Tim wasn't awake yet. The wolf snored like a freight train. He stepped quickly toward the noise still coming from the main warehouse entrance. That room had become headquarters, the place where they'd spent these past several days milling over possible suspects and strategy. Every time someone started a disagreement, they'd had to split into separate rooms to avoid a massive migraine, which was unbelievably irritating. They still had so much to accomplish, and that binding had done nothing but set them further and further behind. He didn't need to be reminded again that the whole spell had been his idea, The tattoo on his palm and the tingling whenever his teammates entered a room reminded him every day. And still, they didn't have a plan. God, he wanted to be home. To sleep in his soft bed and suck back a glass of Macallan and see his sisters, so long as they didn't nag him to death. Maybe even if they did. He'd never admit it out loud, but he missed them already. He missed giving Jess lectures about coming home too late and telling Adele to clean up her potion-making messes. He missed watching his sisters run the store as their mother had all those years ago. Being away from them was harder than he thought it would be. "What are you doing?" a female voice asked. Eldon wheeled around, finger-teasing the trigger of his pistol. Familiar, icy blue eyes met his. He lowered the weapon. "Damn, Prussia. Don't you know better than to sneak up on someone with a gun?" He'd been so lost in his thoughts he hadn't heard her come up behind him. "Not when they're snooping." He lifted a finger to his lips and spoke in a whisper. "Not snooping. I heard something." She raised a brow. "Investigating?" "That's the idea." "I'll check the perimeter." Nodding, she closed her eyes. "What are you—" Pop. Gold particles trickled through the air, and Eldon blinked against the shimmering dust. Chirp, 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 chirp. He glanced down, then bit his tongue to keep from busting out laughing. At his feet sat a tiny bird, glaring up at him with those same pale eyes. Prussia had taken form as a black and white warbler, the contrasting feathers striping her little body. She preened for a moment before stretching out her wings. Surely she didn't plan on. Prussia took to the air, flapping her wings sporadically before landing into a solid, steady rhythm. She landed gracefully on a window near the ceiling, then slipped out of a hole in the glass and disappeared. Well, wasn't that convenient? He headed down the hallway and slammed his hand into the wood door. It flung open just in time to catch a fully dressed female heading out of the warehouse. "Where do you think you're going?" Eldon waved a hand to flip the light switch on the wall. Ro spun to face him and hissed. White fangs flashed as she dropped into a crouch, a dagger in her right hand, her stare completely lethal and inhuman. But she wouldn't hurt him. He wasn't sure how he knew that, but he did. The bird flew from his shoulder and landed beside him on the floor. He raised his hands in mock defeat. "No need to get fangy. I was just asking you a question." Ro took several deep breaths before sheathing the dagger. She rose slowly, her incisors returning into their smaller, human form. "None of your business." "Sorry, wrong answer. Try again." They'd already agreed not to leave without backup. Where did she think she was sneaking off to? She tightened her hands into fists at her sides. "It's none of your business where I'm going." He shook his head. "Again, wrong answer. You're not very good at this game." "I don't have to explain myself to you." He folded his arms across his chest. "To the contrary, you took an oath binding yourself to this team. Your business is our business." Ro scowled. "That's such bullshit. We can't be stuck together forever." "I'm sorry. Were you not there for the binding?" He tilted his head to the ceiling and tapped his chin with a finger. "What was that spell again?" "Get off my ass." He ignored her. "That's right. Something about each shall not let the other die." "I heard what was said." Ro turned on a heel and marched toward the door. "Yeah, not gonna happen." Eldon rushed behind her, slamming the door shut just as she cracked it open. She turned around to glare up at him, brows pinched in anger. He smiled. She could glare all day long if she wanted to. She wasn't leaving without backup. She rolled her shoulders back and tilted her chin up. "I said, get off my ass." "Can't do that, since technically, I'm not on it." His eyes narrowed as he ran his gaze along the length of her body, before locking his stare on her slender face. "But none of us are leaving." Her knuckles turned white as she clenched her fists. "I have to go take care of something." Eldon reached out to tap the ley line beneath his feet and to the right. An angry, defiant vampire was hardly what anyone needed right now. He'd control the situation if he had to, but he hoped it wouldn't come to that. Although given her posture and proximity to weapons, he couldn't exactly rule it out. "Not by yourself, you're not," he said. "That's so stupid. I've already gone out by my—" She snapped her jaw shut. His eyes narrowed. What did you just say? She glanced at the floor and shook her head. Her nostrils flared in anger, but she didn't say anything. He'd caught her red-handed. You've been sneaking out, haven't you? It's not like I don't care what it's like. He cut her off. We had a deal. No one leaves alone. No one. The sound of wings flapping caught Eldon's attention, and he glanced up to find Pressure descending to the cement floor. Pop! Pressure took her human form on the ground to his right, fully clothed and fully pissed off. She tossed Eldon a sideways glance. Perimeter is clear. Her stare turned to Ro. And I saw that. You think you're the only one who wants to get out of here? I have shit to do too, Princess. Ro's eyes darkened. Stay out of this. What's going on in here? Tim's voice bellowed across the room as he appeared through the empty doorway. I feel like a woodpecker made a nest in my skull. Pressure smirked. Our beloved little vampire wants to go on a field trip. Mover busted her mid-escape. Tim's brow furrowed. Ro, where do you think you're going? Ro rolled her eyes. Seriously? I haven't had this much supervision since my parents were still alive, and I was 14. Tough shit, Goldilocks. If I'm not allowed out, neither are you, Precious said. Ro's brows lifted. Oh, really? So are you volunteering to be my breakfast? Oh, hell. He hadn't considered Ro's dietary restrictions. As far as he knew, blood was a requirement for vamps, and there weren't any loopholes. The choices were to eat or go insane, and a blood-starved vampire certainly didn't belong anywhere near their mission, or him. Ro snorted. That's what I thought. She turned toward the doorway. Wait a second, Tim said firmly. Ro froze at the command. Eldon turned to stare at the wolf, amazed at his own body's response to the order. He'd originally thought the alpha bond only worked in the wolf pack setting, but clearly that wasn't the case. Being alpha wasn't a popularity contest. It was a birthright. Tim rubbed the scruff on his unshaved chin. The issue isn't going to go away, and you're not running around downtown Austin at night alone. We'll have to figure something out. I'm perfectly capable, Rose started. It's not open for debate. Tim winced, as if the nest in his skull was growing to accommodate more birds. Not for any of you. I'm not snacking on my teammates. Rose settled her hands on her hips. Then we bring someone in. Ro glowered at him and shook her head. You know we can't bring people here, even humans. It isn't safe for any of you. True, Tim conceded. She was right. The collective had warded this place using communal magic, and the team had agreed to stay here for safety. The only place Eldon could think of that might be more secure would be his family's safe house, and that was only because he had a complex warding system and the best security system money could buy hardwired into the infrastructure. Until they understood who their enemy was, they couldn't know who to trust. But if she wasn't alone when she fed... Why can't we send someone with her? Eldon blurted. 3 heads snapped up to stare at him, varied levels of surprise flittering across their faces. Rightfully so. He'd practically just volunteered for some one-on-one time with a vampire. Sure, she'd saved his life once, but that could have been a fluke. What if she was too young to control herself? Not a bad idea, Tim answered. Not it, Precious said quickly. Tim grimaced. That leaves you and me, Mover. Eldon glanced over at Ro. Her shoulders were hunched forward, waist-length blonde locks hiding most of her face. She traced her shoe along the concrete, brushing designs into the dust at her feet as if she were hiding from something. Someone. Maybe everyone. It's fine, Ro mumbled. This vampire was a strong warrior, not a delicate little girl. Why was she acting so timid? He couldn't fault her for trying to be responsible. Even if he didn't agree with her approach, he did agree that she needed to take care of herself. Yet here she stood, knowing full well her teammates were repulsed by the very thought of spending time with her. Never mind, actually, feeding her. A thought struck him. She wasn't acting afraid or upset because no one wanted to escort her. She was ashamed. There wasn't a thing she could do about what she'd become, and she was living with the cards she was dealt. All things considered, she was adapting to their world well. He'd been told vampires were evil for as long as he could remember, and he'd believed it. Not because he knew it to be true, but because he'd never asked why. The first time Ro had come to his home, he'd been an ass. Why? Because she wasn't a mover? Because she was transformed into something she didn't want to be? Judging by the shame on her face now, he couldn't imagine this would be something she chose for herself. Eldon cleared his throat. I'll do it. Fresha shook her head. Ro's wide, shocked eyes met his. Are you sure? Tim asked. You'll be all alone. With a vampire. Eldon shrugged a shoulder. If she wanted to kill me, she would have done it by now. He hoped. Ro blinked. Thanks. She focused on her shoe, tracing a line in the dust. Can we go now? I need to eat soon. Like, really soon. He nodded. Let me take a shower and then we'll go. I'll pick up some real food, the human kind, not the blood kind, while we're out. Precia's eyes brightened. Get me a burger and fries and a soda. Her lips curved into a smile. And a blended ice cream thing with Oreos. How do you stay so small when all you eat is junk? Tim asked. She gave him a smug smile. Good genes. Yeah, right, Tim muttered as he headed out of the room, smiling. Precia followed behind him, rattling off her favorite ice creams based on her own personal rating system. First, there's mint chocolate chip, then cookies and cream, Rocky Road, butter pecan. Eldon glanced down, realizing he was only in boxers and a shirt. Good rule of thumb, mover man, Ro chuckled and shook her head. Don't blush in front of a vampire. Don't tease a hungry vamp. Good call. Sorry about that. Just hurry up and get ready. I've already waited longer than I should. He nodded, heading straight out of the room and toward his office sleeping quarters. Time to hit the shower and get ready for the day. He had a vampire to feed. Chapter 14. Ro shoved the door open and stepped outside. The humidity coated her skin, giving her that icky, slimy feeling despite the shower she'd just taken. So much for doing her hair. She pulled the ponytail holder off her wrist and twisted her mane into a messy bun. As she crossed the street, the sky rumbled, a reminder of another impending storm. In the last 5 days, it hadn't stopped raining once, and people thought Texas was a desert. Eldon followed close on her heels, his pulse taunting her with every step. God only knew why he'd volunteered to tag along while she trolled for dinner. She certainly didn't need a babysitter. Drawing a deep breath and letting it out slowly, she tried to calm her nerves. The hunger burned in her stomach and her skin itched with anticipation, the natural result of a feeding way past due. Apparently a woman couldn't live on coffee alone, despite her long-standing belief to the contrary. 4 days was entirely too long to be without sustenance. She'd definitely taken her ability to the absolute limit. So, Eldon spoke up. How are we going to do this? The gold-toned streetlights reflected off the wet pavement, bathing the streets in deceptive beauty. They were close to a strip of bars, but she had plans to scour the alleyway behind them. Nightstorm was miles away, and she couldn't risk such a public feeding without a little cover. Her human mind control only worked on those she touched. She stepped over a puddle without slowing her pace. We aren't going to do anything. I'm going to find dinner, and you're going to stay out of the way. He snorted. No need to be rude about it. I'm doing you a favor. Like Kelly was. The only thing you're doing is being a pain in my ass. She took a right around a street corner, narrowly avoiding the smokers standing outside of a hole-in-the-wall dance hall. Clanking beer bottles and country music streamed into the night, and she caught herself singing along to Garth Brooks. He picked up his pace and spoke quietly behind her. You think I want to be here? I think you have some twisted, morbid curiosity about vampires, and you're trying to get your rocks off on watching me eat. He grimaced. You think I want to watch you suck the life out of someone? Rose stopped in her tracks and turned slowly to face him. You think that's what I do? Kill humans? Eldon took a step back. When you want to. Shows how much you know. No wonder he didn't care for her race. That's what vampires do. She tilted her head. You think I'm a murderer? He didn't respond. Did he think she killed innocents? Sure, she took out an occasional rogue vamp, but that was a job. The innocents were usually the fallout from misdeeds done by others, and those she only eliminated out of mercy. A vampire version of euthanasia, in a way, and she made it as painless as she could. They were already slated for death. She just helped speed up the process. Hit for hire, not hit for pleasure, and every damn one of them grated against her soul. She shook her head. You don't know anything about me. So tell me. Yeah, right. She wondered what he'd want to chat about first. Maybe they could start with the night her parents died, and nightcap with a lovely discussion about how she executed people for a living. With a profile like hers, who needed eHarmony? Eldon shrugged a shoulder. You're not a mover. It's not my place to judge what you do according to your own laws, even if I don't agree with it. She stared down at her black and electric pink Saucony sneakers. They were her favorite pair of kicks. The ones Frederick had bought her shortly after she transitioned and left her human world and closet behind. Man, she'd love to be back at the cave right now, with the rest of her shoe collection. Ro. She peeled her eyes away to stare up at him. I'm a hired hit, and I murder vampires because it's my job. I don't have to kill a human to get a little dinner. He raised a brow. So you admit you're a murderer? Does it matter? His voice lowered. Yeah, it matters. It shouldn't. She searched those bright blue eyes. Not to you, anyway. Don't get involved with vamp business. The last thing she needed was to complicate her situation by caring about someone she couldn't protect. Not that she cared about him or anything. Why was he here? Why were they talking about this? What if it does matter? He asked. Rose sighed. Listen, I'm not proud of what I do. I mean, the bad guys, sure. They deserve what they get. But the ones who do nothing wrong? She shook her head. I don't enjoy that. I've managed to convince myself that it's just a job. My skills, my training, this life, this mission. It's all a job to me, and I do what I must to survive. Eldon's brow furrowed in thought. She turned to continue strolling down the street, but felt him approach her side as he kept up with her movements. His heartbeat and footsteps were so loud in her ears, she fought the urge to run. So, you follow orders, is that it? You don't care about what they make you do? He asked. I can't do anything about it. You can't leave the coven? She stifled a shudder. Living as a covenless vampire was as dangerous as it was lonely. I could petition to live on my own if I wanted. Why don't you? He couldn't be serious. Why don't I do what? She asked over her shoulder. Petition to live on your own. Get your life back. Do what you want to do. She barked a laugh. You think it's that simple? It sounds pretty simple. Yeah, well, it's not. Why? She whirled around and he stepped back to avoid a collision. Do you always ask this many questions when you accompany people on errands? His eyes narrowed. I want to know what kind of person you are. Rose shook her head and closed her eyes, pinching the bridge of her nose. Why do you care? We're going to be around each other for a while. Theoretically, we're supposed to trust each other. You think I should trust you? Eldon snorted. What? You think I'm going to go running back to the collective and tell them all your vampire super secrets? She stifled a laugh. Maybe. His expression turned serious. You really think I'd do that? Well, wasn't that the million-dollar question? Ordinarily, she didn't trust anybody. She considered it self-preservation, but something about Eldon was different. Ridiculous, of course, considering she certainly didn't need the protection, and he was practically human anyway, but this wasn't about physical ability. He wouldn't hurt her, not if he could help it. She had no idea how, but she knew it with absolute certainty. She turned another street corner, the bars becoming more posh as they continued along. No, I don't think you'd do that. Then why won't you tell me? She opened her mouth, then shut it again. Was she actually considering talking to him about this? She'd never even talked to Frederick about it before, and he was her best friend. Maybe the hunger was going to her head. She sucked in a deep breath and let it out as she slowed to a stop. She turned to face him again. You have sisters. You have a family. You have someone to miss when you're gone and get excited when you return. And I don't have anybody. No one. Not a single family member. Not one? She shook her head. My parents are dead, Eldon. They were murdered when I was 14. I lived with my foster parents until I couldn't take it anymore and ran away. There's no one else out there for me. The Coven is my family now. He didn't speak for a while, only his quiet breathing filling the space between them. Sorry, I didn't know. She couldn't believe she was telling him everything, but for some reason she couldn't stop herself. I came home from a sleepover, and they were gone. She stared at the ground, unwilling to face him as she spoke. If I had stayed home that night, I would have been there. I could have helped them, but I wasn't. As she brought her eyes up to meet his, she wanted to kick her own ass for saying too much. The pity in his blue stare was more than she could bear. You couldn't know? He started. Don't feel sorry for me. The past is in the past. But still, she cut him off. Seriously. Don't. Rose spun around and continued on down the street, this time a little slower as she approached a series of brick buildings, several of which were occupied by humans consuming copious amounts of liquor. With quick steps she strode into the alleyway, valiantly ignoring Eldon. She could feel his stare at her back. Somehow she sensed his guilt for prodding her on the subject and knew she had to say something. They're all I have. I may not like them all that much, but they protect me. Being with them is better than spending an eternity alone. She turned her attention back to the dark alley and tried to ignore his stare. Sparsely placed street lamps cast shadows along every corner. Dumpsters lined the pavement, the stench of hot beer riding the air from the bottles contained within those nasty vessels. When she was human, she would never have considered eating dinner in an alley. Now she'd discovered the perfect spot for fine dining. Damn, how times had changed. A door creaked. Roe froze. Several feet ahead, a barkeep stepped outside, firmly gripping an overstuffed trash bag in each hand. Bingo. She tucked herself behind a dumpster and pressed her back against the cool bricks. Eldon stopped. The heat of his body radiated against her own cool flesh, entirely too close for comfort. God, she was hungry. So, what's your plan now? He whispered. She turned her head toward him but kept her eye on her target. Don't move. And don't watch. Why? Just don't. She stepped forward and fell into a crouch beside the dumpster. Another bite and run. Eldon watched as Rose slid her body against the wall behind the dumpster. With her delicate feminine features and slender silhouette, no human would ever pin her as the lethal female he knew she could be. Of course she wouldn't want him to watch her. She was afraid he'd fear her. She'd had her chance to make a meal of him. They'd been alone for over half an hour, weaving through the dark streets, and she hadn't so much as laid a finger on him. Rose shot him a warning look over the dumpster lid. His heart stopped. Her irises glowed red. Brilliant white fangs peeked out from glossed pink lips as she flicked her tongue across her front teeth. He hadn't realized the extent of her hunger until this moment, and he was perilously close to an extremely deadly female. Which part of his brain had decided this would be a good idea? She held up a hand, ordering him not to move before pointing the opposite direction. Her crimson stare pierced straight through him, turning his feet into blocks of cement and anchoring him in place. The invisible control she held over him was terrifying, although he didn't think she'd done it on purpose. He nodded dumbly, the best response he could summon. She answered him with a sad smile before turning her attention back to the human. The man hurled the bags over his shoulder and into the bin before turning to start for the rear entrance of the bar. Eldon couldn't stop staring. Roe leaped out from behind the dumpster, sprinting toward the human with the speed and precision of a supernatural athlete. Fixated on her target, she wrapped her small fingers around the man's arms and spun him around. Eldon meant to look away. He honestly did, but her power and prowess held his attention in traction, her profile lit up by blue rays of moonlight. Before the man could cry out, she locked him with her stare. His skin bathed in the glow of her luminescent eyes as his expression faded into oblivion. Mesmerizing him had taken all of 1 second. Roe murmured into the man's ear. A strange desire tugged at Eldon as he watched her lips move, only imagining what she could be saying. The human smiled, his expression still blank, as she led him away from the rear door and toward a dark corner behind another dumpster. Hands palmed against the human's chest, she pressed him into a brick wall. The tugging in Eldon's chest worsened. He rubbed a hand over his heart, unable to pull his eyes away from her long enough to blink. She lifted a finger to the man's forehead and spoke quietly. The movement that followed was so quick, he nearly missed it. Her fangs flashed, and she struck hard and quick, latching to his neck in an instant. Her throat moved as she began to feed. The human appeared blissfully unaware of the meal he was providing, his head tilted back and resting against the wall. Mouth pressed flush against his flesh, Ro pulled the blood into her mouth with the cool indulgence of someone taking a leisurely drag on a cigarette, slow but purposeful, sexual. Everything about her made his muscles tense, yet not at all for the reason he'd expected. Was that jealousy? Forcing his eyes shut, he rolled his neck around in an attempt to relieve some of his irrational tension. This vamp's mojo must be potent, because his reaction to her couldn't be natural. Maybe that was why she'd asked him not to watch her. He rolled his shoulders once, twice, 3 times. That was a little better. He flipped his lids open again. Big mistake. Ro's cool gray stare was fixed on his. Knowing, but unrepentant as she drank, she took one last pull before returning her eyes to the man in her grip. With a quick lick of the wound and touch to his temple, he gave her a blank smile and waddled back into the bar. She examined her shirt and jeans before glancing up at Eldon again. Right there in her eyes, he could see it. She could hear his heartbeat the entire time, smell his sweat, probably taste him in the air around her. "I told you not to watch," she scolded quietly as she approached him. He searched her face, trying to decipher her expression. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that." "Are you disgusted now?" Disgusted wasn't the word he'd use at all. "What are you talking about?" "You saw a vampire feed. You should be running for the hills." He shook his head. "No, not disgusted." "Oh. Does it always—" "Yeah, never mind. Probably not the right time to bring it up." Her eyes narrowed. "Does it always what?" Maybe if he didn't say anything, she wouldn't push the issue. They needed to get back to the team. She took a step toward him, as if she could sense he wanted to leave. "Does it always what, Eldon?" Damn. Does it always feel like that? She drew a quick breath. Like what? I don't know how to explain it. He rubbed his chest again. Gravity, maybe? Kind of like something pulling you in? Ro's eyes widened. Eldon eyed her suspiciously. What? She moved a step over a puddle. Nothing. We need to get home. Not so fast. He reached out and snatched her arm, spinning her toward him. Nice try, vampire. Talk. I have a name, asshole. Fine. Nice try, Ro. Her gaze bounced from roof to wall to roof, as if she were trying to find a way out. He tightened his grip on her arm. Don't even think about it. Talk to me. I don't know for sure. I'm open to theories. Yeah, well, you're not going to like this one. Chapter 15. It had to be something else. Eldon had said the word gravity, the exact same word Frederick had used to describe being soul-struck, the first step toward a full-on soul-binding. How could she not feel that pull? Well, duh, she just fed after a 4-day fast. Calling her distracted would be an understatement. A semi could have slammed right into her and she wouldn't have noticed. She wasn't mated. She couldn't know what it felt like anyway. Frederick had explained the mate bond after her turning, but the concept was completely irrational. Sure, she believed in love. She'd seen it in other couples, so she knew it could be real. But to feel a physical pull toward another's energy and not have a choice in the matter? To be helpless to some connection she couldn't control? She couldn't buy into that. A sliver of guilt rolled against her as she stared at Eldon. Even if the whole concept was ridiculous, he still deserved to know what she knew. It wasn't fair to keep it from him. Well. Ro pulled a fallen strand of hair behind her ear. You could be soul-struck. Eldon's dark brow furrowed. His look of confusion would have been cute if the words that had just escaped his lips hadn't been so terrifying. Ro shook her head. Never mind. I shouldn't have said anything. What does that mean? A gust of wind tore through the alleyway, dancing across her skin and sending a shiver down her spine, more from the conversation than the temperature. It's a vampire thing. You're not a vampire. Don't worry about it. And if I do? Then you're wasting your time. It was bad enough that he'd seen her feed, but to know that he'd reacted to her? Maybe she was reading too much into this. She'd said herself that he wasn't of her kind. As far as she knew, only vampires could experience a bond like that. No way could he be soul-struck. Earth to Ro, he said from behind her, his tone bored. She glanced over her shoulder. Huh? Are you listening to me? Not at all. What does that term mean? What term? Eldon jogged to her side. You know what I'm talking about. I plead the fifth. You must be the most stubborn woman I have ever met. He strode forward before turning around to stare at her, taking long strides backwards and keeping pace. But lucky for me, I have two little sisters. My persistence is legendary. More like annoying. I prefer to think of it as an endurance exercise. He shrugged a shoulder. I can do this all day, or you could just tell me now. Rose snuck a peek at him, wishing he'd trip over his own feet. Why do I always feel like I'm on trial when I'm around you? He smirked. Why do you always dodge my questions? Because you're nosy. And you're evasive. Such a pain in the ass. What do you want from me? Answers. She stopped in the middle of the quiet sidewalk, and he came to a stop by her side. The warehouse they called home was only a block away. She wanted to believe what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him, but she couldn't know that for certain. What if it did? What if their freaky mental connection could harm them both? She'd already said too much. Folding her arms across her chest, she shook her head. I shouldn't be telling you this. Tell me anyway. She blew out a deep breath. In my race, there are soulmates. I know. Frederick once told me that when vampires find their mate, they have an experience. He hadn't had one himself, but he used the term gravity to describe it. Really? He said it's as if the people are two stars caught in each other's orbit. His eyes narrowed. Being pulled into one another. It's called being soul-struck. She nodded slowly. One soul calling out to the other, like an invitation. He glanced at the ground for a moment before meeting her eyes again. Can you turn down the invite? She nodded again. Mating is a choice for us. We can take it or refuse it. And if you refuse? Her heart dropped a little at the thought of Eldon's refusal. Clearing her throat, she tried to shrug off the sinking sensation she had no right to feel. You don't perform the ceremony. Nothing is official until you bind yourself in blood. And if you do? That's your mate. You only feed off of each other, forever. One dies, then the other dies. They fall over dead? They go insane. The prince asks me to offer a mercy killing, like it was optional. You kill them? It's my job. I don't have a choice. There's always a choice. Rose stifled a laugh. Oh, does the collective give you a choice? He shook his head slightly. His gaze traced over her face as if he were seeking something. That's different. I hardly think so. Ro cast a glance around the dark street. Noise rumbled through the air from the bars now several blocks away, and light danced along the sidewalk, bouncing off the wet pavement and illuminating the street. It's not like I want to do it, she muttered. Eldon frowned. If you refused, what would the king do? Have me eliminated. There was no doubt in her mind that Costell would take her out if she ever repudiated her duties. The king only took care of those who served him, and she wasn't old enough to survive, without a coven to protect her. Well, that and the fact that no one ever told Costel no. Ever. His brow creased even deeper as his eyes searched her face. Several seconds passed before he responded. Then I guess you didn't have a choice. Tears sprang in her eyes. The absolution in his voice was greater than she'd ever expected, and far more important to her than she'd realized. Maybe he wouldn't hate her for what she was after all. Not that she cared or anything. She blinked furiously, begging the tears to stay where they were. He would never see her cry. Never. Ever. She cleared her throat and drew in a deep breath, hoping to shut out the thoughts swirling in her head. That's why I got the tats. She lifted an arm toward the streetlight. Well, not all of them. I started them as a human. His eyes fell to her body, searching for the evidence. Really? The ones I'd had done after my turning are reminders. Of what? Where I've come from. Where I've been. He stared at the markings on her skin for a moment before speaking. That's a lot of artwork. He extended a hand, but didn't touch her. They're beautiful. Thanks. She gave him a small smile. It was nice to have someone appreciate the designs for a change. You should see the wings between my shoulder blades. They took 4 months to finish. Do they mean anything? She nodded. Those were from my parents. I still miss them. They stood quietly under the street lamps for what seemed like forever. Eldon let out a soft chuckle. Interesting. What? He raised a brow. You're a different person than I thought you were, vampire girl. What kind of person was that? Blonde and bitchy. His tone lightened the mood instantly, and she threw a light punch to his arm. You're an ass. Mocking pain, he grabbed his shoulder. Ouch! You're strong for a girl. I'm strong for a vampire, too. She narrowed her eyes and gave him a level stare. Ass. I'll give you that. He rubbed his arm and jerked his head toward the opposite end of the street. You may be done with dinner, but I still need to pick something up for everyone else. Pressure will kill me if I show up empty-handed. She couldn't help but laugh as she followed him to the burger barn on the corner. Eldon pushed the door to the kitchen open with his hip, greasy bags in his arms as he held the door open with his toe. Ro entered right behind him. Tim and Pressure didn't bother to look up from the small table scattered with playing cards. Both opponents were clearly deep in thought. He set the bags onto the countertop in the tiny kitchen. I thought you were supposed to be doing real work while we were gone. We were, Pressure answered, eyes focused. We just think better when we're playing rummy. Eldon rolled his eyes. My grandma played rummy. Clearly a very intelligent woman, Tim mumbled, reviewing the card in his hands. I see you brought sustenance. Pressure laid 2 6s on the table. Did our little princess get a chance to suck the life out of some unsuspecting schmuck? Fucking leech. She mumbled the last part just loud enough for everyone to hear. Eldon slammed his fist onto the countertop. Watch it, Pressure. The room fell silent. He lifted his hand from the flat surface and met Pressure's eyes. She was staring at him in disbelief, and he could practically feel Tim and Ro doing the same. Where had that come from? 1 second they were talking, and the next he'd snapped. Anger simmered beneath the surface of his emotions, and he fought to get it under control. Something inside him had shifted, leaving behind an impression he couldn't quite understand. Earlier today, he'd experienced unexplainable jealousy, and now he had the irrational need to defend and protect. Who was he becoming? Was this part of their skin binding? Eldon, calm down, Ro whispered. Her breath tickled his ear. She was only kidding. The nearness and sound of her voice calmed him, instantly taking the edge off his anger. Weird. No shit. Who peed in your Wheaties? Pressure laughed nervously. It was only a joke. Hey, genius, Ro snapped, glaring at Pressure. How about you wait until I get this glowing hand thing under control before you start playing with fire? Glowing hand thing? Wait, he tapped a line? Eldon glanced down to see the blue tinge of ley line fire dancing at his fingertips. What the hell? He hadn't been focused enough to know where the line was, let alone call it into action. Boom, boom, boom. The thundering knock on the warehouse door jerked their attention toward the doorway. Tim raised a brow. "Any of you expecting guests?" Eldon shook his head. Ro and Presha did the same. His sisters weren't sure where he'd gone, and they wouldn't be stupid enough to get involved. Hopefully. Tim grabbed Presha's wrist and pulled her out of the chair. "We'll go check it out. You two stay here." He glanced at Ro. "Get him together, would you?" Ro nodded as they both took off down the hall. Eldon stood there for a minute, trying to gather his thoughts. What's going on? She sidestepped the small countertop and approached him slowly. "Honestly, I'm not sure. First, I hear you in my head. Then I feel this gravity thing, and now I can't even handle people joking with you." He met her eyes. "What is this?" "It's not like I did this on purpose." She waved a hand through the air. "And we don't know that it's me. I mean, are you sure your magic didn't whack out on you or something?" "Magic didn't just whack out. At least his never did." "Not likely." A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. The sound was definitely female and definitely coming from the warehouse. Presha. Eldon accidentally slammed his knee against an open cabinet as he took off toward the source. Pain shot through his leg, but he ignored it. He threw the door open and sprinted down the hallway. Ro's footsteps fell behind him. Whatever could make Presha scream like that was bad, really bad. He felt along his belt for the gun. Luckily, he hadn't had a chance to disarm after their dinner mission. The grip of the Glock was cool and familiar against his palm. Thank God it was still loaded. He slowed down as they approached the warehouse door. "I'll go first," Ro whispered, her voice barely audible. Eldon shook his head. He swiveled around to face her and held up his gun. Men of honor didn't send women into battle. They were to protect the females, not cower behind them. She shook her head right back at him. "You may be armed, but I'm immortal." With a swift movement, she loaded her gun. "I go first." He growled. "No." "Why not?" "You're a—" He couldn't finish the sentence. Ro wasn't weak, but still. "I'm a what? A girl?" She lowered her gun to the side and stepped forward until they nearly touched. Her angry gray eyes glared up at him. "Don't treat me like an invalid just because I'm built with different parts." Frustration built in his brain, the antiquated roots of his upbringing, arguing with his progressive side. Maybe he could reason with her. "But don't you dare," she cut him off. "I'm an executioner, not a fucking flower. I'm trained for this, and whatever's on the other side of that door is more likely to kill you than me." Staring down into her intense eyes, he clenched his jaw. She wasn't going to let this go. Even worse, she was right. He hated the idea, but it was the smartest option they had. He lowered his gun and nudged his head toward the door. "I'll cover you." She flashed a quick, victorious smile before she pushed the door open and ran through the doorway. True to his word, he stalked behind her, his movements low to the ground, as he inventoried the periphery in less than 3 seconds. Presha was sitting on her knees, a paper clutched in her hand. Tim's massive arms were wrapped around her body. Eldon shoved the gun back in its home and ran forward. "What's going on here?" Ro asked, falling to her knees beside Presha. "What is this?" Presha's cheeks were flushed, her eyes shut tight as her brows puckered together in a worried line. Her chin quivered. She extended a shaking hand, offering the letter as her only response. Ro took it from her carefully. Eldon hovered over her shoulder to get a better view. "Dearest Presha, you will be pleased to know Vectra is still alive and in my care. Should you wish to keep her that way, you will bring us the items you seek. If you fail or refuse, your sister will die. Choose wisely. Kindest regards, A." The items they seek. Did they want the commons? Eldon snatched the paper from Ro's hand and stood up. Someone had a lot of nerve. "Who's Vectra?" Ro rose to stand beside him and snatched the paper back. "And who's A?" Presha let out a sob, her harsh persona completely shattered as Tim clutched her tighter. Her crumpled figure seemed smaller surrounded by Tim's larger frame, her fierce independence somehow completely undermined by her current state. As tough as she was, she'd been broken, which scared the shit out of him. People as cold as Prussia didn't break. "Vectra is her sister," Tim answered. "Her little sister. She's 14. Eldon cursed. The overwhelming urge to strangle the elusive Mr. A washed over him, followed by the thought of his own sisters. If someone took one of them, he'd kill them, with his bare hands, while smiling. "Who is A?" Ro demanded again, shaking the paper in her hand. Tim glanced up and shrugged a shoulder. Alexander. Prussia sniffled and wiped her eyes on her shirt sleeve. Eldon stared down at the pair. "Who's that?" "You met him at the ball," Prussia said. Tim pulled away to meet her stare. "The Shift Master?" As in the leader of the Shifter Nation. The collective included a plethora of self-righteous, self-entitled asses, but none of them would ever pull something like this. At least, he didn't think they would. I'll kill him myself, that bastard!" Prussia sprang to her feet, sending Tim flying backwards on his ass. "I can't believe my own people would be behind this. Alex sent me on this mission to get rid of me so he could go after Vectra, and now he wants to use her and force my obedience to sway the team? Fuck him!" Tim got to his feet as she broke into a run and busted through the door and into the night. He disappeared right behind her. Eldon frowned and stared at the door. A small part of him wanted to run after Prussia too, but he knew it wouldn't help. That shifter obviously had a history with Tim. If anyone could get through to her, it would be that wolf. He'd let them work it out. Eldon glanced at Ro, still clutching the paper in her white-knuckled fist. Alex wanted them to know he was in control, that he held the ace and he'd get what he wanted. Why he wanted the commons, he had no idea, but clearly they wanted them badly. Badly enough to kidnap a child. He extended a hand. "Let me see that." "Why?" "Just hand it over." He took it from Ro's hand, the paper soft and thick between his fingers. He brought the sheet to his nose and drew a deep breath. A billow of moss and wet earth permeated his senses, the recognition registering in his brain immediately. "No way." "What is it?" Ro asked. He released the paper from his grip and let it cascade to the ground. The scent lingered in his sinuses. He hoped it wasn't what he suspected. "Stand back." "Why? What is it?" Ro asked. "We're about to find out." "But what is it?" She took a step forward. He glared up at her. "You can't follow my directions, can you?" She shrugged. "I never follow anyone's directions." "Try." She wrinkled her nose in distaste, but did as she was told. Eldon reached out with his senses, feeling for the familiar lines of energy beneath his feet, a little forward and to the right. There. Calling the blue fire, he kneeled over the paper. He extended his hands, blue fire spitting from his fingertips, anticipation stirring in his gut. It had been years since he'd performed an identification spell. He ran his finger along the edges of the page, allowing his aura to soak up the presence held within. The smell still burned in his nose, the hint of tropical flowers growing stronger by the second. Qui vosa ubisunta. He rested the tip of his finger to the center of the page. Cognosco. His stomach dropped to his feet, and he thought things couldn't get any worse. Eldon stared up at Ro. "We need to get out of here. Right now." Chapter 16. "What do you mean, right now?" Ro fought against Eldon's pull on her arm, but he kept her moving. Bastard was stronger than she thought. His hand was warm against her lower back as he steered her quickly down the hall and into her makeshift bedroom. "Wait one damn second." She spun around to face him. "Your house? Who said anything about going there?" "My family has a safe house. I'll call my sisters and they'll meet us there." "You can't bring them into this. What's going on?" He wrapped his fingers around her shoulders, forcing her backwards through the doorway of her bedroom. "Pack." "Oh, so not happening." No, sir, Eldon Tradare. I will not tolerate you pushing me around. Now tell me what's going on, or I swear to God you'll be my next meal. His jaw flexed as he stared at her intently. Did he think a little staring contest would make her cower in the corner? She settled her hands on her hips. Newsflash, cowboy, you're not in charge of everyone around here. You may get to play big brother at home, but here, we're a team, so start acting like it. She rolled her shoulders back. Now talk, damn it, or I'll... I never said I wouldn't tell you. He raised his hands in defeat. But you seriously do need to pack. I have to make a call, and then I promise we'll talk. Pulling a phone out of the pocket of his jeans, he raised a brow. Move it. He hit the speed dial. That cocky expression made her want to smack him. Or, yeah, just smack him. Whatever. She grabbed her dirty jeans off the back of a dusty office chair and shoved them into her backpack. Piles of laundry and shoes were strewn across the floor, her bed, and the desk. How had those coven keepers gotten it all in the bag in the first place? There was no way all of her crap was going to fit. Adele, it's me. His voice was low, but she could hear every word. Yeah. I miss you too, but... Adele, I don't have time to talk right now. We're in trouble. Yes, all of us. Pack your stuff and meet me at the safe house as quick as you can. Bring Jess. Yes. No. I love you too. Bye. Eldon turned and glanced down at Ro. Faster. Don't push me, mover boy. She shoved a wad of cotton shorts on top of a pair of filthy sneakers. Are you going to start talking, or is this an exercise in patience? Just keep moving. He leaned against the door jamb. No one should know we're here. No shit, Sherlock. Especially not the Fae. She froze, then stared up at him. Who said anything about the Fae? This paper. He held up the crumpled message to Prussia. It's imprinted with their magic. How would you know that? Magic knows magic. It may be different than mine, but it's the same craft. The spell I did confirmed it. What tipped you off? He extended the paper toward her. Smell this. She leaned forward hesitantly and took a whiff. The scent of damp soil overcame all others, pungent, but somehow artificial. Smells like wet dirt. Smells like Fae magic, and they shouldn't know we're here. No, they shouldn't. Because they're not part of the team, and because they still have their common. Exactly. She zipped up the outer zipper of her bag. Why would they come forward now? There are only 4 of us. They could take us if they wanted to. Eldon folded the paper carefully. They want to. I think the letter to Prussia was a diversion to break us up and rattle Prussia. Maybe it's not even real. Divide and conquer. Smart. They'd certainly accomplished that objective. But why now? He shrugged a shoulder. The Fae love to play games, but they aren't good losers. They must want the commons, although I can't imagine why. But we don't have them. If the Fae want something, they'll stop at nothing to get it. He tilted his head. They'll make us find them, turn us into servants, whatever it takes. Being a slave to 1 crown sucked enough, thank you very much. Not if I have something to say about it. He cast a glance around the room. Finish up here. I'll jump you through the lines to our safe house, then come back for the others. Oh, hell, where had she put that tank? Wait, what the... I'm sorry, jump through the what? The safe house is too far from here, and we need to get there fast. The note disappeared into his pocket. We can't risk being followed, it's the only way. You can't jump me through the lines. What if I don't make it out alive? Eldon rolled his eyes. Relax. I've jumped people plenty of times before, although I can only handle 1 at a time. Any more than that, and you risk being burned by the lines. Was he hearing himself? Are you nuts? I'm not Johnny Cash. I don't do burning rings of fire. Not happening? No way. The idea of being hurtled through a ley line and having no power over the outcome had 0 appeal. There had to be another way. He folded his arms across his broad chest. You're going to the safe house, and the lines are the only way to get there. But... No buts. Zip up that bag. It's time to go. She opened her mouth to protest, but the expression on Eldon's face told her she wasn't going to win. They were running out of time, and he was running out of patience, and both were her fault. If anything happened to her teammates because she was being a coward, she wouldn't forgive herself. Failure for the sake of fear was not an option. Ro met Eldon's eyes. "Just don't kill me, okay?" His lips curled into a smile as he gave an answering nod. T-minus nothing. It was go time. Eldon crouched over the bag at the ground by Ro's feet. She let out a breath she'd forgotten she was holding. "I can't take the bag with me through the lines?" He extended his hands. "Not like this. I'll need to shrink it." "My weapons are in there. You break it, you buy it." He glanced up. "That's the least of our problems right now. But no, I won't ruin your stuff." His focus returned to the bag as his fingertips glowed blue. Ro watched in wonder as he started to move his hands like a spider, weaving a delicate web. The movements were precise but graceful, and clearly well practiced as he murmured foreign incantations. It was everything she could do to refrain from asking questions while he worked. Pop. "Holy crap!" Ro exclaimed, eyeing the tiny prize. With the blink of an eye, her backpack shrank to the size of a paperclip. Eldon rose, the bag pinched between his fingers. "What? It's just smaller now." She extended her hand to him, palm up, and accepted the offering. "I can fix it when we get to the other side." He placed the bag at the center of the triquetra penned in her skin. "It's easier for me this way." She swallowed hard, trying to squelch her irrational fear. Movers traveled by ley lines all the time. Eldon was skilled, and obviously this wasn't his first try. There was nothing to worry about. His concerned eyes met hers. "I'm not going to hurt you, I swear." Here went nothing. She nodded and tucked the tiny bag into the pocket of her jeans. "Let's do this." Eldon stepped forward and wrapped his strong arms around her waist, pulling her tight against his firm chest. "Just hold on and close your eyes. Don't let go." Panic rolled through her mind as she clasped her hands around his waist. Yeah, jumping headfirst into a ley line while clutching a warm-blooded block of muscle definitely took the prize for the least brilliant move she'd ever made. Clutching tighter, she squeezed her lid shut. "Okay, go." A door slammed. "Pressure, you're being ridiculous." The sound of Tim shouting barreled down the hallway, followed by the slam of another door and a slew of profanity. Eldon released his warm grip on Ro's body. "Tim." He rushed out into the hall. "Where are you?" Ro followed after him, listening for the sound of her teammates. Thank God they'd returned. They needed to get out of here now. The rumble of angry voices gave away their location. Eldon threw open a door and stepped inside. "It's my sister. Don't act like you don't understand the importance of family," Precious shouted as she strapped every weapon she could find to her body. Tim slammed a fist against the wall. "Damn it, Presh. You know I understand. But running out there and getting yourself slaughtered isn't the answer." Pressure let out an angry laugh. "Then what is the answer, huh? Let her die?" "I never said that." Tension lay thick in the room, an inevitable headache brewing in the back of Ro's skull. Pressure whipped around and pointed a finger at Eldon. "And you and your fucking magic moving. It's your kind who got her into this whole thing. You and that vampire." She swiveled around to face Ro. "Was this what you were after the whole time? Getting my sister kidnapped?" "What are you talking about?" Ro asked. "You don't remember me, do you?" Ro studied the shifter, but came up with nothing. "From the bar, the night you approached those Fae for information?" Precious eyes narrowed. "I was there. I saw you go into a room with them. You've been working with the enemy from the beginning, haven't you?" Ro gaped. That was where she'd seen her before. "Are you kidding me? I have no idea who our enemy even is." "Liar! I saw you talking to those men." "I was asking them questions about old magic and how it worked. I was trying to figure out how someone could have broken the spells Eldon cast." Ro shook her head. "That's all." "I could have told you about old magic," Eldon interjected. Ro glanced over her shoulder at him. "I didn't know if I could trust you." She lifted a shoulder. "Thought third-party information would be more reliable." Eldon snorted. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." "Confidence? You want us to have confidence in your kind?" Pressure growled. "All the spells you movers cast, you don't know what you're doing half the time, but you'll take my money." "What are you talking about?" Eldon's brow wrinkled in confusion. Ro pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to stave off the pounding in her head. Prescia had been combative with both her and Eldon from day one. Prescia poked her finger into Eldon's chest. "You're all whores for money. Don't act like you're not." "I'm accountable for every spell I've ever done, paid or not." Eldon's cheeks turned temptingly red. The smell of leather rolled off of him in waves as his anger mounted. Prescia rolled her eyes and turned around to continue arming herself. "And now Vectra is weak and sick and out there all alone being held God knows where, but I'll get her back, damn it." Vectra was sick? Ro dared to take a step toward her. Why would the shiftmaster wonder if she's sick? Prescia cringed before answering quietly. "To force my obedience. And Vectra is unique." "How so?" Prescia's hands shook as she folded her arms across her chest. She stood there for a long moment before Tim stepped forward. "Presh, you gotta tell them." Tim rested a hand on the shifter's shoulder, and her defiant stance relaxed. "You're bound to this team now. They won't betray you. They're tied to you, and to me." She didn't answer. "Prescia." Tim stepped around her until he was only inches from her face. "Do you trust me?" After a moment, she nodded slowly. "Then tell them. They won't hurt you or Vectra. I won't let them." After several long seconds, she spoke. "She has a strange ability. A knack, really." Prescia turned her stare to Ro and Eldon. "Vectra can sense sources of power." Ro frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" Tim sighed. "She can't run magic herself, but she can tell when something is spelled or holds magic inside of it. I've seen her do it." As Ro rubbed her temples, she considered the possibilities. Vectra was only a child, but if she could sense magical sources, then she could potentially help find the commons. Those relics would be loaded with magical power. In the hands of the enemy, Prescia's sister could be a tremendously powerful weapon. How could Prescia not have told the team this earlier? "She has cancer," Prescia whispered, as if she could hear the questions rolling around in their heads. Ro's eyes snapped up to meet Prescia's cool blue ones. "Dark dwellers can't get cancer." The shifter turned to Ro, her face contorted in anger. "Not true. I've seen the scans. The shiftmaster was the only one who knew about it. He knew everything about her. Said he wanted her to be healthy again for my sake. He approved our trips to see movers with healing powers." She glared at Eldon. "Shitload of good that did her." Eldon shook his head. "Don't blame my kind for not being able to heal her. Every talent is different." Prescia cursed. "Talent? No, not talent. Just greed." "All right, that's enough." Ro held up both hands. All the fighting had her chest twisting into a knot and her head pounding, but somehow she managed to keep her hands from shaking. "Before you start railing on magic movers, there's something you should know." She twisted around and lifted her chin toward Eldon. "Show her the letter." Eldon nodded and pulled the crinkled letter from his pocket. "Alexander didn't send this." Prescia reached out and snatched the letter from his hand. "What are you talking about? I know it's from him." "Smell it. That's fey magic. And if I had to guess, this letter has a tracker spell on it. Alexander must have told him where you were, but he wasn't the one who sent it." A dark, rolling laugh came from the doorway. "He's right, you know. For a mover, he's not too dumb." The man leaned against the doorway casually, taking his time as he surveyed each one of them. Ro palmed the dagger from her waist, grateful she hadn't put it in the tiny bag in her pocket. Too bad she didn't have a gun. At least they were at close enough range that she could inflict some damage with a little hand-to-hand demonstration. With the pointy ears and pale, crystallized skin, this man was clearly an elf, and therefore fey. Eldon took a step forward. Ro's instincts flared as he motioned for her to fall behind him. She didn't want to do it. Her heart burned with the need to fight at his side, and she stood frozen for a moment. This man was fey, and far more powerful than she was strong. Eldon was the only person on the team who could manipulate magic. Shit. She'd done the same thing to him only minutes before, demanding he let the more qualified person take the lead. Logic followed that she should do the same, even if she hated it. Fighting her need for control, she did as he ordered. The air shifted. "Tim, pressure," Eldon said. "Shift. Now!" Chapter 17. "Eldon!" Rose shouted as she watched him hit the ground, palms first. He landed hard on his knees, back bowed forward as if he were giving lips to the prayers she recited in her head. "God, please let him be okay. Just please, please let him be okay." The room erupted in color, the brilliant shade of blue coating her acute vision. Surprised, she stumbled back. The walls, the floor, her team, everything was blue. Fear melded their minds together instantly. The strangely familiar feel of Eldon's aura wrapping around her. His thoughts fired off so quickly she couldn't read them all. The ones she did catch were in Latin. "Eldon!" she shouted at him in her mind. The heat from the ley lines licked against her subconscious as she lifted a hand, shielding her eyes from the invisible source. Standing there like an idiot, she felt completely useless. She couldn't help him with this. She couldn't protect him from it either. Blue fire spilled from his fingertips, arcing over the room to create a dome over all four of them, a circle of protection. "Eldon!" She tried to speak to him again, but he didn't respond. Energy exploded through the air, not a sound but a tremendous pressure from some invisible force. The hair on her arms stood on end, her stomach dropped. God, please let him be. He was okay. He wasn't moving, but the thumping of his heart rang in her ears, blissfully loud. The shield he'd created held strong, separating them from the enemy like a steel wall of magic. Her palm tingled, but she shoved the sensation aside as she yanked her dagger from her sheath. A growl sounded behind her. She glanced over her shoulder to find a white Bengal tiger nudging Tim's shoulder, the movement gentle despite her frighteningly large appearance. Tim had never shifted in front of the team before. Well, at least not in front of Ro. He lay on the ground, his human body contorted against the hard floor, while his inner wolf begged for freedom. Judging from his pale face and the sweating, it wasn't a comfortable process, or a quick one. "Come on, Tim," Ro whispered. The air surrounding him swirled with black fog. "He can't hold this guy off forever. We need better odds here, dude." He met her eyes and nodded once before shutting them again. The dark shimmer intensified. She turned. "Eldon, watch out!" A ball of golden green fire tore through the air with the aggression of an asteroid on a mission. She watched in horror as it slammed into the blue surface. The moment it landed, her ass found the barely padded floor so quickly she swore the damn thing rose up to greet her. Eldon buckled beneath the invisible weight of the spell, his back arching into the ground and hands burning so deeply blue they were nearly purple. The walls rippled and swayed in protest, but they didn't fall. She rolled to one side and pushed herself back onto her feet, grunting from the pain that shot down her right side. Damn, that hurt. Ro. The warmth of Eldon's mind flooded her thoughts, mingling with her own, both comforting and concerned, which was a miracle, because he shouldn't be focused on her at all. She twirled the dagger between her fingertips. "I'm right behind you." "There's more than one." Oh, fuck. A small, dark shadow crept into the doorway. "I see him. What do you need?" Green tendrils of energy spilled from the doorway like electricity in a plasma globe, landing on their glowing wall of defense. Ro took another step back and tried to settle her thoughts. Eldon's mind thrashed, despite his cool demeanor, making it harder to focus. With every breath, the elf pressed more magic against the wall, pushing a little more each time, seeking the weakness he needed to fracture the bubble's strength. Sweat blossomed along Eldon's brow. "Can't hold him off much longer." She kept her eyes locked with Eldon as she spoke over her shoulder. "Tim, how we doing over there, man?" The answering grunt confirmed that he hadn't changed over, but the gruffness meant he had to be close. Her palm burned. She wiped it on her jeans, trying furiously to squelch the sensation, but it didn't work. They couldn't afford to be distracted by more magic crap right now. They had enough going on. She shook her hand out before peering down at the mark. Holy shitballs! The triquetra at the center of her palm glowed with the same effervescence of Eldon's azure wall of protection. What the... The tingling stopped. A howl tore through the air. She whirled around to find Tim on 4 legs, his back and face black, his underside and feet the color of fresh snow. Ro couldn't help but smile, grateful for the relief and the backup. "Well, Tim, Wolf doesn't look half bad on you." Tim stepped forward, and Precious stood at his flank. Ro turned away from her furry teammates. "We're ready, Eldon." Staggering back, she caught herself mid-step. His strength was wavering. Their connection was intact, but his depleted strength wore against her frazzled nerves. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, and once he gave in, she wasn't sure what would happen. How could they fight against the magic of two Fae without him? Elves at that. Another explosion rocked the walls, the blue bubble dimming for a moment before rebounding again. Thump. Something hard smacked the top of Ro's skull. She blinked against the stars in her eyes before reaching up and patting her head, discovering a clump of plaster lodged in her hair. Damn it all to hell! She shook her mane, sending plaster dust falling to the floor along with the offending object. A rumble came from behind her. She turned to find Precious standing against the blue backdrop, teeth bared in a feline smile. Was she laughing? That evil little shit. "Eldon?" No response. Sweat had soaked through the back of his shirt. His arms were splayed to his sides as he listed to one side and then the other, as if he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Eldon!" She tried to shout into his head, but she still got nothing from him. Ro took a deep breath. Okay, she needed to do something to help him. Could it be possible to pass more than just thoughts through her connection to him? Work the magic in the opposite direction? Sure, she wasn't a mover, but he shouldn't be a telepath either. Maybe their connection didn't care. Her mind stilled as she focused solely on her connection to Eldon, allowing everything else to fall away from her thoughts. When he was all her mind could see, she took a deep breath and released it slowly. Nothing more than hope and concentration fueling her, she flung as much of her own strength and energy through their connection as she could summon. Eldon's spine flexed, his hands still planted firmly on the ground. Oh, God, what did she do? "Eldon!" she cried out, rushing forward. He grunted. "No, don't touch me." Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, did she hurt him? She didn't know anything about manipulating magic, and she tried to fling her own strength at him like an idiot. Such an idiot! She could have killed him. "It's fine," he panted as he contorted, the energy spilling from his fingers more vibrant than it was before. "Just accepting it. Not hurt. Not hurt." Those words were so relieving. She leaned forward and set her palms against her knees, then let out a deep sigh. "I'm so sorry," she muttered. He shook his head, still staring at the floor. "Don't say that. We'll talk about it later." "'Kay. No time to linger on it now, or ever. I'm gonna drop the wall. Get ready." She turned to face Precious and Tim. "Get your claws out, kids." They nodded. She leaned down to pull a handful of throwing stars from her right boot. "We're ready." As soon as the thought left her mind, the shades of blue melted from her vision. The elves didn't waste a second. The taller of the two leaped forward, rushing directly toward her. What, like she was the weakest one? Oh, hell no! Facing off with the elf and ducking down at the last second, she hurled his body over hers and onto the ground. Precious pounced on him, claws slashing his flesh on impact. Teeth bared, Tim joined her in the fight. "Ro, heads up!" Eldon shouted. A green blaze grazed past her right cheek and slammed into the wall behind her. "Get down," he ordered. She didn't hesitate. Dropping her weight, she got acquainted with the ground quickly. A blue ball of fire soared overhead, narrowly missing the elf before nailing another wall. She snapped up to her feet again, prepared to demolish the little piece of Fae trash who'd nearly succeeded in taking her down. A roar tore through the air. Ro whipped around just in time to see the flash of silver aiming blade over hilt for her chest. "Ro, no!" The burn. Her veins lit on fire, and her knees buckled. The breath left her chest as her back slammed into the near-concrete floor. A human reflex. She tried to suck in air, but the scalding agony overrode everything. Everyone. Silence. A wall of blue flame exploded, turning the elf in her sights to ash where he stood. Precious' face came into view. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips as they moved, but Rose's brain had pushed the mute button. All action, but no sound. Precious stared over at something before looking down to meet Rose's eyes, more lip moving. Burning, burning, burning. "Ro, can you hear me?" Eldon's voice was frantic in her mind as he pushed Pressure aside to give Ro a full view of his beautiful face. Huh? So she could still understand him in her head, even though she couldn't hear anything at all? Go figure. His lips moved quickly, his words directed to everyone but her. What was everyone making such a fuss about? She'd taken hits before. No damsel in distress here, no sir. Her brain sloshed in her skull as her thoughts began to go fuzzy. The scent of charred flesh swirled in her nostrils. Focus. I need you to focus. Focus on me, Ro. Look at me. Bright blue eyes centered over her face. She blinked. Why was Eldon so worried? And they needed to fix whatever was burning, 'cause it smelled like shit. He smiled, his face hovering over hers. Good girl. That's right. Focus right here. The elves are dead, but you got hit with silver. I've got to get it out before we can go, okay? Panic jumped to the forefront of her brain, displacing the pain for only a split second. She'd been hit with silver? Vampires died from silver. Was she dying? Whoa there, you're okay. I've got you. Strong arms pressed carefully but firmly against her torso, holding her in place, which only made her want to moo more. She wriggled beneath his grip before glancing down to see the finely decorated hilt of a dagger lodged firmly in the flesh to the left of her heart. Get it out! Get it out! Get it out! She twisted beneath him, trying to get away. It needed to come out. The burning needed to stop. Make it stop! Quit fighting me. His eyes searched hers, both asking permission and making a demand. I can't remove it when you're moving. It'll shred your heart. Gulp. Deep breath. Burning. Ow! As much as she didn't want to whimper, she knew her mental voice was shaky, and they didn't have much time before she'd probably shock out. I know it hurts. I'm gonna hold you down, and Precious gonna pull it out. Ready? Not really. Yeah. Another gulp. She tried to put herself somewhere else, anywhere but here. One. Maybe a beach. Only when she was human and could enjoy it. She'd loved the beach back then, warm and sunny. Two. Right. A beach would be good. A beach would be great. Really, really great. She didn't even hear him say three before the lights went out. He needed to move fast. Pressure had made quick work of removing the blade, but the thing was silver. The metal had touched her blood, poisoning her on contact. They'd only prolonged her death. But not on his watch. She wouldn't die here. She wouldn't die tonight. He had to get her to the safe house. If his sisters had done as he'd asked, they should already be there by now. Jess could fix this. Slipping his hands beneath her small, cool body, he pulled Ro off the ground. I've got to get her out of here. You pack, and I'll be back for you. Pressure glanced at the bloody silver blade in her hand. We're going with you. I can only take one at a time. He nudged his head toward the writhing werewolf. Besides, he needs you now. I can't do anything for him while he shifts. Go pack your stuff, and his. She tossed the dagger into the corner, sending it crashing to the ground. Fucking elves. I've got to go. Don't lose her, Eldon. She's a pain in my ass, but she's still part of this team. And for some godforsaken reason, I'm starting to like her. Pressure held up a hand. Don't tell her I said that. He cracked a smile. Not a chance. Holding Ro's body with care, he stepped toward the ley line running along the outer perimeter of the room. Goddamn Fae. They'd done this to her, and all for the commons. Worse, they still didn't know why the Fae wanted them. Never mind all that. He needed to get her out of here. They were still connected. Despite being mostly dead, she was alive. He could feel it. Her energy hummed in the back of his mind, and he clung to that sound like a lifeline. He pulled her closer, straddling the line running beneath his feet. Ley lines were a bit like music. If you could tune yourself to them, you could travel them. He opened himself up to the sound of the magic, matching his body and hers with the same musical note. The world took on the familiar shade of blue as everything began to fade into the background. He needed to get home, where they could fix this. Fix her. Nothing could hurt her. He wouldn't allow it. Chapter 18. Her mind was slipping. Eldon clutched Ro in his arms as he reformed in the living room of the safe house. Her body was close, but her mind was far away, their connection fleeting by the second. The silver had done more damage than he'd thought. "Jess?" His voice echoed through the empty house. He had to get Ro to the tub. The only spell he knew to pull the silver out of her blood required water, but he'd still need his sister's healing power. Where was she? Holding Ro's body steady, he rushed up the stairs as fast as he dared. "Jess, damn it, I need you." "Eldon?" Jess's delicate voice sounded from the kitchen below. "Get up here, now." Stilettos clicked against the tile floor. "What's wrong?" He kicked the master bathroom door open with his foot. "I need you right now." "But—" "Now!" A moment later, Jess ran through the doorway, then stopped. Scowling, she folded her arms across her chest. "What is she doing here?" Eldon uncurled Ro's body from his and set her tenderly on the ground. With a gentle hand, he brushed a hair from her forehead before glancing up at his sister. "Help her." Jess snorted. "I don't help bloodsuckers." "You do today." Grabbing each side of Ro's cotton shirt, he ripped it down the center and hissed as he revealed the damage. The fresh stab wound beneath her ribcage was long and deep and had saturated her sports bra with blood. He peeled the remnants of the shirt from her body with care. Under normal circumstances, an injury like this should have healed itself in seconds. He blotted the seeping wound with the shreds of cotton. Jess stomped forward, fists clenched as she hovered over him. "Are you insane? Why would you bring her here?" They were running out of time. "She's dying. I need your help, not an inquisition." He slid the track pants off Ro's legs and tossed them across the room. "I'm not helping," Jess started. "The hell you're not." He cranked the knob on the bathtub. "The hell I am. I don't waste my magic on vamps." Final straw. Eldon rose up from the tub, squaring off with his baby sister. "Jessamine Tradare, this is not open for discussion. She's my teammate and she means something to me, so if you care about me at all, you'll help her right now, or I swear to God I'll never speak to you again." Jess gaped. "Are you kidding me? She's a frickin' vampire. She's not even alive." His eyes narrowed. "Either help me or get out of my way." Heartbeat or not, he couldn't let Ro die, not if he could do something about it. Jess's nostrils flared as she stared at him with a combination of surprise and anger. "You wouldn't dare turn away from your family for this leech." "I would. You're in or out. Pick now." "How can she mean something to you? You don't know her." "Make your choice." "You can't do this." He scooped Ro into his arms again. "I wasn't asking your permission." "You're a total ass," she hissed. Lowering Ro gently, he settled her into the tub. "And you're a healer." He pointed to the lifeless body in the water. "Fix this. Do what you do best." She stood there for a moment, hands fisted at her sides. Eldon rose up and turned to face her, rubbing the warm water from his hands onto his jeans. He didn't want to beg, but he would if he had to. "Jess, please." Her brows furrowed as her eyes surveyed his. She blew out a defeated sigh. "My kit's in the kitchen, top cabinet to the left of the sink." "Done." His sister barely dodged his path as he bolted past her and down the stairs toward the kitchen. The kit. He had to find the kit. There were 4 upper cabinets to the left of the sink. He threw the first cabinet door open to reveal absolutely nothing. Slamming it shut, he reached over to yank the next one open. Nothing but plates and cups. Where was the damn kit? He nearly knocked the 3rd cabinet door off the hinges as he flung it open, exposing a small box on the top shelf. Please be it. With each second his tie with Ro faltered. The sand in the hourglass was falling too quickly, the connection failing so fast he could barely breathe. He pulled the lid off the box. Bottles and baggies of healing herbs were lined up in perfect order. Thank God, she kept emergency provisions at every house they owned. He rushed back up the stairs again, box clutched against his chest. Handing it to his sister, he glanced at the tub. If it were possible for a vampire to be paler than pale, she'd accomplished it. Her skin, once porcelain and fair, had turned a horrific shade of greenish-gray. Her cheekbones stood in stark contrast to sunken eyes. At this rate, she would turn to ash right in front of him. Jess took the kit from his hands and started arranging a variety of powders, salves, barks, and astringents on the bathroom counter. Faster, Jess! There wasn't time for organization. Jess shifted into medical mode, her face turned into a mask of calm as she combed through the bottles with single-minded determination. Don't rush me. I'm not used to working on vampires, and there's no time for trial and error. I need to think this through. He shut up. Healing was Jess's expertise. She could hate vampires all she wanted, as long as she fixed this one. What'd they stick her with? She asked. Silver blade. Jess wrinkled her nose. Not good. I don't know much about her kind, but I do know that their reaction to silver can be lethal. She pulled out 2 jars of spelled arnica salve from her kit, handing one to him. I need to inspect the wound for traces of silver. If she's not healing by herself now, there's a bigger issue. We'll use this once I'm done. She palmed a handful of crushed yarrow leaves and flowers from a sachet, motioning for his hand. This goes on top of that. He nodded, mind numb as he followed orders. His sister crouched beside the tub and leaned forward to run her fingers along the injury. She shook her head. There are silver fragments lodged in the wound. Whoever made this blade designed it to crack on impact. It's meant to kill vampires. She glanced up at him. I'll have to remove them before we do anything. Whatever you say. Holding a pair of pink tweezers steady in her hand, Jess started to peel the slivers of silver off the wound one at a time. Eldon watched Ro, his eyes focused on her pale face as his sister worked. Ro's beautiful features were slack. Their connection remained, but it was as if her end of the line was dead, nothing but static. Several tense moments passed before Jess spoke again. That's the last of it. She set the tweezers on the tile floor and extended a hand. Arnica. He handed her the jar. Jess twisted the cap open and scooped the yellow paste with her fingertips. With the precision of a skilled surgeon, she coated the wound. Ro hadn't so much as blinked, and he had no backup plan. Maybe he was soul-struck. Maybe he just cared about her. Vampire, fighter, whatever she was. The thought of losing her left him hollow. Yarrow, Jess ordered. He transferred the tiny cream-colored flowers and fern stems into his sister's open palm. She blew away a fallen strand of hair from her face and turned back to Ro, sprinkling the dried mixture onto the wound. Nothing happened. His heart sank as he waited for some sign of life. Jess was a brilliant healer. She truly was. Her talent was incredible, her thoroughness unrivaled. She grew her own herbs for spell consistency. But this could be beyond even her skill set. He racked his brain for other options. Human healers were out of the question. They'd call code on Ro before she got into the hospital. Outside of the state, he couldn't think of anyone more skilled than his baby sister. People came to her, not the other way around. Jess rested her elbows on the tub and bowed her head. This isn't working. You're better than that, Jess. Don't give up on me. She glanced up at him. It's not you I'm giving up on. Might as well be. Her eyes narrowed. What's with you and her? She pointed between the two of them. What is this? He had no clue and even less time. Not important. What else can we do? She rose up to snatch her kit from the counter. I extracted the silver from her wound, but she's been poisoned. It's in her blood. We're going to have to perform a translocation. Eldon rubbed his eyes with his palms. Transferring injuries was tricky and dangerous. Actually pulling an injury out of one person and putting it somewhere else took incredible skill and concentration. Jess wouldn't risk it unless he asked her to. Who's the target? He asked. She shuffled through the lines of bottles. No target. She's too far gone. He frowned. Translocation spells require a source and destination. I know that. Spell it out for me, then. Jess pulled 2 vials and clutched one in each hand. You need to discharge to the ley lines. Impossible. I can't do that. Injuries must discharge to a person. That's what I thought, too, until I did a little reading in Mom's library. She set the vials on the floor near the tub. Adele has been having visions since the day you left, lots of them, and some about your teammates getting hurt. I wanted to be prepared. She crouched by the tub and opened the lid on each bottle. Turns out you can discharge into the lines, as long as it's not a transfer of magic. I can't transfer a spell into the lines because it could get picked up by someone else, but silver is a metal, not magic. Just channel it out in a slow, steady stream. No big buckets." He ran a hand through his hair. "I've never done that before. What if it goes wrong?" "What other choice do we have? Her injuries are too severe to transfer them to you or me. She's barely alive, and she has the reconstructive cells of a vampire. We'd die before the transfer ever finished." He glanced at the tub. Ro's body lay lifeless in the shallow water. "Do it." Permission granted, Jess turned the vials in her hand over, dumping their contents in the water. Ro flinched. Eldon fell to his knees beside the tub. "Ro, are you awake?" She didn't move, the fog in her mind still thick. Maybe she couldn't speak aloud. "Are you awake?" No response. He reached into the water to take her hand. "I'm right here. You're gonna be okay." Her hand was limp and so small compared to his. Jess pulled an unlit blue candle and a small iron candle holder from her bag. "You need to leave us now." He scowled. "I'm staying here." "I'll call you in when it's time to transfer." "Not a chance." Brushing a hand over the candle, the wick burst into a tiny flame. "It would be better—" "I'm staying." Jess clenched her jaw. "Whatever, but it's not going to be pretty, and you can't stop me once I start." He nodded. "Deal." "No matter what." "I said deal." She raised a brow. "Fine, then get out of my way." He followed the order. Jess went to work with the candle, circling it over Ro's head. "Sana, centram, dueri." Eldon plopped onto the tile floor and let his head fall back against the cabinet. A migraine stirred at the base of his neck. More circling. The pressure in his skull intensified. He clutched his head in his hands. "Jess, got anything in that kit for a headache?" Her focus didn't waver. "I told you to leave." "And I told you no." "Then you can deal with your little headache." Rubbing his temples, he squeezed his eyes shut. "I think it's our connection." Jess froze. "What?" He cleared his throat. "Apparently Ro and I have some telepathic link to each other." If looks could kill, the one his sister shot him could have put a bullet in his chest while running him over with a car full of dynamite. Her eyes went wide. "You were soul-struck?" "We don't know." "You were soul-struck and you didn't tell me?" "How do you know what that means?" "You're on a team with strangers. Adele and I aren't stupid. I told you we did research." "I was gonna tell you. Now just wasn't the time." She blinked hard. "Eldon, I can't undo this spell." His brow wrinkled in confusion. "Why would you need to?" She glanced at the tub, then back at him. "I don't know what'll happen. It's one thing if she's feeling pain, she's a vamp, but if you feel everything she feels, I'd be torturing you." He glanced over at Ro's lifeless body. "My pain is irrelevant. But just finish what you started." Jess opened her mouth in protest, but closed it again. He folded his arms across his chest, shutting himself down completely. There was absolutely no way she was winning this argument. "This is gonna hurt," she warned. He leaned against the cabinet again. "Do it. I'll turn off the light and you can pretend I'm not here." This spell required focus, and Jess couldn't afford to be distracted. She nodded. Reaching out with his mind, he flipped the light switch on the wall. Candlelight danced across the darkness. Continuing where she left off, Jess began moving the candle over Ro's forehead, her third eye. God, she'd only cleansed one chakra, and the headache was already at a dull roar. "Sana, centram, dueri," Jess whispered. The pain at the base of his skull intensified, 1,000 needles pricking into his forehead and wrapping around his neck. He gritted his teeth. Nothing he couldn't handle. Jess moved to Ro's throat, moving the candle in steady circles. "Sana, centram, dueri." More blistering agony. His stomach turned as his body rejected the pain. He shifted to lie on the ground. His sister shot him a worried glance, but kept going. "Sana, centram, dueri." This time over the heart. Nearly there. It would be worth it. Every scrap of pain was welcome into him, so long as Ro got out of this alive. He'd be okay, if she was okay. "Sana, centram, Dueri. Cold sweat beaded up along his forehead as he fought to hold back a groan. He slammed a fist against the tile floor, the urge to run from the room so strong he could barely breathe. Jess took a step toward him. He blew out a jagged breath. "Don't you dare." "It's killing you, Eldon." Her voice shook. "Just hurry up." Squeezing his eyes shut, it was all he could do not to tell her to stop. "Sana, Centrum, Dueri," Jess said. Splash. Eldon's eyes flashed open and he bolted upright despite the pain. Rose's spine was arched out of the water as if an invisible string pulled her sternum toward the sky. His chest pounded, his sweat trickling down to land on the tile. "What's going on?" he ground out. The candle flickered before erupting into a blue flame. "It's time." Jess made a motion for him to stand. Could he even get up? Rose's body was expelling the silver, his own body mimicking the action and the sting of every moment. One more, just one more pass left, and this would be over. He heaved a deep breath, pushing himself up with tired arms. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his mind and called the ley line fire to his shaking hands. "Slow and steady, like a tap," Jess instructed quietly. "Pull from her and push into the lines. Dissipate everything." Roe thrashed, creating tidal waves in the tub. Every inch of him wanted to run to her and hold her, soothe her, but it wouldn't help. Translocation was the only way. His mind focused and his vision narrowed. This was his part. Time for silver exorcism. Eldon splayed his fingers, calling forward a steady stream of ley line energy. Go. Jess began moving the candle through the air. She needed to finish this right, strong, powerful. She'd have to match his strength with her words, or it wouldn't work. "Sana," Jess whispered. Turning his hands with delicate precision, he focused on pulling the silver from Rose's body. Strands of silver began to expel from her, like taffy through her pores, horrifying and fascinating at the same time. The sensation of his skin lighting on fire rocketed through his fingers and into his wrists, traveling through his arms and toward his heart. Everything he'd ever felt before was child's play. Roe was in total agony. But stopping would mean killing her, so he turned his hands some more. "Centrum," Jess said, more forcefully. His breath caught in his throat. The burning had filled him completely, the pressure of the sensation expanding and overflowing as he moved. He had to push it out of himself. Blue energy twisted around him, wrapping his body in the fire as he fought to free himself from its hold. Water sloshed from the tub and onto his foot. Roe was out of control, out of her mind. "Dueri!" Jess shouted. He cast every ounce of line energy away from himself in a violent rush. With a vortex of energy and color, the ley line disappeared into the floor. Rose's body collapsed back into the water. The room fell into total darkness as the candle extinguished itself. His sister was panting along the far wall, her breathing loud. "Eldon?" He stood in the obscurity of the darkness, unable to respond. Roe still wasn't moving. "Eldon, are you okay?" A bottle from the counter clanked against the tile floor as he listened to his sister fumble for the light switch. He could help her. He chose not to. Everything in his world had been swallowed by the darkness of this room. Roe was gone. Had to be. Another bottle crashed to the ground. "You think you could help me out here?" Jess asked. The pain he'd felt before was beyond anything he'd ever experienced, but somehow this was worse. His chest contorted in agony as the weight of total loss centered on his heart. Wham! His body slammed into the cabinets on the wall with the force of an explosion. He fought for air, flailing his arms blindly. Something seized his biceps, the force so strong he swore he heard his bones creak. Something sharp latched onto his neck. The bathroom lights flashed on. Jess screamed, "Eldon!" Chapter 19. Rose squeezed the pillow in her arms, snuggling her face closer to the silky soft sheets. Man, it had been so long since she'd slept in her own bed. Being home again felt wonderful. A smile touched her lips as she breathed deeply, the faint aroma of coffee beans riding in the air. She hadn't experienced the best part of waking up since she'd been sent off on that stupid mission. Wait. Her job. The assignment far away. She was still on a mission. Costell would kill her if she came back without the commons. How'd she get home? Why was she here? Ro blinked furiously, forcing the stark white ceiling into focus. Where was she? This wasn't home. But it wasn't the warehouse either. This was somewhere else entirely. She brushed a strand of hair from her eyes. Pain shot through her shoulder, traveling from her arm to her fingertips. Damn, even her fingers hurt. Falling back into the pillow, she settled onto the blanket and tried to remember how she'd gotten here. There was the fight with those two Fae, but they'd killed them, right? Well, she didn't kill them herself, but a blazing pain shot through her arm as she adjusted the comforter. Oh, God, that burning. She'd been hit by silver. Straining every muscle, she sat up in the unfamiliar bed. Soreness ricocheted as she threw the comforter off her body, revealing a set of hot pink pajamas, complete with smiling cartoon monkeys. Sweet Jesus, these weren't even her clothes. Then again, after a run-in with a silver knife, she'd probably been a mess. Whoever had helped her probably had no choice but to redress her, although pink monkey pants were so not the fashion statement she wanted to make. She'd bet her favorite shirt was ruined, too. She ran a hand across her chest, grateful to feel the outline of a sports bra. At least she hadn't lost everything. A tingle rippled along her side. With careful fingers, she undid each button on her god-awful pajama top. Her tender joint screamed as she unfastened the last one and spread the two pieces open. And there it was. A fresh scar marked her right rib cage, nearly 4 inches long and half an inch wide. Someone did some damage. Serious, serious damage. But she was still alive. She surveyed the room, trying to piece together what happened. For the life of her, she couldn't remember a damn thing from last night. The pale gray walls were accented by ivory curtains. The bedspread a lovely pattern of Baroque swirls to match. The room was decidedly empty. No personal effects lying around anywhere. No papers or books. No shoes on the floor. The 4-poster bed of carved redwood took up most of the room, and Eldon. He was sprawled out on the overstuffed chair across the room, head resting on one arm and his feet dangling off the other. Eyes closed and mouth open slightly, his breathing was steady and deep. How long had he been sleeping there? And why was he here, anyway? Maybe if she got up and found the others, she could get some answers, and a new change of clothes. She turned her body to swing her feet off the bed, muscles protesting every move. With steady resolve, she pushed herself off the mattress to plant her feet firmly on the ground. Her knees buckled, and she landed on the ground with a thud. "Ro?" Eldon jolted from the chair and crossed the room in 2 strides to kneel beside her. "What are you doing? You should have asked for help." "I'm cool. I've got this." She shoved his arms aside and pushed herself off the floor, only to wobble and land on her ass again. Damn it. A smile touched his eyes. "Really? Is that why you're hanging out down here?" The smartass had a point. Her gaze darted around the room. "What happened? Where am I? Where is everyone else?" He shook his head. "Let's get you back in bed." "Tell me what's going on." Ignoring her, he leaned forward. God, he smelled divine, like soap and dark spices. His biceps curled around her body, and he scooped her from the floor, like a freaking damsel in distress. "You don't have to do this. I can try to walk." He murmured as he carried her over to the bed and set her gently on the mattress. Her body ached. She wanted to tell him she didn't need him, but the truth of the matter was, she did. If her earlier floor flop was any indication of strength, she had none, which would make getting around this place a total bitch. He yanked the comforter up, settling it over her monkey-clad pants. "You're at my family's safe house." "How'd we get here?" He settled in at the foot of the bed. "We jumped the lines." "We did that?" She remembered he'd mentioned the possibility, but for the life of her she couldn't recall the actual experience. "It was the only way I could get you to Jess fast enough." "For what?" He raised a brow. "You almost died. We cut it close." Pausing a moment, he dropped his head. "Too close." "Jess? As in, the resident vamp-hater? Your sister saved me?" "Yeah." She could only imagine what his sister would say about her staying at their house. Bet she wasn't real happy about that. Don't worry about her. Easier said than done. Is she still here? She's downstairs with my other sister. He sat up straighter. Can I get you anything? Coffee or something? Her stomach grumbled in response. He flashed a small smile. I'll take that as a yes. Blue fire formed as he rubbed his palms together, his hands molding the flame like a carpenter wielding his tools. Poculum, he whispered. The blue flame vanished, leaving behind a mug in his upturned palm. No way, Rose said in awe. He handed her the cup. Yes way. Nice trick. The heat from the mug warmed Rose's fingers as she accepted the offer. Thanks. She wriggled, trying to find a more cozy position, although when her entire body felt like it had taken a trip through a meat grinder, she supposed comfort was relative. Eldon frowned. You want me to move? She stopped shifting. Oh, no, I'm fine, just trying to get settled. His stare burned into her, and she studiously ignored him. She took a sip of her coffee, trying to fill the awkward silence. So, how long was I out? 3 days. 3 days? She exclaimed. How come I haven't woken up by now? I should have been up by now to, you know. Eat, he offered. You already did. She choked, nearly spewing coffee across the bedspread. Surely he couldn't mean... Wait, what did I eat? Me. Holy shit. She set the mug down on the nightstand calmly, trying to maintain the thread of composure she had left. I'm sorry, did you say I fed from you? He nodded. When? Right after we did the translocation spell. What? We had to remove the silver from your body and cast it into the ley lines. You can do that? Yeah. And then I attacked you? Eldon shrugged a shoulder. Something like that. I'm so sorry. Ro buried her head in her hands. I can't believe I did that. How mortifying. She'd actually attacked a teammate. Not because Pressure pissed her off again or someone got out of line. No, she'd done it because she'd lost control of herself, like a child. Firm, warm hands clutched her wrists, pulling them gently away from her face. Hey, Eldon said softly. It's not a big deal. She snorted and peered up at him. Right. Eating your teammate is no biggie. You were acting on instinct. Instinct, her pale white ass. She should have enough self-control by now not to go all Dracula on someone she knew, someone she needed to protect. Way to go, genius. Now no one would feel safe around her. That's no excuse. She glanced at the door. Where are Tim and Pressure? Tim's downstairs, probably pissing off my sisters. And Pressure? Eldon didn't answer, just scowled as he rubbed his palms together. She knew at once that something had happened. Where is she? She asked again. He gave her a sidelong glance before answering. Precious. Gone. Where? His hand stopped moving. She disappeared right after I brought her here. We were a little distracted with keeping you alive. I didn't know until she'd already taken off. This couldn't be good. That woman had been distraught before those elves showed up, and now she was gone. There was only one place she'd go. She went after Vectra, Ro murmured. Eldon nodded, his expression grave. Then he extended his hand, palm side up. Her mark is fading. We think the farther she goes, the lighter the mark becomes. Ro turned her palm up, revealing the same design. The yellow half-moon, brilliantly pigmented before, was now only a fraction of its formal vivid shade. She pulled her hand closer to her face to inspect it. You're right. I'm not sure where she'd go, Eldon said. Neither was she, but sooner or later they'd have to find her. Tim's investigating, Eldon interrupted her thoughts, but the shifters are tight-lipped about their leader. I don't think most of them even know where he lives. They had 4 commons to hunt for, and Pressure was nowhere to be found. Now they'd have to go after it without her. Ro hated to leave a teammate behind, but they didn't have a choice. Time was of the essence. This sucks, Ro mumbled. Tell me about it. He glanced at the door. We'll figure it out. Hopefully my sisters won't make Tim want to run away too. They don't like werewolves either? He smirked. They're elitist. No surprise there. Of course, the first time she'd met Eldon, he'd been an elitist prick himself. But now, she didn't think so. Most movers think that way, he answered. Are you like most movers? He considered her. In some ways, I guess. I was raised to believe that the movers and the Fae were stronger than anyone else. Our magic makes us more powerful. You're not physically stronger, though. He may be ripped, but he couldn't match her vampire strength. He held his hands up and wriggled his fingers. We don't need physical contact to do damage. That was a truth she'd witnessed firsthand. Blue fire was some nasty shit, and after witnessing him turn an elf into vapor, she certainly didn't want to be on the receiving end of it. I'll concede on that point. He tilted his head and lifted a brow. The vampire concedes? She rolled her eyes. Yeah, don't get used to it. Her stomach rumbled again, airing its grievances. Coffee was nice, but blood was better. Way better. I'm pretty hungry. What's the longest you've gone without eating? Last time you were with me was my record. 4 days. We're already on day 3. His brows pinched in thought. Not to mention, you're recovering from silver poisoning. Time to get moving again. She swung her feet over the side of the bed, this time determined not to greet the floor with her ass. Eldon jumped to his feet and rushed forward. What are you doing? Like I said, I'm hungry. Is there a place around here I can go grab a bite to eat? His expression turned to stone. No. Why the hell not? Sure, she'd attacked him, but that had been an accident. He couldn't keep her from eating forever. He folded his arms across his chest. We're sitting in the middle of 1,400 acres of West Texas hill country right now. There's no such thing as nearby. Acreage in the hill country? They must be miles west of Austin right now. She rubbed her eyes, trying to wrap her mind around yet another change in surroundings and circumstances. There had to be some other way for her to get a quick meal. Well, you're a ley line jumper. Just jump me somewhere. Not gonna happen. Why not? Because you can feed for me. Silence. Her mouth fell open as she stared at him in total shock. Was he insane? Absolutely not. Besides his status as her teammate and their strange mental connection, she found him entirely too attractive for that to be a good idea. His eyes narrowed. You need blood. I have blood. Seems pretty simple to me. I already told you, no feeding from my teammates. He waved a hand dismissively. That's a stupid, self-imposed rule, and you know it. Need I remind you that the last time I took you on a field trip, you nearly got killed? I did not. Everything was fine until we got back to the warehouse. And then you nearly got killed. Do you enjoy repeating yourself? Only when I'm right. She let out an exasperated sigh. This conversation was going nowhere, and neither was her hunger. What do you want? For me to be happy with the idea of feeding from you? Eventually. She gaped. What did you say? The corner of his lip rose in a devious grin. Eventually. As in, eventually, I want you to be happy feeding from me, and quit fighting me about it. She couldn't believe him. Was he hearing himself? Why? What are you saying? His eyes softened as the grin fell from his face. Everything is changing. He pointed to the chair. I haven't moved from that seat for 2 days, watching you suffer and worrying that you may never wake up. I care about you too much to go through that again, so if blood is what you need to stay here, then say the word, and it's yours. Her chest tightened as the weight of his words struck her heart. She wasn't a good person. She was a vampire executioner. She killed people. A guy like Eldon? He was gorgeous and powerful, wealthy, had a family who loved him. He was everything she wasn't, and he deserved far more than an undead orphan at his side. She swallowed back the emotions threatening to bubble to the surface. I can't feed from you like that. And why not? Am I different from any other random person you sip on the street? Well, no, but am I so revolting that you'd rather starve than taste my blood? God, no. The thought of her lips against his neck made her shiver. Of course not. Then why are we having this discussion? Maybe he wasn't seeing the big picture, or maybe he wasn't right in the head. This had trouble written all over it. She eyed him, trying to figure out what he could possibly be thinking. Catching her stare, he lifted his chin, the sharp line of his jawbone defiant and demanding. The hunger stirred in her stomach as she stared at him. If they were found by the enemy again, she was in no shape to fight. She couldn't even stand. No way would she let someone else get hurt trying to save her just because she was being stubborn again. She shook her head. I know I'm going to regret this. Pinching the bridge of her nose, she squeezed her eyes shut. But fine. You're right. It doesn't matter who I feed from. She didn't believe herself for 1 second. Eldon tried to tame his heart as he took a step toward the bed. Everything in his world had shifted. He didn't understand it, and he couldn't explain it, but she belonged with him. He wanted her. He shot her a small smile. Glad you see things my way. Ro held up a finger. It's a blood thing, that's it. Whatever you say. He meant it, too. Everything would be on her terms. If she said no, he'd back off. But in this moment, he could help make her stronger, and he wanted nothing more than to ensure that happened. For the first time in his life, his brain and his heart were on the same page. She was it. She was everything. Pain and worry masked her expression as she adjusted herself on the bed again. He took another step forward. Are you hurting? She fell still. Just a little. I'll be fine once I eat something. Then eat. Ro's eyes widened. Right now? Is there any reason to wait? Her breath caught as she eyed his neck. She shook her head. Okay, then. What if I hurt you? She whispered. You won't. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. He extended a hand and ran his fingers along the delicate curve of her jawbone. She flinched under the weight of his touch, and he forced his hand to drop. She nodded and patted the bed beside her. Following her silent instructions, he hoisted himself onto the mattress. Nerves knotted in his stomach. Her eyes were wide, the gray irises swirling with crimson as she gazed at him. I can feed from your wrist. That wasn't how she usually fed. Why not my neck? She gulped. I can, but... Then do it. You don't need to change your preferences for me. Long lashes fluttered back at him as her eyes flooded scarlet. Her lips parted, the white peaks of her fangs barely revealing themselves. Something told him he should be afraid of her, but he wasn't. He scooted forward, bringing their bodies only inches apart. His heart beat like a snare drum in his ears. What will this be like? I can control it. Her voice was barely a whisper. I can make it feel good. Her trepidation was practically palpable, but he stifled the urge to reach out and comfort her. It had been difficult enough convincing her to take his vein. If he drew this out too long, he'd be giving her enough time to change her mind. What do I need to do? She reached out, her small, cool fingers biting into his biceps as she held his arms firmly in place. Stay as still as you can. Tilt your head to the side and close your eyes. He did as instructed, the world falling into darkness. Typically strong and always in control, the act felt foreign. He'd never allowed himself to be this vulnerable before. But yet he wasn't afraid. Nervous, yes, but not afraid. His lungs threatened to punch through his chest as he felt the flutter of air at his neck, her cool breath sending his heart into overdrive. Last chance. I can still go somewhere else, Ro offered quietly. He shook his head. If he could sustain her, he wouldn't need to send her out into the world. She could stay safe by his side, right here, instead of seeking danger in a dark alley somewhere, or danger seeking her. Okay, then. Ro's voice was husky. She ran her nose along his neck, breathing deeply as she moved from his jaw down to the collar of his shirt. You're nervous. Sweat blossomed along his forehead. He couldn't respond. Strung somewhere between edgy and craving, the words escaped him. Sharp pricks of pain bloomed along his neck. His breath slammed in his lungs as his body tensed, the sweet sting of her teeth overriding every thought. His body was a live wire. Heat poured through his neck, the sensation pulsating with each beat of his heart and spreading through his body with unbelievable speed. Pleasure rippled across his synapses, following the warmth in a tremendous wave. He'd never felt anything like this before, not even close. She tasted the puncture with her tongue, pulling his blood into her mouth with deep, unrelenting drags. God, she could take it all if she wanted. He tilted his head back farther to give her better access. Her satisfied groan vibrated against his throat, sending pleasure rocketing through every nerve. The wall between their minds collapsed. Snapshots of desire and satisfaction hopscotched from her brain to his, intertwining every thought and sensation. He wanted so badly to touch her, but he didn't dare jeopardize her focus. Minutes passed before she finally released her hold on his neck. She ran her tongue along the wounds, then dragged her fangs beneath his chin. His body jerked as the pleasure spiked, the tension suspended in the air between them. Eldon's control snapped. His lips found hers instantly, nothing gentle in their demand. She sank into the pillow, and he followed her down, careful not to crush her beneath his weight as he covered her with his body. Her arms wrapped around him, nails biting into the flesh at his back. She wanted this. She wanted him. With his fingertips he traced the soft contours of her lovely face, her gray eyes locked onto his. God, she was beautiful. He wove his hands through her hair, the long, gentle waves soft between his fingers, traveling the length of her neck with his lips. He marveled at how right she felt beneath him. He wanted to feel all of her, and she wasn't stopping him. Lust drove his thoughts, as he wrapped his mind around hers like paper around a gift, smiling as he felt her do the same. Their connection rendered words unnecessary. He kissed her again, exploring her mouth with his tongue, dancing along the sharp tips of her fangs and daring her to take more of him. He could taste his blood on her lips, his life keeping her alive. Ro wrapped her leg around his thigh and pulled him closer as she took over, dominating him even though he held the high ground. He'd never complained. It was sexy as hell. She was all power as she moved beneath him, shutting the world out of his mind until only she existed. Mine, he thought. A door whooshed open and slammed against the wall. What the fuck is going on here? A voice barked from the doorway. Chapter 20. Ro knocked her skull against the headboard as she shoved Eldon away. Had her brain taken a vacation? What the hell was she doing? She'd made out with Eldon, in his house, on his bed, in a bedroom 10 feet away from his 2 little sisters and a teammate. Idiot. Scooting her body out from underneath Eldon, she wriggled to the far end of the bed, trying to get as far away from the scene of the crime as possible. Strength rolled through her muscles as Eldon's blood regenerated what she'd lost, the aches subsiding further into oblivion with each passing moment. She'd feel awesome if she weren't utterly mortified. Eldon didn't bother getting up, just leaning back on his knees as he craned his head toward the doorway. A very pissed magic mover hovered outside, her hands settled on her hips. Adele's level stare said she had seen everything. I heard weird noises, so I thought I'd make sure you were okay. She raised a brow. Looks like you're better than okay. What's going on? Eldon's youngest sister poked her head around the corner. Ro squeezed her eyes shut, flipping awesome. They had an audience to what had to be one of her biggest, most embarrassing mistakes ever. Things had gone way, way too far, like another galaxy too far. The hunger after 3 days of recovery must have been too much for her system, because she'd clearly lost her ability to make good decisions. She wiped her mouth on a pajama sleeve and dared to glimpse at the doorway. Adele strode forward. Please, tell me I didn't see what I think I saw. Jess glanced from Eldon to Ro. Wait, what did you see? Not something Mom would have approved of, Adele muttered. What? Jess's confused stare darted from Ro back to Eldon, then back to Ro again. What did they do? Eldon pushed himself off the bed and stood tall, dwarfing his little sisters. First of all, don't pretend like you haven't already seen what's to come. Second, what I do in my private time is none of your business. He folded his arms across his chest. But if you must know, Ro needed to feed. Didn't look like feeding to me, Adele muttered. Jess gaped. She attacked you again? She swiveled toward Ro. That's it. I've had enough of your... Can it, Jess? Eldon cut her off. She didn't attack me. I volunteered. A tiny dose of relief washed over Ro. At least she wasn't painted as the only bad guy here. Jess swiveled back around. You did what? She hasn't fed for 3 days. She needed blood to heal. Her jaw dropped. So, you offered yourself up as an entree? I helped out my teammate when she needed me. Not that this is any of your business. Eldon rested his hand gently against Ro's back. Let's go downstairs. I'm sure Tim will be happy to see you're up and moving again. Ro nodded, grateful for any excuse to get out from beneath the watchful eyes of Eldon's baby sisters. He guided her to the doorway and shut the door behind him, but somehow she could still feel their disapproval crawling all over her skin. Man, what a day this had turned out to be already. Ro relaxed into the plush khaki couch in the living room and rested her mug on its arm. The room was small and comfortable, holding a long sofa and 2 matching love seats set opposite each other. Tim had settled on one, Jess on the other. Adele leaned against a far wall by the windows, adorned with cream and brown plaid curtains. A black cat was curled up in her arms, purring loudly as she stroked between its ears. Rose stifled a shudder, craning her head to the side and trying not to let the cat set her on edge. It was just a cat, for God's sake. A faint smell of fear rolled off Adele, and Ro tried to focus on that instead. There was an undercurrent of worry surrounding Eldon's sister, despite her cool demeanor. The red-headed mover smiled as she watched Jess cringe. Live and let live, she'd said. At least, that's what she'd been trying to tell Jess for the past 30 minutes, which wasn't going well at all. They very much disapproved of Eldon's decision to allow Ro to feed from him, and weren't at all quiet about it. Jess set her hands on her hips. So what's the plan now? There is no plan that involves either of you. Eldon pointed to Adele. Both of you are to stay out of team business. But, Jess sputtered, clearly unhappy with being left out of the loop. But nothing. He shook his head. You're both out of this. Go. Adele took the hint and moved away from the wall. Give it up, Jess. She shook her head and scooted past the sofas. Come help me set up stronger wards around this place, she said over her shoulder as she disappeared into the kitchen. Jess's brow furrowed as she stared down at her brother. He glared back at her, his expression proving he wouldn't be cowed. She swore softly, then stomped out of the room. Ro took another sip from her mug, the contents now turning cold. Tim's brows pinched in thought. Obviously the Fae have something to do with that letter. But it doesn't make sense. Why would their magic be on a letter from the Shiftmaster? Ro asked. The Dark Realm races were segregated by choice, so the likelihood of the Fae bumping into a letter from the Shiftmaster was slim to none, not to mention the elves who showed up at their door only minutes after that letter was delivered. How can you be sure Alexander sent it at all? Ro mused. The possibility existed that Alexander had no idea about the letter. It could be a setup by the Fae. Tim shook his head. Before Prussia took off, she said the letter had been sealed with his mark. That can't be forged? Ro asked. Not a chance, according to Prussia. She sensed his crux on the seal, Tim said. Eldon raised a brow. Crux? The essence of his shifter spirit. Tim rose from the couch and paced the floor near the windows. It's not unlike the werewolves. We know each other in either form. The magical fingerprint never changes. She swore it was Alexander's mark. So much for Alexander the Innocent. Eldon frowned. Do you think he'd use Vectra to find the commons? Exactly what I was thinking, Ro said. Tim nodded. It's a real possibility, especially if he wants the stones. I can't understand why he'd want them, though. He's on the council. Eldon stroked his chin with a thumb, then reached into his back pocket and pulled out the crumpled note, unfolding it carefully. It says commons, not common, plural. He definitely wants all of them. I thought shifters used magic to shift. They can't manipulate it like a mover or the Fae, right? So how would they do him any good? Ro asked. I have no idea, but I intend to find out. Tim clenched his fists as he spoke. I've met Vectra. She's a special kid, and she's sick. Pressure would never leave her out there alone without the care she needs, and Alexander knows it. Pressure would do anything for her sister. She's all Pressure has left. Interesting. Pressure must not have much for family, not unlike Ro. Maybe they had more in common than she thought. I just wish she wasn't gone. Tim rubbed his marked palm against his jeans. She shouldn't have left without me. Eldon rubbed a hand across the stubble on his chin. I know your friendship with her is important, but we still have a mission. You think I don't know that? Tim snapped. Tim and Pressure had made no secret of their friendship from the beginning. They'd had a history together, a history Ro didn't know and didn't care to ask about. The frustration and pain hiding beneath the surface of his emotions were written clearly in his expression, and she couldn't help but feel for him. Time to change the subject. So, where do we go from here? Eldon narrowed his eyes and focused on the werewolf. You're closer to the shifters than either of us. Can you think of anyone who may be able to help us find where the shiftmaster is hiding? With a frown, Tim glared at the note. There is one person who may be able to help. Then go. We'll wait here until you get back, Eldon said. Ro scoffed. We can go with him. There's no reason to stay here. You're not well. Eldon shot her a stern glare. You're not going anywhere. That's bullshit. She may be a little tired, but she wasn't incapable. This isn't open for discussion. Eldon rose from the couch and turned to Tim, his back to Ro as he spoke. Anger stirred in her gut. He couldn't just shut her down like that. He didn't own her. I'm fine. I've even fed. Tim stood up, meeting Eldon's stare. He didn't bother to acknowledge her as he spoke. Eldon's right. You nearly died yesterday. You're staying put. Don't I have anything to say in this? She fumed. No, they both responded in unison. Bastards. She hated the idea of sitting around doing nothing. She hated it more, knowing that Pressure was out there somewhere, Vectra was a weapon who was both sick and missing, and Tim was the only one going out to do recon work. Even worse, Eldon would stay here to babysit her like a child. Tim swiveled and paced toward the doorway. Tim. Eldon's voice stopped him in his tracks. The wolf glanced over his shoulder but didn't turn around. We'll help you find her. Eldon's voice was low and sincere. Once this is over, I promise we'll get her back. Tim didn't say another word as he left the room and walked out the front door. Chapter 21. Eldon crept slowly up the stairs towards Ro's room. The floorboards creaked beneath his feet, and he cringed with each step, trying to stay as quiet as he could. Technically it was his room, but he'd given it up without a fight. It was the darkest room in the house. He twisted the knob to the bedroom door and pushed it open, thankful when the hinges didn't creak. No one wanted to surprise a vampire. Ro lay bundled under a thick mound of blankets, unmoving, not even breathing. Yeah, that no-breathing thing was going to take some getting used to. But they needed to talk. He'd planned on cornering her right after their meeting with Tim, but the impending daylight had put the kibosh on that plan. She'd checked out and headed off to bed just before the sun hit the sky. In a way, this ambush would work out much better. She probably wouldn't have this conversation with him willingly. He closed the door behind him. Weapons covered the nightstand and half of the floor, an arrangement of daggers littering the path to her bed. A few guns were stashed in a corner, bullets laid neatly beside them. He stepped cautiously toward the bed. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to wake a vampire with this kind of hardware. He briefly considered leaving before he brushed the thought away. She wouldn't hurt him. Ro, he said softly. She didn't budge. The sun was only beginning to set, the fiery orb in the sky no doubt locking her into a sleeping trance. Not for long, though. He gripped her shoulder and shook her gently. Ro. A mumble filled the air, the sound both half asleep and half pissed off. Come on, you need to wake up. A small hand extended out from beneath the comforter, and she flipped him the bird before rolling over to face the other wall. He raised a brow, so that was how it was going to be. With one swift movement, he yanked the comforter off the bed. Hey, she mumbled, flailing an arm in the air to try and capture the flying blanket. He leaned over her bed. Good morning, sunshine. Sun's still up. She tucked her head underneath her pillow. Be a pain in my ass later. Everyone else is awake. Rise and shine. Not now, she mumbled. It's sleepy time. I have 2 little sisters, so I practically majored in obnoxious. I can do this all day. With a grunt, she rolled out from underneath the pillow and propped herself up on an elbow as her eyes fluttered open. I hate you right now. His lips curled into a coy smile as he tilted his head. No, you don't. Sunshine will fry me at this hour, she growled and rubbed her tired eyes with a hand. He leaned a shoulder into the sturdy bedpost. No, it won't. It takes at least a few minutes of sunlight to fry a vamp. How would you know? Research. My family happens to own an extensive library. He'd spent most of the day studying those archives, long after the others had fallen asleep. His father had given him a notebook of family spells before he'd passed away. Their documentation on the other races was sketchy at best, but the family records they did have had been passed down for generations. Ro perked up, glancing over at him again. You have a library? Here? He shrugged. Some print, some online. We went digital around 5 years ago. Too many of the ancient records had been lost over time, fires and floods claiming the knowledge before it could be preserved. Adele had spent a month scanning and organizing what they still had. It was one of her more brilliant ideas. How high-tech of you, Rose said. Eldon smiled. You like to read? Love it. He motioned to the closet. Get dressed. Maybe I'll have time to show you the library later. Perching on the edge of the mattress, he tried not to remember what they'd nearly done right there on those sheets. She muttered something as she rolled out of bed and followed instructions, wandering to the closet in her wrinkled green tank top and black cotton yoga pants. He cleared his throat. I also wanted to talk to you about what happened yesterday. There's nothing to talk about. Her muffled voice came from the other side of the closet wall. Unless you want me to apologize, which I totally will. She stepped out of the closet with a clothes hanger in her hand. I'm sorry. I lost control, and it won't happen. Why are you apologizing? He interrupted. If anyone owed anyone an apology, it was him. He'd made that first move, not her. Clearly, though she'd played along, she hadn't been ready for it. I'm not sorry about what happened at all. But he held up a hand. Hear me out. Sure, he'd taken things way too fast. He hadn't meant to kiss her. Something had snapped in a split second between them, and now it was too late to take it back. He didn't regret the kiss itself, and he wouldn't apologize for it happening, but he definitely regretted the way it happened. Vampires were known for mixing blood and sex, and he'd taken advantage of her body's instincts. She hooked the hanger on the doorknob and leaned against the door jamb, folding her arms across her chest. I'm listening. Okay. Not the reception he'd expected. He blew out a deep breath. I like you, Ro. I like you a lot. I know I didn't handle myself very well yesterday, but I think we have something. I like you too. She lifted a shoulder. But I can't be with you like that. I'm not asking for some big commitment. I know you're not. We can take this day by day. Her eyes were flat as she shook her head. No, we can't. Why not? He fought the sinking feeling in his chest. The logical part of his brain told him his attraction to her was irrational, but he couldn't help it. It had existed long before they'd kissed. He'd refused to acknowledge it before, mostly because she was a vampire, but partly because she was unlike any female he'd ever been with. She was crass and tough, completely independent, almost to a fault. She was all hard edges on the outside, but he'd seen a sliver of her mind that was soft and kind, a part she'd never let anyone see. Their connection now was too obvious to ignore. Rose shook her head. It's not meant to be, Eldon. We're too different. With one motion, he pushed himself off the bed and took a step toward her. I've been with plenty of women. Oh, great. Way to sweeten the deal. He ignored her. But they're nothing like you, and nothing I've had with any of them compares to yesterday. It was the absolute truth. Money and power had bought him a lot of things in his life, women included. They hung around until they got what they wanted, maybe some jewelry or a fancy dinner. Sex. Then they disappeared from his life and his memories as quickly as they came. The only mark they'd made on his life was in his checkbook. And didn't that make him feel like an ass? "We only kissed," she whispered. "I know." Ro ran a hand through her hair, forehead pinched in frustration. "It isn't going to work." "You can't know that." She let out an irritated laugh. "Oh, I can. Have you met your sisters? As they kindly pointed out, we're not even the same species." "So now you're intolerant?" "My tolerance has nothing to do with it. The Dark Realm has never looked fondly on interracial relationships. I doubt they'll start now." A spark lit in his chest. He knew what their world would think, what the collective would think, what his family would think, and for once, he didn't care. Something about Ro drew him in, the gravity of her presence always riding in his subconscious. He took a step closer to her. Screw them. "What about the council?" she continued, oblivious to his advances. "You think they'll be happy about us spending our time hooking up instead of hunting commons?" One more step. Screw them too. She tossed her hands in the air. "Right. You may have cars and houses and money and magic, but the rest of us are trying to take things day by day and hopefully stay alive in the process." The last step put him so close to her he could smell the perfume of her skin, fresh and clean like apples. He heard her breath catch. "So this is about money, then? I'm too secure for you?" Ro took a small step back. I'm not talking to you about this anymore." She glared up at him, her gaze hard as diamonds. The determination in her eyes only proved that she was as strong and stubborn as he knew her to be. "We need to go find those commons." He took another step forward. "Don't think for 1 second that this conversation is over." He leaned forward, his lips only a hair's breadth from her ear. "And don't think I won't try to change your mind." Ro's gunmetal gray eyes were wide as he stepped away from her and toward the door. He twisted the knob, taking inventory of her body with his eyes. Her long blonde hair hung down to her waist, her delicate jaw pushed forward defiantly. She was beautiful, even when she was being stubborn. Absolutely stunning. "Meet me in the kitchen in 5 minutes." Closing the door behind him, he smiled. Ro stood in the middle of her bedroom, staring at the door in disbelief. Of all the egotistical, chauvinistic, pain-in-the-ass men she'd ever met, that one took the cake. Hell, he owned the whole damn bakery. She hated herself for letting him get inside her head. She yanked off her yoga pants in an angry rush and threw them into the closet before sliding into a fresh pair of leathers. They'd become a new staple in her wardrobe, giving her plenty of room to fight if she needed it, but protecting her skin if she took a tumble. She buttoned the top and zipped the fly, then shook her head. Guys like Eldon knew how to play the system to get what they wanted. He'd said it himself. He'd had plenty of women. No doubt they'd fawned all over him to get to his money, which he hadn't outright spoken about, but come on. This was an expensive house, and it was just to spare. He was a 6'5", blue-eyed hunk of eye candy with incredible magical strength, his warm body appealing to more than just her vampire side. The things she could do to him? Nope, not going there. Rummaging in her bag for a change of clothes, Ro wondered how she'd gotten herself into this whole mess. The freaky mental connection with Eldon shouldn't be possible. But then again, she'd never truly been normal. She'd always had the sense that she wasn't where she belonged in the human world, an outlier in society. She shouldn't have expected a change as one of the undead. Eldon had probably grown up in a perfect little house on a perfect corner of a perfect street with plenty of money and no worries. No, she wasn't at all the type of girl he'd end up with. Not by a long shot. Problem was, she was definitely attracted to him, in a major way. Her brain knew he was trouble, but her body was a total traitor. That kiss may have started with tasting his blood, but it had finished with her wanting him, all of him, and with that telepathic connection wide open. She knew he'd been right there with her. Damn it. She threw the bedroom door open with more aggression than necessary and ventured cautiously down the stairs. Eldon had woken her up before total darkness, which meant she still had to watch out for the setting sun. She could aloe vera her way out of a little residual sunlight, but the direct rays were her kryptonite. She stepped softly on the carpeted stairs and glanced into the open living room. Was it nighttime already? The room was pitch black, no direct sun in sight. She glanced at the windows and she stood at the base of the stairs, wondering if her eyes were deceiving her, only to find that every window in the house had been covered with thick black draperies. When had they put those up? I've ordered metal blinds to be installed, the type they use in houses on the coast during hurricane season. I figured this place can be headquarters until we retrieve all the commons. Eldon stood in the doorway, 2 cups of coffee in his hands. He took a sip of one and extended the other to her. If I recall, you're a coffee girl. Her eyes narrowed. You're buttering me up. Maybe. He turned and strode into the kitchen, motioning to the small table. Sit down. Don't tell me what to do. He wandered around to the far side of the table before cocking a brow and slowly taking a seat. Sit down. Please. He pulled out the chair perched on the end. You better have a damn good reason for waking me up at this ungodly hour. Tim's back. Her chest squeezed, a combination of relief and fear swamping her. Where is he? Eldon eyed the back door. Outside, shifting into his hidden force. Thank God. Even if he didn't have the answers they needed, she'd welcome him with open arms. And if he did have answers, she was ready to get out of this house and go to work. As if on cue, the back door swung open. Tim stepped through the opening, and Rose sucked in a quick breath. His hair was disheveled, and he clearly hadn't shaved since he left. Dark circles lined his grave eyes. The sour combination of his sweat and anger filled the small kitchen, but she couldn't help but be glad for it. Rose rushed forward and crushed him with her arms, hugging him as if letting go meant he'd disappear again. She surprised herself with how much she'd missed him. He stood frozen for a moment, before wrapping his arms around her and patting her back. The gesture was awkward, but she didn't care. Glad you're back, she whispered against his chest. I told you I'd return when I had a lead. He released her from his hold and pulled away before walking toward the window near the kitchen table. So you know something? She could only pray they would lead their group to a common. They'd made so little progress. He stared out the window into the darkness. I think I've located the shiftmaster's home. How certain are you it's the right place? Eldon asked. Pretty sure. Tim swiveled around to face them both. I wanted to case the place myself, but decided against it. I need backup. Smart. Eldon nodded in approval. Are you sure you're okay to fight? Tim nodded. I know I look like hell, but that's just because I haven't shaved or showered for a couple of days. I've been sleeping and eating just fine. Promise. Eldon gave him a once-over, but Ro didn't care. If the man said he could fight, he could fight. Let's go, then. She couldn't stand to be cooped up one more minute. My weapons are prepped. I just need to put on my kicks and load up. When no one disagreed, she ran up the stairs, strapped on her arsenal, and strode back into the kitchen. She opted to wear her combat boots, knowing they'd hold up the best if they had to crawl around outdoors. Wherever they were going, she imagined a healthy level of stealth and dirt would be involved. The men took up most of the space in the small kitchen, checking and rechecking their weapons and ammo. She glanced down, adjusting the 3 guns at her waist, the 2 strapped to her thighs and the daggers crossing her chest. Throwing blades were hidden safely in the inner compartments of her boots, barely noticeable as she moved. Ready? Ro asked. They nodded. Eldon studied the piece of paper in his hands. Tim's given me the approximate location. I'll jump us there, and then we can walk the rest of the way. He glanced at Ro. The sun's officially down. You're up first. Ro rolled her neck and blew out a breath. Here we go again. Chapter 22. Ro slammed into the ground, her knees giving out on impact. Steely arms wrapped around her body, clutching her tightly and keeping her from meeting the grass face first. You all right? Eldon's chest vibrated against her ear as he spoke. She relaxed her grip on his waist but didn't let go, afraid she'd topple over. Yeah, I think so. His chest moved up and down as he let out a little laugh, still holding her close. Very close. That wasn't too bad, was it? The trip through the lines was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. The world had warped and faded away, the space around them melting until they were flying through the air. Colors had zoomed by at incredible speeds, time somehow standing still and passing too quickly all at once. Eldon had never once loosened his grip on her. Vertigo punched through her brain, making the world spin and throwing her terribly off balance. She exhaled, trying to center herself in her own body. For some reason, she couldn't unscramble her senses. "I feel like Jell-O," she muttered. He chuckled. "Totally normal for a rookie." "You sure?" "Positive." He inhaled sharply, his cheek pressed against her forehead. "I wouldn't let anything happen to you." "I know," she said, before pushing him away. "Thanks for the ride." She needed to stand on her own 2 feet, both in reality and metaphorically. He glanced down at her. "I'm glad you know that." She shrugged. "We're a team." Disappointment flickered across his handsome face before disappearing behind steely resolve. "Right." He cleared his throat. "So, I guess you'll stay." Pop! A blue light flashed across the darkened sky. Eldon spun around, shoving Ro behind him with the movement. She tried to surge forward, but the blue fire spilling from his fingers stopped her in her tracks. She blinked, the darkened trees coming into focus around her. Like an idiot, she'd been completely unaware of her surroundings until this moment. A figure stepped out from the tree line, hands raised in the air. Eldon held up a glowing hand, ready to toss a lethal dose of magic. "Relax, bro, it's me," the figure called, raising his hands higher. "Eldon, it's me." Eldon lowered his hand. "Nick?" "The one and only." The man took another step forward, the light from a distant house illuminating his face. "Although we need to work on your hospitality skills." The fire in Eldon's grip vanished, and he marched forward. "What are you doing here?" He took the man into a bear hug. Nick clapped Eldon on the back with a loud smack before stepping back. "Collective sent me to babysit ya. I guess they forgot we've been friends since we were in diapers." Nick leaned to the side and raised a brow at Ro. "Is that your vampire friend?" "Sorry." Eldon extended a hand toward Ro. "Nick, this is Ro. Ro, Nick. I guess you haven't been formally introduced." He folded his arms again. "Now why are you here?" Nick stepped forward and extended a hand to Ro, ignoring Eldon's questioning stare. "Ro, nice to officially meet you." She took his grip firmly in hers. "Back at you." For some reason, Nick seemed vaguely familiar. Clearly, he could hop the line, so that either made him a fae or a mover. Given his buddy-buddy status with Eldon, though, she'd venture to guess he was the latter. But where had she seen him before? Eldon folded his arms across his chest. "How did you follow me here?" "Please, if anyone knows how to break your wards undetected, it's me." Nick wiggled his brows. "I overheard you talking about your plans. I followed." "Why would the collective think I needed babysitting?" Nick glanced at Ro, then back at Eldon. "She's fine," Eldon said. "The collective means nothing to her. She won't say anything." Ro nodded and eyed the pattern on her palm. That was the total truth. The only thing scarier than one magic mover was a room full of them, and the last time she'd met their leader, she'd ended up marked by their magic. No desire to get involved. Nick lowered his voice into a whisper. "Adele called me, too. She saw something. She's worried about you." A prickling sensation crawled up Ro's spine. Saw something? Could he be any more cryptic? "I've told her before not to read me." Eldon shook his head and rubbed his chin. "She never likes what she sees." "Can you blame her?" Nick pointed to Ro. "Adele already saw her coming. You should listen to her." Wait. She saw Ro coming? Ro wheeled around to stare at Eldon. What is he talking about? He blew out a deep breath. "Adele saw you in my future. She knew we'd be working together, that's all." Something told her he wasn't telling her the entire truth, but this hardly seemed like the place to start a discussion about it. She made a mental note to bring it up later. Eldon turned to Nick. "You shouldn't be here." "Neither should you." Nick's eyes narrowed. "The shipmaster lives down the street from here." "How would you know that?" Eldon asked. Nick shrugged a shoulder. "Common knowledge." Not hardly, Ro thought. Prescia had made it clear that most shifters didn't know where the shipmaster resided, and those who didn't drop by with muffin baskets. "We don't have time for this." Eldon stole a glance around the darkened tree line. "I need to get the rest of the team." "Then go," Nick said. Eldon turned and sauntered up to Ro, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Are you going to be okay here without me?" He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Something resembling butterflies, took flight in Ro's stomach. She stole a glance at Nick, who was staring innocently at the night sky. "You tell me." "Nick's my best friend. He won't hurt you." "Then I have nothing to worry about." They were burning starlight as far as she was concerned, wasting time as they stood around chatting. The commons were still missing, and Vectra was out there somewhere. Their to-do list kept getting longer, but the clock was ticking. "Go get them. Hurry up," she ordered. He nodded before evaporating into blue fog. She exhaled, releasing a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Nick was staring at her, the force of his gaze somehow unwrapping her where she stood. "What?" she asked, as she checked her weapons, making sure they'd all made it through the ley lines without incident. "You like him." She froze. "Excuse me?" "You like him. I can feel it when he touches you." She took a step back and stared at him. "No, I don't." His lips quirked into a small smile. "I'm an empath. I know exactly how you feel about him." Her stomach turned at the sudden spotlight on her emotions. "It can't work between us." "It could." He stepped toward her. "You just won't let it." She took another step back, her chest tight. She wondered briefly how she could feel claustrophobic while standing in the middle of a clearing surrounded only by trees. "The Dark Realm won't accept us. I wouldn't do that to his family." "Don't play the martyr," she gaped. "How dare you? You don't know anything about me." "Give it up." He shook his head and took another step. "You're tied to each other, and there's nothing either of you can do about it. I've never seen anything like it before, especially between the races, but your auras have mixed." "What?" she asked, her voice weaker than she intended. His eyes narrowed. "Vampires don't have auras, but you do, and you've connected with Eldon on a level that I can't explain." Could he be telling the truth? She'd had no idea that vampires couldn't have auras, but Nick had no reason to lie to her. Ever since she'd met Eldon, everything had turned into a big mess, and she couldn't control any of it. "They're not alive," he explained. "Vampires don't have auras because they're not alive, and since you're not technically alive either, I don't understand why you have one." "Can Eldon see it?" The idea that he'd seen her aura, but never mentioned it, created a flicker of anger in her mind. Nick tilted his head. "Maybe, but only if he's focused on it. He's probably never had a reason to. As an empath, I can't help but see your energy." "What does it mean if I have an aura?" "I have no idea." A familiar blue spark lit the sky for only a second before Eldon emerged with Tim in tow. Ro clamped her mouth shut, holding back the questions bubbling in her throat. There was so much more she wanted to ask. Tim released his grip from Eldon's shoulders the moment they materialized near the woods, and that was fine with him. His first instinct was to find Ro, and he scanned the shadows. A tiny rush of relief hit him as he spotted her profile against the darkness only a few feet away. "Who's that?" Tim asked as he strode forward. "Nick, an old friend," Eldon answered. "Are we inviting people on missions now?" Tim shot Eldon a pointed stare. "I didn't invite him," Eldon said, casting a glance toward Ro. She was standing beside Nick, her expression as if someone had slapped her across the face. Her cool gray eyes were wide, her fair skin more pale than usual. Damn Nick. He'd said something to her, and whatever it was had her spooked. He scooted behind the wolf and tried to be casual as he stepped toward Ro. Nick extended a hand to Tim. "Nick." Tim eyeballed his hand before slowly extending his own. "Tim." Ignoring the pleasantries, Eldon paced over to Ro and set a hand on her lower back. "Everything okay?" he asked quietly. "Fine. Everything is fine." She didn't look at him. "You're a terrible liar." She fiddled with the blade in the sheath strapped to her chest. He stepped in front of her, lifting her chin with a finger. "You can't be straight with me, can you?" "Not now, Eldon." She pulled her face away from him to stare at the ground. His eyes narrowed, so there was something they needed to discuss. Judging from the way she was reacting to him now, it wasn't good. He shot a ball-busting glare at Nick, who looked guilty as sin. Yeah, Nick's expression said it all. He knew that face way too well. Eldon stroked the long locks riding down Ro's back before turning away to glance at Tim. You ready to lead the way? Tim nodded and removed a small box from his pocket. First things first. Who has a gun? Every person yanked a pistol from their waist, including Nick. Eldon wasn't surprised. Nick always carried a gun with him everywhere, and he happened to be a damn good shot. Even when they were kids and the only thing they had to shoot were BB guns, Nick had rarely missed. Tim pulled a box from his pocket. These bullets are made of gold. He flipped the box open and emptied the contents into his tattoo-covered palm. He placed 3 bullets in Eldon's hand. They were heavy, much heavier than a normal round. Eldon held the shiny gold metal toward the light to inspect it, wondering where he'd managed to scrounge up something so unique. Tim distributed a handful of bullets between Eldon and Roe before releasing the magazine in his own gun. My sources tell me that if shifters touch gold, they can't shift. These bullets are impregnated with gold. He popped the bullets in and slid the magazine back into its home with a loud click. Nick extended a hand. I'll need some too. Eldon snapped to attention. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Eldon marched over to Nick, standing so they were only inches apart. He kept his voice low. This isn't your fight, Nick. Not your problem. Go home. Bullshit, Nick spat. Tell the collective I'm fine. I'll check in with them tomorrow. Nick scoffed. You think I'm going to let you go in there without my help? The last thing he needed was to worry about someone else in the mix. Like I said, not your problem. Nick's brows knotted in anger, his lips a thin slash. My entire life you've been like a brother to me. I've looked out for your family, and I have always had your back. How is this different? He'd always been there, true, but this was dangerous, and he wouldn't put his best friend in unnecessary danger. Don't get involved in this. Too late. I'm already involved. Eldon pinched the bridge of his nose, so frustrated he wanted to scream. Nick, what if something happens to me? What will happen to my sisters? Who will protect them? The muscles in Nick's jaw flexed. He didn't speak for a moment. Fine. I'll hang back. I'm still gonna come, but I won't fight hand-to-hand unless I have to. It wasn't the one-sided agreement Eldon was after, but it was the best he was gonna get. Deal. He glanced at Tim and jerked his head toward Nick. Get him some bullets, just in case. Tim nodded and poured 3 bullets into Nick's hand. Let's go. Eldon spun around and headed for the trees. Chapter 23. Gun drawn and to her side, Ro crept slowly through the forest. She trudged across another small stream, grateful she'd worn her heavy watertight boots. Spending the rest of the night with soggy feet would have royally sucked. Sometimes practical trumped pretty. Sometimes. She squinted against the darkness, spotting the nearest neighbors around 100 yards away. The generic cabin resembled every other home in the neighborhood, easy to spot with its bright interior lighting. Large lots and dense trees separated the properties, giving her a sense of innate security. If she bought a home with privacy in mind, this would be the one. A low whistle stole Rose's attention. Tim's signal. All 4 of them came to an abrupt standstill. No one had argued when Tim said they'd be taking cues from him. The intel on this location resided solely with him, and they were just along for the ride. Not to mention, he was the alpha of the group. Giving orders was kind of his thing. With one finger, Tim pointed to both of his eyes, then Ro and Eldon, then to the left side of the house. Tim was going to the left side. He made another motion along his eyes before ordering Eldon and Ro around to the right. Ro nodded and took the lead around the side of the house, stalking cautiously through the woods and trying not to make any noise. At their unbearably slow pace, it took forever before they were only a few feet away from the house. Keeping the gold-loaded gun in her hand, Ro crouched to the ground. Her eyes locked with Eldon's as she mouthed, "Let's go to the side of the house." Sure would be nice if she could control the connection between them, channeling it for communication, but apparently it didn't work like that. He nodded and followed her. There was a chance that Vectra was here. This was Alexander's house, and he was the one who had signed that letter. Even though they'd come here to retrieve the commons, they at least had to search the place to make sure he didn't have Vectra locked away somewhere. Chances were, with her vampire hearing, she'd be able to hear Vectra before she saw her. Of course, she wasn't exactly sure what she was listening for, but she imagined the little shifter wouldn't be happy. If she was anything like Prussia, she'd be loud about it. Eldon stepped around her while she covered him and scanned the periphery. Amazing that Alexander didn't have any guards here, or wards. By now they surely should have tripped some sort of alarm. He made it to the side of the house and pressed his back to the wall, jerking his head to signal her to move forward. Palming his gun, he lifted it with purpose. It was his turn to cover her. As much as she hated to admit it, she and Eldon made a pretty good team. She felt secure with him watching her back, and she wasn't sure she'd be able to say the same with anyone else. Maybe their connection put her at ease. Who knew? The sound of crunching leaves brought Ro's head around toward the source of the noise. She squinted, but even with her vampire vision, it was too dark to spot a damn thing. "What the fuck are you doing?" A familiar female voice whispered in the darkness. Ro stilled, watching intently as a small figure emerged from behind the dark line of trees. Pressure. Sweet Jesus, Pressure was here. "What are we doing?" Ro whispered loudly. "What are you doing here? Why did you leave?" "I had to find the shiftmaster." Pressure glanced behind her at the cabin, and Ro turned to follow her stare, watching as Eldon emerged from the darkness. He didn't look happy. "You bailed on us," he said, his quiet tone disapproving. The short strands of Pressure's black and white hair shimmered in the moonlight as Ro took in her appearance. Dark eyeliner was smudged beneath her eyes, no doubt the remnants of days past. Her clothes were wrinkled and torn, as if they'd seen a fight or two since they'd first been worn. She looked like hell. "My priority is and will always be to my family first, period." Pressure glanced toward the house. "Where's Tim? Is he here?" Eldon ignored the question. "You made a promise to this team." Her eyes grew cold as she fixed her stare on the mover, anger stirring in their depths. "Vectra is more important to me than any promise, so you can kiss my ass with all this Inquisition bullshit. I don't owe you any explanations." Lights flooded the front of the house and poured over the lawn toward the back. Without a sound, Pressure vanished. Ro and Eldon hit the ground hard, her own breathing loud in her ears. She shut the human instinct off immediately and tried to get a grip on herself. She couldn't afford to be distracted by Pressure right now. They had a job to do. Adrenaline pumped in her veins as she lifted her head. A car. Someone had arrived. Wherever Pressure had gone, Ro hoped the shifter remained close. She hated the idea of Tim on the far side of the house without any backup. They were probably going to need all the help they could get. Her gaze met Eldon's, a silent agreement passing between them without a word. Neither of them could move until that person got inside the house. She only hoped Tim had seen the light, too. The sound of keys clanking echoed in the stillness. Moments later, a door opened and shut again. They lay motionless on the cool grass for several seconds. On Eldon's signal, they army-crawled together toward the side of the house. Eldon grabbed her elbow and helped her to her feet, then shoved her against the wall. She pressed her back into the wood beams along the cabin's exterior. Thank God there were no windows on this side, one less thing to worry about. Ro glanced at Eldon and pointed to her ear. He nodded. She took a few tiny steps forward, as close to the back door as she dared, while still maintaining her position in the shadows. Two voices, one male and one female. Could that be Vectra? This close to the door, it would be easy to do a little snatch and grab. They wouldn't know it hit them. Ro held up 2 fingers to Eldon. A hand touched her elbow, and she turned to meet his pointed stare. He shook his head. Without a word, he was ordering her to stay in place, as if he knew exactly what she wanted to do. She tried to push away the urge to run inside. He was right. They couldn't be sure the female voice was Vectra's. Ro nodded and tilted her head, opening her senses completely. She followed the string of sound and honed in on the words. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting," a man said. That had to be Alexander. If this was his house, he must be the one who'd arrived. "It is poor form to show up late to a meeting when you have already failed to produce what I've asked for," the shrill female voice replied. That couldn't be Vectra. She wouldn't have agreed to meet with him, or needed to. She also sounded too old. No way was that woman 14. "I've given you the shifter's common," the man answered. "And your debt remains unpaid." Given her the shifter's common? Why would he do something like that? And who was she? Ro snapped around to look at Eldon, but he only nodded, face pinched in absolute focus, chin lifted, as he strained to hear. She fought the questions firing off in her brain, trying to pay attention to the conversation. This exchange had just gone from casual convo to vital intel. "I'm working on that," the man answered. "I'm beginning to wonder if you are, Alexander." So it was him. She couldn't remember exactly what the man looked like, but she committed his voice to memory. "I've done as you asked. My common has been reported missing. A team has been assembled by the council. I've even taken Precious' sister to help us find the remaining commons, and to ensure her compliance." Rat bastard. He'd just admitted to everything and then some. His common wasn't missing, he'd given it away. He'd committed treason by lying to the council. And why? "You would put forth a member of your team not worthy of the task?" A branch snapped. Ro shot a worried glance at Eldon, who shrugged. The distant sound came from the opposite side of the house. No doubt Precious had heard what was said, and Tim was having bunches of fun, trying to keep her from busting in and breaking that woman's nose. "She is worthy," Alexander said, his voice growing quiet. "And yet you do not trust that your strength as her leader is enough to demand her compliance?" Nothing but silence. Ro leaned forward slightly, trying to get a sight on the targets inside. They held the commons, and she'd be willing to bet the stones weren't far. They could even be carrying them around in a pocket. She caught a shimmer of green fabric before losing her balance. Eldon's strong hand gripped her arm and pulled her back against the wall. Turning her head to the side, she peered up at him. He shook his head. Maybe he was right. Curiosity did kill the cat. "Interesting," the female voice said, her tone amused. "I would expect more from a shiftmaster." "If my hands weren't tied on the matter, I'd use them to wring your neck," Alexander ground out. "But they are tied, aren't they, little shifter?" "I could be the shiftmaster without your spells," Alexander said. Holy shitballs. Ro's jaw dropped open and she swung her head around to take in Eldon's reaction. His eyes were wide with surprise. The current shiftmaster hadn't earned the title? He'd bought spells to ensure his position? Whoever that woman was, she must be extraordinarily powerful to manipulate an entire nation of people into following a leader like Alexander on a whim. "Oh, you think so? I should very much like to see that." The female voice was sharp with anger. "Offend me again, and you shall." A spark flashed, bathing the tree line in emerald light for only a second before disappearing again. "Forgive me, Majesty," Alexander answered quickly. "I didn't mean to be insulting." Majesty? There were few people who possessed an elevated title in the Dark Realm. The magic movers ruled by democracy, and the shiftmaster was in that room, which left the vampires, the werewolves, and the Fae. "Then choose your words more carefully," the woman instructed. "Rather peculiar no one was able to overthrow your family for so many generations, don't you think? I would hate for people to start questioning your authority." "You wouldn't," Alexander challenged. The woman barked, a laugh. "Oh, I am capable of many things. Blackmail is the least of my proficiencies." There was a long pause before the man answered. "I sent the note as you requested. The note to Precious." Light bulbs flared in Ro's mind at the memory of that day. This woman had to be Fae, which would explain why the Fae magic was on the letters. Yes. They killed 2 of my warriors, though, and I'm none too pleased about it. They are more skilled than I gave them credit for." Damn right they were skilled. Ro rubbed a hand along the healed scar at her side. She wanted to skill that woman's ass right into the ground for sending those Fae warriors to stake her in the chest with silver. That shit hurt. The woman sighed. "They are expensive to replace, though, so you shall owe me again." "You can't be serious," Alexander cried. "I have paid my family's debts. I have done what you asked." "And you will continue to do so." "My family should have left you to your banishment in Etherealis," Alexander hissed. Costel had explained the other dimension, Etherealis, before she'd left on this mission, and about how they'd sealed it off. The council must have suspected this woman had something to do with the man he'd mentioned. Mo something. "You will hold your tongue," the woman said. "For every transaction I have kept in confidence will become public record. Remember that." Rose stood in shocked silence. Alexander wasn't even her leader, and she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Prussia and the entire Shifter nation had followed this family blindly for years. She had to be frothing at the mouth. The woman snickered. "You're charming when you're angry." "I will make good on my payment." An ugly combination of bitterness and defeat coated his tone. "Yes, you will. Or your house of cards will fall. Either way, I shall be entertained by the outcome." He paused before answering. "As you wish, Majesty." Click, click. The sound of lock slipping, followed by the sliding of the rear glass door, forced Eldon to the ground. She hadn't realized he'd moved out of the cover of darkness until that moment. He kneeled below the surface of the deck, out of sight. Rose's chest tightened as footsteps rang out against the stillness, each one closer to Eldon than the last. She pressed herself even closer to the cold brick wall. Snap! A twig broke beneath the heel of her boot, and she closed her eyes. "Who's there?" Alexander's voice boomed from the back porch. A green light flashed before a woman's voice joined his. "Show yourself." A chain rattled against the tile floor somewhere inside the house. Silence stretched for several seconds. And then all hell broke loose. Chapter 24. A scream tore across the sky as 3 owls descended from the trees, taking human form just before they hit the earth. Eldon dropped to a crouch and whipped out the gun from his holster. Damn him. He'd been so distracted with Prussia showing up and so dumbstruck with the conversation happening inside the house, he'd neglected to pay attention to their surroundings. He hadn't considered that Alexander would be able to summon help so quickly. Shifters could take any form. They could be anywhere. "Ro, look out!" Eldon shouted, watching the vampire as she tucked and rolled along the grass. She propped her elbows up and sighted her gun on Alexander. A shifter lunged toward her, and she modified her aim, pulling the trigger and nailing him in the shoulder before he got close. The shifter hit the ground hard, his face contorting as he clutched his shoulder. The bloodstain spread quickly, staining his white shirt a deep shade of crimson. Served the bastard right. "Eldon!" Tim's voice boomed across the night. Eldon swiveled around, spotting the second man's face just before he saw the fist. Stars exploded, clouding his vision. Oh, fuck him, that hurt. Pop. He cracked his watering eyes open to see the shifter stumble back, clenching his thigh. Eldon lunged forward and threw a fist across the man's face, feeling the satisfying crunch on impact. The man howled in pain, but Eldon ignored him. He needed to find Ro. Blinking several times, he tried to stave off the wetness in his eyes, hoping his nose wasn't broken. Blood tickled his upper lip, and he wiped it off on his sleeve. "Nice," Ro said from behind him. "You all right?" He gave his nose another swipe, but the blood wouldn't stop. "I'm fine." "Sweet nose job." "Thanks." The muffled sound of metal slipping across leather brought his head up. He watched Ro handle a dagger like a pro as she stuffed the gun back in its holster. "Switching to blades?" "2 gold shots left. Need to save them for a special occasion," she answered as her eyes scanned the tree line. He glanced over at the 2 shifters still lying on the ground. With the gold bullets lodged deep in their flesh, they'd be stuck in human form for a while, and that was fine with him. Locking onto a flying target would present a whole new set of challenges they didn't need. "Take my gun," Eldon said, holding out his Glock. "Why?" "You're clearly a better shot than me. I still have 3 bullets. A pop sounded from the other side of the house. Eldon snapped his head up to find Tim working over the 3rd shifter, shirt torn and bloody, but his stamina unyielding. He hadn't had time to shift forms like they'd planned. A man lay on the ground to the right, unmoving. "Hold him still, Tim," Prussia shouted, crouching behind a manicured bush with her gun drawn. Thank God. When she'd vanished again, he wasn't sure if she'd leave for good, and Tim needed the backup. Prussia's finger danced on the trigger as she followed their movements, but with the way Tim and that shifter were tumbling, she wasn't going to be able to get a clear shot. "I'll trade you." Rose snatched the gun from Eldon's hand and put her own in its place. She jerked her head toward their teammates. "They gonna be okay?" Eldon nodded. Now that they were 2 against 1, taking that shifter down should be a piece of cake. "Where's Alexander?" The porch was empty. Both Alexander and the woman had disappeared. "Don't know," she met his stare. "Let's go find out." An arc of green power smashed into the ground between them. "Shit!" Rose shouted, dropping flat to the ground. He followed her lead and made nice with the lawn. The floodgate opened between their minds, Rose's thoughts and his own combining in a familiar pattern. He could feel her focus, so sharp he wondered if she knew he was in her head again. He gave her a quick once-over, relieved to see she hadn't been hit. The firepower had landed an inch from her body, with enough force to punch a small crater in the earth. The aroma of wet dirt hit his nostrils, the magical signature of the Fae dominating his senses. He'd recognize it anywhere, and he'd felt this particular pattern before, on that letter. He was absolutely certain of it. He rolled along the ground until he reached Ro, then covered her with his body. "What are you doing?" she ground out. Before he had a chance to answer, another ball of green fire shot from the house and slammed into the ground, this one closer to them than the last. The two wounded shifters pushed themselves to their feet, rushing forward like linebackers on a mission. Fury burned in his brain. Ro had almost been hit. Twice. "Stay down," he ordered. She protested, but didn't rise from the ground when he jumped to his feet, hovering over her small body. Silently calling the ley lines into his hands, he welcomed the tingling in his fingertips. With all the force he could muster, he hurled a ball of ley line energy toward the men, knocking them down like bowling pins. They flew across the clearing and landed hard on their backs. This time, they didn't get up. Another bolt of green fire blasted into the ground as Ro rolled again, this one just barely missing her ribcage. His mind screamed at the close call, the blue fire he'd summoned blazing and crawling up his arms as he inched closer to her. Rose's focus was sharper than a knife's edge, her gun hand solid and pointed toward the house as she stayed near his feet. She held her fire. "You wanted to kill us?" Eldon taunted. "Come do it." The woman was somewhere close, hiding. The Fae were proud people and arrogant, gods among men, as they so humbly put it. But pride always came before a fall. "Or are you afraid you'll be dominated by a lowly magic mover?" A woman emerged from the corner of the house, stepping into the light with staggering grace. Layers of green silk hung from her tiny frame, her wings a brilliant combination of purple, green, and blue, fluttering furiously behind her. Her hair was long and black, woven intricately with twigs and flowers. She was regal and terrifying all at once, her wide eyes glowing green as she called her own brand of green fire into her hands. A yellow stone hung around her neck, flashing in the porch light. It matched the yellow mark on Eldon's palm, the color representing the entire shifter race. Holy shit, she did have the shifter common. She hadn't even bothered to hide it. Yet between her green robes and the green fire she commanded, he knew this was no shifter. Couldn't be. This had to be Rhiannon, the Queen of the Fae. A legend of storybooks he'd read as a child, breathed to life here in front of him. She was real. A legend of storybooks he'd read as a child, breathed into life here in front of him. She was real. "Ro, get behind that tree," he instructed. "Now!" "But," she protested, "now!" She lunged for the tree, and he fell in right behind her. Pop! Another bullet cracked against the quiet night, but he couldn't tell where it came from. Prescia howled, and Eldon froze in place before peering around the tree. Tim tumbled along the grass. The enemy held Tim in a deadlock, a blade dangling from Tim's back. Prescia's eyes flashed icy blue, claws extending from her human fingertips as the air around her shimmered. She howled again, lunging at the shifter and tackling him to the ground. The moment they touched, she stopped shifting, her body stuck somewhere between her human and tigress forms. Her nose was small and pink, hair extending from her petite face and arms, yet she stood on 2 feet. The deformity of her human form was truly horrific. Eldon wanted to help, but Rhiannon was a greater threat. She needed to be neutralized. Turning back toward the house, he caught the jade glow of another energy bomb. "Ro, stay down!" Eldon barked, shoving Ro closer to the ground. Without a thought, he tossed a blue fireball in the Queen's direction. As if she sensed his aim and identified her greatest threat, the Queen turned and lobbed another ball of power at him. He ducked. Tree limbs cracked behind him, breaking under the weight of her magic. Anticipation churned in his stomach as he sent up a quick prayer that Nick had enough sense to hang back. hopefully far enough away so no one sensed him. The last thing he wanted was a distraction, or a dead best friend. A rear window of the house shattered, spraying the ground with tiny glittering shards of glass. Somehow, Tim had removed the blade from his back and was crawling through the opening. As he disappeared into the house, a small foot landed on the wrought iron railing, followed by a short mop of black and white hair, as Prussia pulled herself onto the porch. She'd shifted back to her full human form, her features no longer the grotesque display they'd been before. He glanced over at where she'd been battling only moments earlier. "What's she doing?" Ro asked. Prussia had sliced the owl shifter into two pieces, his torso on one side of the porch and his lower half on the other. Blood dripped from her fingers, and Eldon swallowed back the bile rising in his throat. She'd split him in half with her bare hands. "Holy hell," Ro muttered, this time out loud. Holy hell was right. He made a mental note never to get on that shifter's bad side. The Queen screamed and pointed at Prussia. "Handle her, Alexander!" Prussia spun around, standing outside the broken glass entry as she locked her gaze on Alexander. He stood there, staring blankly at her from the other side of the glass. The shiftmaster took a step back, his expression a strange combination of recognition and shock. "Don't you dare!" Prussia snapped, unsheathing two daggers from the leather bands crisscrossing her chest, taking one in each hand. "You stole my sister!" "I had to." "Fuck you!" She took a deep breath, her eyes locked on his. "You are a liar and a manipulator. I trusted you, asshole. We all did." The shiftmaster's eyes went wide as if he realized in that moment that he'd been exposed. "Ignore her," Rhiannon screeched. "She's not worthy of your conscience." "You're dead to me," Prussia declared as she brushed past him and stepped through the broken window. Alexander launched himself toward her, a gold shimmer covering his skin. Shit, he was going to shift. Eldon glanced down at Ro. While he'd been distracted by the drama, she'd propped herself up and steadied the gun on her knee. "Take him out," Eldon ordered, handling a gun in his right hand and a ball of fire in his left. Ro closed one eye. He fell into a crouch behind her, ready to eliminate anyone who dared come her way. Prussia had created the perfect distraction, and Ro was a better shot than he was. Still, the need to protect her burned in his chest. She turned the gun slightly, following Alexander's movement. "Hurry up, Ro. There's no time." Pop, pop. Ro fired two shots, directly into Alexander's shoulder. The shiftmaster's knees buckled as he clutched his arm, staggering away from the broken window before dropping to the ground, injured but not dead. God, that girl was a brilliant shot. Ro holstered her gun, brows drawn in focus. She glanced toward the house. Her eyes went wide. "No!" He followed her gaze in time to see the Queen throw a ball of green magic through the hole in the window. The energy slammed into Prussia's back, sending her flying across the room and into a wall. "Prussia!" A tiny voice screamed from inside the home, one he didn't recognize. The Queen stepped through the window and disappeared into the house. The night air exploded with strength. Moonlight, pouring over the darkness with such abundance, Eldon had to blink twice. It was practically daylight outside. White light coated the living room inside the house as Tim leaped to Prussia's side, snarling and covered in fur. The wolf. Tim had called on the moonlight and taken his wolf form. A chain rattled again, and Tim's muzzle snapped toward the source of the noise. He glanced from one side of the room to the other, as if torn between two options. "Prussia?" the small voice said again, quivering. Vectra was in that house. She was here, and Tim knew it. As if she'd reached the same conclusion at the same moment, Ro shot to her feet. "No, Tim! Stay right there!" Eldon fell in step behind her. "Tim!" Ro shouted. "Stay with Alexander! Guard Prussia!" Tim growled, clearly unhappy with the plan and even unhappier at being told what to do. Tough shit. His alpha self could just deal. Ro swung a leg over the railing and leaped over to the other side gracefully. Eldon tried to mirror her maneuver, but with only a fraction of the grace and less coordination. He landed with a thud on the wooden deck. Ro extended a hand and yanked him to his feet, then rushed toward the shiftmaster. "He has it." The man was still lying on the ground, one hand gripping his shoulder and the other balled into a tight fist. She was right. Hanging from a long chain on his neck was a green diamond, set in a massive gold ring. He had a common, too. Ro kneeled down beside him and wrapped her fingers around the fist he clutched to his chest. "Give it to me, or I'll break every bone in your hand." Alexander grimaced but stared up at her with cold eyes. "You should know that I have no aversion to murdering you," Ro told Alexander sweetly. Eldon was happy to oblige. He pulled his Glock from the holster, rocked the slide, and centered it over the shiftmaster's head. "How about now, Alex?" Ro asked. The shiftmaster's fist clamped over the stone so tightly his knuckles were white. His lips were a tight slash as a bead of sweat dripped down his forehead. "I'm sorry," Ro said. "Do you think I'm not serious?" When the man didn't respond, she whipped her gun from the holster at her waist. With sharpshooter precision, she popped a round into his calf. Alexander screamed as he recoiled, his body twisting against the ground as his blood gave the wood deck a new stain job. Still, he didn't let the common go. "It's your life or mine, fuckhead, and you'd better believe it isn't going to be mine." She jammed her Glock to his temple and leaned in. "My job title is executioner, buddy. I kill people for a living, so if you think for 1 second I'll hesitate to pull this trigger, you're wrong." Holy shit, she wasn't kidding, and though it shouldn't be, Eldon found her strength incredibly sexy. She shoved the gun harder against the shiftmaster's temple. "What's it gonna be, asshole?" Seconds ticked by before defeat trickled across Alexander's face, and he relaxed his hand. Rose snatched the stone from his palm and handed it over to Eldon. "Present for you." In the center of his palm sat the pale green stone nestled in the ring, the size of a marble and cut like a diamond. He peered up at Ro. "Secure that," she ordered. He nodded and tucked it into his front pocket. It wasn't as secure as he wanted, but until they got back to the house, it would have to do. They'd done it. They'd found a common. One of 4 missing parts needed to complete this mission. He'd have to work out the protection spell later, but for now he let the relief and happiness sing in his chest, 1 step closer to their goal. A crash echoed inside the house. Ro gave Alex a hard look. "Tim is on the other side of that glass watching you, and he isn't shy with those teeth. You move, you die. Remember that." She marched toward the window. Eldon reached out and yanked Ro's arm, pulling her back to him. "What the hell?" Ro squirmed. "Let me go. Vectra's in there." So were Tim and Prussia. And the Queen. Rhiannon's natural energy hummed, the vibration in the air and the smell of the dirt in his nose making him feel too small in his skin. No way would he allow Ro to march in there unprotected. She was immortal, not invincible. Eldon pulled her tightly against him and clamped a hand across her mouth, ignoring her muffled protests. "Ro," he spoke quietly into her ear. She stopped struggling. "You barge in there now, that woman will kill you. I guarantee it. Our best bet is if we go in together, in a protective circle. Let me protect you." He released his hold on her. She spun around and glared at him. "Don't do that again." He extended a hand. "Take my hand." "Why?" "Just trust me. It's the easiest way for me to make sure you're protected without having to concentrate on you." Ro slipped her small, cool hand into his. Before squeezing his fingers so hard he nearly swore he heard them creak under the pressure. She shot him an irritated smile. Eldon stepped toward the window opening and shook his head. "Point taken, vampire." He pulled the ley line energy into himself before expanding it around them both like a bubble. "Careful." Hand in hand they stepped across the jagged glass. Chapter 25. Stepping to the other side of the broken window frame, Ro pulled a dagger from the sheath at her waist. "Where are they?" Eldon studied the living room. She followed his gaze, trying to ignore the blue cast on everything in the room. The circle of protection made her feel a little like she was looking through colored glass, everything around her familiar but different. Prussia lay in one corner, her breathing shallow but steady. Tim licked at her face, but it didn't help. She was out cold. Alexander was crumpled right outside the window, still clutching his bleeding arm and leg. Tim should be able to keep an eye on both of them easily. Ro refocused herself on the task at hand. Vectra was somewhere in this house. That small, scared voice could only belong to Prussia's baby sister. She closed her eyes, letting her senses expand like tendrils of consciousness, touching the air and seeking out any sources of life. There, on the other side of the wall, 2 bodies, 2 heartbeats. "This way," Ro breathed, pulling Eldon behind her. He didn't argue, just followed her lead. The wall of blue protection followed them both as they rushed toward the rhythmic pulses. Thump, thump, thump. The pulses grew louder as Ro broke into a jog, trying to catch up to the sound. Behind that door, they were right there. She flung the door open and rushed inside, towing Eldon behind her. The room was small, maybe only 10 feet square, but there was no one here. A twin mattress with a frilly pink bedspread was centered on one wall, the mirrored closet doors on the opposite side. A bookshelf pressed against one wall was lined with the full collections of Babysitter's Club and Nancy Drew books. The heartbeats were deafening in her ears, but she couldn't see the source anywhere. The overhead light flicked on, and she glanced over at Eldon. He'd flipped the switch on the wall with his magic. The pulse began to fade, somehow growing softer by the second. "Where are they?" she whispered. Confused, she let her gaze dart around the room. They were here. She could smell them. One a little like lemons, the other like wet dirt. They'd been right here. She tried to yank her hand from Eldon's to investigate, but he gripped her tighter. "No, you stay with me, and don't let go of my hand for any reason." Eldon strode up to the bookshelf on one wall, dragging Ro beside him. "It's not safe." "We don't have time for this," she started, but stopped as he lifted a finger to trace the outline of the shelf. "What are you doing?" He didn't answer, just leaned closer and inspected the books. There were some beautiful classics on the second to the last shelf, bound in leather and delicate in appearance. The Count of Monte Cristo, Pride and Prejudice, A Tale of Two Cities. She tugged on his hand. "Eldon!" With a quick movement, he pulled on the corner of Alice in Wonderland. The bookshelf swung into the wall, revealing a pitch-black hole. "Oh, my God," Ro whispered. He'd found a trapdoor. "How did you know?" "Lucky guess." He gave her an anxious smile. "Ready for a trip down the rabbit hole?" That's why the heartbeats had faded and disappeared. They'd been running down a tunnel, which could only mean, "She's taking Vectra. We need to go right now." Reaching over, he snagged a candle from the nightstand. "Run your hand over this." "Why?" His eyes narrowed. "Do it." She did as he asked, waving a hand over the wick. "Lumen," he murmured. The candle sprang to life, and he stepped toward the darkened doorway. "One day you'll learn to trust me, instead of questioning everything I say." She opened her mouth to respond, but shut it again as they stepped into the darkness. The hidden passage took them down into the ground, the tunnel walls and floors nothing but packed dirt. Eldon led the way, gripping her hand firmly as they plunged deeper into the earth. His words struck her as cold, but she didn't think he'd meant them that way. "One day you'll learn to trust me." She didn't trust anybody, did she? And now that she considered it, she'd pretty much questioned everything Eldon had ever said. The worst part was that she had no good reason not to trust him. Sure, when they'd first met, there was some mutual distrust, but that was to be expected. They were different species, and that bred a healthy level of cynicism. But he'd never hurt her. Actually, he'd saved her, and more than once. Her chest felt heavy as the weight of her guilt settled into place. The faint illumination provided by the candle was hardly helpful. Ro focused on the path in front of them as they rushed through the corridor. They were gaining ground on the heartbeats ahead of them. Vectra would be home with her sister soon. Man, she hoped Pressure was okay. She'd learned not to trust people, operating under the assumption that if she let anyone in, she would get hurt. That's what life had taught her. This existence was a series of circumstances, and you played the card you were dealt. But that wasn't entirely true, was it? Life was also a series of choices. Sure, there were some elements that fell outside of what she could control, but she could control herself. She could determine whom she would depend on, and to what extent. She glanced down at their joined hands. He'd cared enough to envelop her in his own magic to keep her safe. She had no reason not to believe in him. Looking up, she caught the literal light at the end of the tunnel. They were so close. The ground began to incline, forcing them higher. The heartbeats were so close now they rang like dinner bells in her ears. She needed to get out of this cramped space. They emerged into the cool night air. Ro turned, still holding Eldon's hand. The tree they'd exited from was a truly massive oak, at least a century old. Someone must have spelled the thing, allowing it to live even though it had been hollowed inside. Perfect hiding spot for an underground tunnel. House lights glimmered in the distance, a figure pacing inside. Wait, that wasn't a person. That was a wolf. That was the shiftmaster's house. "Where are they?" Eldon asked, tugging her hand. She'd forgotten their connection remained open, and she sent up a quick prayer that he hadn't been able to hear her thoughts back in the tunnel. Her inner turmoil didn't need to be a distraction. Opening her senses again, she tried to track them by scent and sound, lemons, dirt, and beating hearts. They were only about 100 feet away. Taking the lead, Ro rushed forward. Eldon squeezed her hand, but held on as he ran beside her, dragging the circle of protection along with them. Two dark figures moved just ahead, one wearing a long dress, the other one a short skirt. "Help!" a small voice cried. "Help me!" Ro's chest seized. She had to get to that girl. The figure in the long dress froze, then spun around, yanking the smaller figure to her side. "You try anything, the girl dies," the woman threatened. "Be careful, Ro." Eldon's words shot through her head. "No shit," she shot back. Ro strode forward with Eldon in tow, closing the space between them and the enemy. "Give us the girl." "Give me the common." "We don't have it," Eldon said. "You lie," the woman breathed, bringing her hand to Vectra's throat. Green light poured from her fingers. Eldon jerked Ro so hard she staggered backwards as he stepped in front of her. "What are you doing?" she asked. She trusted him. She honestly did, but she wasn't so damn fragile that she couldn't handle herself. "That's death magic." The black fog. Ro narrowed her eyes, examining the light at the woman's hands. The green glow was brilliant, but he was right. A lace of black mist whirled, mixing with the colorful fey energy until it created a hazy fog. "Death magic is illegal, Rhiannon," Eldon said. Rhiannon. Oh, shit. This was the Queen of the Fae? She tilted her head. "You know my name?" "Many do." "Do not pretend to flatter me," she spat. "Now give me the common or the child dies." Eldon shook his head. "Your accomplice stole your common, the green one." Ro tried not to react. Every inch of her burned with the need to protect Eldon. She wanted to put herself in front of him, to shield him from this woman. Rhiannon's presence was like toxic waste, rubbing against Ro's consciousness and making her stomach turn, and she couldn't do anything but stand here and hold Eldon's hand. His protection circle was their best chance of survival. Rhiannon glared at both of them. "I don't believe you." "It's on his neck right now. Go see for yourself," Ro chimed in. "Why would you not take it if you know what he holds?" Rhiannon asked. Eldon shrugged. "He's with an alpha who shifted into his wolf form, and a shifter who no longer holds an allegiance to him. It'll be there when we get back." Ro had to give it to Eldon. He was a hell of a bluffer. If she hadn't known with absolute certainty that the common was hiding in his pocket, she would totally buy what he was selling. He smiled. The council would certainly be glad to have the Fae common in their safekeeping. Rhiannon shrieked, the sound filling the air like a dozen nails against a chalkboard. Ro tried to step back as if to escape the sound, but Eldon's hold kept her in place. Then Vectra moved. "Vectra, stop!" Eldon shouted. Launching herself at the queen, Vectra clawed at her neck. "You will not steal what is ours!" With a swift motion, she tore the chain from the queen's neck and threw the jewelry on the ground. Energy exploded through the air. Ro watched in horror as Vectra's body took flight, her back slamming against a tree with a loud crack. "No!" Ro rushed forward. The young girl fell to a crumpled heap at the base of the tree. "Ro!" Eldon's voice shouted in her head. She had to get to Vectra. Ro couldn't hear the girl's breath filling her lungs, and her heart was beating much too quickly. The tree was so close. Suddenly everything looked clearer, more focused, less blue. Oh, God. The circle. She glanced down at her hand, realizing it wasn't warm anymore. She dropped Eldon's hand. The protection circle, it was gone, completely dissipated, which meant that Eldon... Ro spun around as a blast of green magic tore across the sky like an arrow destined for a target. "Eldon, no!" Ro screamed, watching in terror as the black tinge of fog crept over the edges of the green light. Changing course, she ran toward Eldon with everything she had in her body. The world slowed, time grinding to a halt. "Not the death magic! Please, not the death magic!" Silent prayers bounced between her lips and heaven's ears as the horrific ball of death closed in on its target. He would be fine if she hadn't let go. He'd told her to hold on to him no matter what. And she didn't. She didn't trust him. God damn her, she didn't listen to him. The fire was moving too fast, even for her. There was no way she would reach him in time, but she kept running. All she could hear was her own screaming as the green fire slammed into Eldon's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Ro landed by his side only a second too late, just in time to feel him take a ragged breath, and hear his heart start to putter. Something inside Ro snapped. The wave of violence bubbled up in her throat until she could taste the anger on her tongue. She rose slowly, squaring her shoulders as she met the Queen's eyes. "What did you do?" Ro growled, equal parts of anger and sadness swirling in her chest. The fire seething under the surface of her emotions was something so profound, so frightening, she felt as if someone else were wearing her skin. Rhiannon bent to the ground and picked up the chain, holding a yellow stone. "You do not take what is mine." "Mine." The word struck Ro's brain, sending her into a violent spiral. Fury burst through her subconscious, an emotional detonator pushed. There was no kill switch. There was no shutting it off. Fire exploded from Ro's hands, the green flames licking at her fingertips. A small part of her registered the abnormality, but anger overrode her logic. She moved her hands through the air, watching the fire move with the breeze. It tingled, but it didn't hurt. She hadn't been hit with energy. This was something else. She owned this power. An eerie calm poured through her veins as she glanced down at the ground, cringing at the sight of Eldon's lifeless body. Her heart burned, the despair so deep she could barely breathe. Slowly she raised her eyes to meet the Queen's. Rhiannon stood frozen, her mouth gaping as she blinked. Well, wasn't this a game-changer? "It's true," Rhiannon whispered, her voice reverent. "Siphon." Fire danced along Ro's hands, anger threatening to bubble over at any minute. Nothing mattered anymore. Eldon was gone. All those things she'd wanted to tell him, she never would. Rhiannon glanced down at her own hands, the fire she'd controlled completely gone. She shook her head. "You're one of the undead. How is this possible?" "You were wrong," Ro said softly, allowing the fury to boil, encouraging it as it stirred deep inside her. Strength billowed in her mind, growing on itself until she brimmed with so much power she felt like she had to release it or burst. It burned her bones, setting her soul on fire. "You do not take what is mine." Green flames blasted from Ro's hands with the force of a nuclear reaction, every thought completely overridden with her desire to destroy the Queen of the Fae, to take the woman's life as she'd taken Eldon's. The fire raged, the blaze pouring from her hands as if the supply were infinite. She had no idea how she was calling to it, or why, but she couldn't stop. The flame shot through the air, circling Rhiannon's body, before engulfing the fairy in flames. Ro let her fury burn, allowing it to stream from her body in torrential waves. Tears poured down her cheeks as her heart ached, the sadness so overwhelming she could barely stay on her feet. The Queen crumpled to the ground, defenseless against her own power. A brilliant light flashed, forcing Ro to blink against the sudden illumination. Rhiannon had vanished. The fire at Ro's hands began to dwindle, slowly flickering and fading to nothing. When it finally stopped, she fell to her knees, unable to stand. With the last scrap of energy she had left, she crawled to Eldon's body. This was her fault. She'd done this to him. Laying her head to his chest, she listened to the weak pumping of his heart. Then let the tears fall as she broke down completely. Chapter 26. "Ro." The male voice was distant but growing closer. "Are you all right?" Ro pressed her nose against Eldon's chest, breathing in the scent of him until she couldn't smell anything else. His heartbeat was entirely too sporadic, his breathing much too shallow. Clutching his shirt in her hands, she lifted her head to gaze at Eldon's face. His eyes were closed, his chiseled features slack. He was growing paler by the second. Regret stung her heart. She pushed him away at every opportunity, even when he'd had the nerve to tell her how he felt. He'd cared for her when she'd narrowly avoided death from silver poisoning, and had told her how hard it was to watch her slip away. Is this what he'd felt like? Because her heart was on fire, and her chest was too heavy, and she'd give anything to rewind the clock. Anything. Ro swallowed hard and brushed a strand of hair from Eldon's forehead. "Eldon? Can you hear me?" He didn't respond. She talked to him softly anyway. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to step out of that circle." She stroked his cheek. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Please don't die." "Ro." She vaguely recognized the voice speaking to her, but it wasn't Eldon's, so she didn't care. "Please wake up." She patted his cheek. "Come on. You have to wake up." "Ro, we have to get out of here," the voice ordered. She shook her head, her tears staining Eldon's shirt. "I was so wrong. About everything. We need to get him to his sister." "We're connected, Eldon. You can't die," she murmured. "Ro!" The demanding voice caught her attention, and she snapped her head up to glare at the source. A snarl tore through the air as her protective instincts kicked into overdrive. It took her a moment before she realized the sound had come from her. The man put his hands up and took a step back. "Whoa there, it's me, Nick." He tilted his head. "Eldon's best friend, remember?" Oh, right. He was the one who told her their auras were mixed, whatever that meant. This man wasn't an enemy. She nodded and set her head on Eldon's chest again. "Just leave us alone. Let me be with him as he dies." As she'd watched the death magic flying through the air, she'd felt like the world had stopped turning. Funny how now it seemed to be spinning too quickly, time slipping away from her so fast that she felt dizzy. She pulled Eldon's body closer to hers, as if holding on to him might keep him here a little longer. Nick lowered himself to his knees. "His sister might be able to help him, but I need to get him out of here. Now." "The death magic? She threw death magic?" Rose shook her head. "It was my fault." "I know what happened. I saw everything from where I was standing." He reached a hand out and touched Rose's shoulder. "Listen, I'm pretty sure the spell she used was unmethodical." "What?" Rose murmured, irritated that the man was distracting her from what little time she had left. "Like a time bomb. We don't know when he'll die, but it may not be right this second. We have to get him to Jess to find out exactly." Rose popped up. "Do it. Do it now." They could save him? There was still a chance that he wouldn't die? Relief swamped her senses, somehow leaving her dizzier than before. Nick nodded. "You need to move so I can jump him." Without a word, she leaned to give him access. "I'll be right back to come get you." His eyes met hers. "Don't move." Ro couldn't summon any response except a nod. With a flash of light, Nick and Eldon vanished into the night, leaving her as alone in this world as she felt. A whimper traveled from the trees. Ro lifted her head and focused on the sound. Vectra! Oh, God, she'd forgotten all about that poor girl. She lay motionless on the ground beneath the tree. Ro couldn't help Eldon, but she could help precious little sister. She shoved her tormented heart aside, pushing her thoughts of Eldon into a far corner of her mind to be handled later. Vectra needed her help right now. Shooting to her feet, Ro did a quick assessment of the area. The night was silent, aside from the whisper of trees and the wind. No smells came across on the breeze. They were alone. Ro tore across the lawn and toward the tree line, falling to her knees in front of Vectra's crumpled body. "Vectra?" The girl flinched as Ro brushed a hand against her shoulder. "Vectra?" She cursed under her breath. This didn't look good. "I'm Ro. Your sister is my friend. I'm here to help you." "Pressure?" the girl mumbled. "She's coming." Ro hoped she wasn't far. "Tell me what hurts." With a jagged breath, Vectra met Ro's eyes and passed out. Shit. Vectra had been hurt. Judging by the tinge of blood in the air, it had nothing to do with the magic. She tugged the girl's shirt up to her bra, revealing a massive bruise over her entire stomach. Oh, God, Vectra was bleeding internally. Ro glanced back at the house in the distance, then back at the girl's small, crumpled body. Vectra was far too young to die. She should be hanging out with girlfriends and talking about boys and trying to sneak out to a concert, not being kidnapped and mortally injured in the field. Tears sprang in Ro's eyes, and she fought to hold them back. The girl served as a stark reminder of her own past, an innocence lost much too early. A single droplet fell, and she wiped it quickly from her cheek. The smell of blood was growing stronger, giving away Vectra's condition. She was getting worse. No way could Ro let her die tonight. She'd been unknowingly tangled in a plot that didn't have anything to do with her. Losing her now would be unacceptable. If Vectra died, the fallout they'd see with Prescia would be epic. The shifter was positively icy with her sister alive. She could only imagine what would happen if Vectra were dead. The girl also carried a gift the team could use. With the clock ticking, Vectra's talent could help them locate the commons more quickly. She could be a vital weapon in their mission. A weapon the enemy wanted, and had already stolen once. They needed to get her out of here before anyone came back to find her. The shiftmaster was detained, but still alive, and she had no idea whether or not Rhiannon had survived all that green fire. She'd straight up disappeared. Whether she'd been vaporized or managed to escape, Ro hadn't a clue. But she couldn't risk Vectra's life, for too many reasons. Ro traced a finger gently along Vectra's stomach, knowing without a shadow of a doubt that there was blood pooling just beneath the surface. They didn't have much time. With Nick still gone, and Jess no doubt frantically trying to save her brother, they probably wouldn't have time or resources back at the house to fix this. There was only one thing Ro could think of to do, and it was illegal as hell. Vampire blood had healing properties. Sharing blood with non-vampires had been strictly prohibited by the king, an intimate exchange to be reserved for mated vampires only. Part of Ro's job was taking out anyone who dared to sell it on the black market. Blood business belonged to the vampires. Anyone who sold it, even a non-vampire, was subject to the king's rule. Giving it away would meet the same end, and the punishment was so brutal, the subject rarely came up. Ro had always thought the rule was stupid. She should be able to give her blood to whomever she damn well pleased, but rules were rules, and she was about to break one she'd been charged with enforcing. A knot twisted in her stomach, and she realized what she was seriously considering. Giving her blood to Vectra would be a violation of vampire law. If word about this got out, she'd be at the top of some new executioner's kill list, and if he or she was as effective as she'd been at the job, she was as good as dead. Still, vamp blood couldn't save Vectra from death, but it may give them more time. The girl's heart fluttered as Ro vacillated between what she knew to be the law and what she knew to be right. Damn Rhiannon. She'd nearly killed Eldon, a person Ro'd cared about more than she'd been prepared to admit. But to hit a child with that kind of power, this was unforgivable. Screw the rules. Ro's fangs extended in her jaw, and she swiped her wrist with the tips. She had to get the blood into Vectra's mouth. If she could just get it into her mouth, she'd have to swallow it, and they'd get just a little more time. With a careful push, Ro tilted the girl's chin up and edged her wrist to her lips. "What are you doing?" Prescia landed on the ground to Ro's right. "Saving her life." Ro cracked Vectra's lips open. Prescia tugged Ro's arm, but Ro didn't move. "You can't do that." "She's not stable enough to transport. Look at her stomach. She's bleeding from the inside." Ro shook her head as she lifted Vectra's shirt. "Nick can't jump her to the house like this. He just took Eldon. He'll be right back." As the shirt rose, Prescia hissed, then shook her head. "That's illegal." Ro snapped her head and met Prescia's eyes. "I won't say anything if you don't." Prescia's brows lifted in surprise. "I know what I'm doing. I'm giving her my blood willingly. I accept the consequences in their entirety." Ro searched Prescia's eyes and waited for her answer. If she didn't want Ro to do it, she wouldn't. Vectra was Prescia's blood, and her responsibility. With a tiny nod, Prescia glanced at her sister. "Do it. Save her." Ro's wrist had already begun to heal. She scored it again with her fangs. Holding her wrist out over Vectra's lips, she let the blood pour into the girl's mouth. A stream of crimson trickled from the corner of Vectra's open lips and fell to the ground. When the girl's mouth was full, Ro pulled her wrist away and licked the wound, healing it instantly. Prescia pushed her sister's jaw closed, clamping her hand across the girl's lips and forcing her mouth shut. "Come on, Vectra," Prescia pleaded as she stared down at her sister's face. "You have to take it." Ro brushed her thumb along the column of Vectra's throat, encouraging the girl to swallow. Vectra's eyes flashed open. Shifting her weight, Ro pinned the girl to the ground and tried to still her flailing arms. Prescia centered her face over her sister's, staring directly into her panic-stricken eyes. "Stop moving." The words were a command, and Vectra stilled at once. "Swallow." The girl squirmed a little, and Prescia gave her sister a firm glare. "Swallow the blood,
or you're going to die."
Precious brows were drawn tight, the combination of fear and anger simmering just beneath the surface.
"Do it now. You have to."
Vectra's eyes were wide as a single tear streaked along her face and into her hair. Then she did as she was told. When the last of the blood churned down her throat, she opened her mouth and made a spitting sound.
"Don't move."
Precious spoke softly as she stroked her sister's hair.
"Just stay right here."
A blue light flashed across the darkened sky, and Rose sighed in relief. Nick was back. He could take Vectra back to the house, where Jess could keep an eye on her. Her coloring had already started to improve.
"Is she okay?"
Nick rushed to Rose's side, kneeling beside Vectra. "She will be now." Rose met his anxious stare. "You need to get her back to the safe house."
"I told you I'd take you back."
"She's been injured." Rose cut him off. "I'm fine. Get her out of here." He didn't argue, just wrapped his arms beneath her body.
"Be careful."
Precious curled a hand beneath her sister's head.
"Her stomach. She has massive internal bleeding."
Nick froze.
"Should I be moving her?"
Rose clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Go. I gave her my blood. She'll be all right."
"That's illegal."
His tone was flat. "Like I give a shit about that right now." Rose leaned in and whispered, "This girl is important to Precious and to all of us. I will not let her die here tonight. We have to get her out of here before the enemy takes her again." He opened his mouth as if he wanted to argue, then gave Rose a short nod and vanished in a pop of blue light. With Eldon and Vectra under Jess's care at the safe house, Rose drew a deep breath and sank to the ground. Precious stomped toward the tree line, but Rose didn't bother going after her. She'd nearly lost her sister tonight. She needed a little time to herself. The grass beneath Rose was soft as she settled back and lay flat on the ground, staring up at the stars. The moon was brighter than usual, the night's version of the sun, simply brilliant as she gazed up at it with hope. As her thoughts turned back to Eldon, she stifled a shudder. He told her that maybe one day he'd show her how to walk in the daylight. She'd never realized how much she clung to that idea, or how much she'd actually believed him. With Eldon gone, she'd never see the sun, and a part of her would die inside if she lost him. No, she couldn't think like that. Jess had successfully saved Rose from silver poisoning, and Jess didn't even like her. She could only imagine the stops that mover would pull to save her brother from death. They might disagree at times, but Eldon's family was close. They wouldn't take losing their brother lightly. Rose wouldn't take it lightly either. God, she hoped Vectra would be okay. She'd never given her blood to anyone before, but she'd heard what it could do. She prayed the rumors would prove true. They'd retrieved the green Fey common from Alexander. Why he held the green one instead of his own yellow shifter common, she didn't know, but that wasn't important. The werewolf common had never been lost and still resided with Tim's pack, so this would bring their total up from 1 to 2. Costel would be pleased. He'd let her live, even if she didn't want to. Her mind was numb and her heart hollow as she stared into the night sky. There were so many things that she'd do differently if she could get another chance. Just one more chance. Life was short, way too short to fill it with missed opportunities. As her heart twisted in her chest, she realized that she'd never allowed herself to admit to being soul-struck. Was this what it felt like to be bound to someone? A connection so deep, losing the person would be torture? No wonder Eldon had stayed by her bedside. In the few moments since Nick had taken him from her, she felt terribly alone and helpless. This must be why the Lamia king never wanted his queen far from his side. It was torture. She wished she knew whether or not he was alive. Although with the way she reacted to him now, she'd probably experienced some physical reaction to his death. They weren't mated, so his passing shouldn't kill her outright, but there would be consequences. Of the not getting out of bed for weeks variety. Maybe if he gained consciousness, just for a moment, she could get inside his mind. If she couldn't wrap herself up in his arms, it would be nice to take up residence in his thoughts, even if they were only his dreams. A blue light flashed, and Nick's face came into focus, taking the place of the moon. Jess is working on them both. He extended a hand. Let's go. She reached her hand up to meet his without a word, and the world started to fade and warp once again. The safe house was absolute chaos. The moment they arrived, all Ro could hear were the clanking of cabinet doors and water rushing in the bathroom upstairs. female voices shouted back and forth to one another, determination and focus in their sharp responses. Dropping her hands from Nick's waist, Rose stepped back. Vertigo struck her once again, and strong hands gripped her arms to yank her upright. "You okay?" Nick asked. Rose focused on his concerned eyes as the world stopped spinning. "Yeah, I always get dizzy when we do that. It takes some getting used to." She nodded and glanced around the safe house. Everything looked exactly as they'd left it earlier that night, but the sense of the emotions running through the house left her feeling raw. Fear, sadness, anger. They threatened to tear her apart. Her own emotions already caught in a balancing act. She would not cry in front of these people. Well, Nick had seen her cry, but that was it. She planned on swearing him to secrecy later. "Where is he?" Ro asked. Nick jerked his head to the right. "Upstairs. Same room you stayed in." She shot up the stairs, almost plowing Jess over as she threw the bedroom door open. Jess's green eyes shot to hers. "Get out of here!" "Yeah, like that was going to happen." "No." "You see this?" Jess pointed to her brother lying still in the bed. "You did this. You." Adele emerged from the connecting bathroom. "Jess, not now." "No." Tears brimmed in Jess's eyes. "My brother is dying because you didn't protect him. Nick told us what happened. You broke his circle." Guilt shot up Rose's spine, making her instantly cold. There was nothing she could say to refute the accusation. She was guilty as charged. "That's not the whole story," Nick said from the doorway. "Shut up." Rose threw her hands up. "Everyone, just shut up." She didn't need Nick to defend her because there was nothing to defend. She deserved Jess's anger and would blame herself forever if Eldon died tonight. Tears threatened, but she swallowed them back. "I'm not here to fight with you. I want to help." Jess took a step forward, settling her hands on her hips. "You want to help? Stay away from my brother." A heavy sigh came from the bed, and all four of them shot a glance at Eldon. He lay expressionless and perfectly still. False alarm. "We don't have much time," Adele said softly. Rose clutched her chest, feeling the need to apologize, though it wouldn't do a damn bit of good. "I'm so sorry. I saw the girl and I lost focus. I'm sorry." "Sorry isn't going to get my brother back. He's been death-marked," Jess snapped. "What do you mean?" Ro asked. Jess twisted around to glance at the bed. "It means the Queen of Fae strapped a ticking bomb to his ass. He can blow at any second. I don't know when he's going to die." Ro swallowed the panic rising in her throat. "Fix it." "I can't fix it." Jess shook her head, sadness overwhelming her small features as she gazed at her brother. "I don't know how." She couldn't give up, especially before they even tried. "You're a healer. You're supposed to know everything about curing people." Jess's eyes narrowed as she met Rose's accusing stare. "This is death magic we're talking about. I don't deal in illegal magic. If I try to remove it without knowing what I'm doing, I could kill him instantly." Rose's brow pinched as she recalled what Jess had done earlier. "Throw it into the lines. That's what Eldon said you did with me." "That was different. You had a reaction to a metal, not magic." "So?" Adele drifted over to the bed and set a wet towel on Eldon's forehead. "Magic is about yin and yang, balance. You can't destroy it, only displace it." Nick cleared his throat and leaned against the door jamb. "Silver won't hurt anyone riding the lines, but death magic will. We could end up passing the mark on to innocence, not getting rid of it." "Well, there has to be something we can do," Rose said. "They had to try. This was Hail Mary time." Jess wandered over to her kit on the nightstand and ran her fingers across the top of the bottles. She stood quietly in the corner before she spoke. I don't know what to do. The magic is too advanced, even for me." Ro paced the room, anger and frustration rolling off of her in waves. She didn't understand magic or how to manipulate it, despite somehow throwing green fire around a field, and Lord only knew what fucked-up anomaly had taken place for that to happen. She couldn't fix this on her own. They had to do something. They couldn't leave him there to die. She owed him so much more than that. He'd saved her life. He'd brought her to Jess and pulled the silver out of her body and fed her to keep her alive. He'd probably had to fight with his sister to get her to do it. This whole thing was her fault. If she'd done like he'd asked, he wouldn't be lying in that bed right now. Guilt pressed hard against her conscience as she tried to work out a plan in her mind. There had to be some way to take the mark from him, and That was it. "Do the spell," Rose said. Jess frowned. "What?" "The translocation spell, the one you did on me." Jess shook her head. "I told you that won't work. I can't cast the spell into the lines." "Then don't. Didn't you say you could displace it?" "Well, yeah, but—" "Then do that." Jess threw her hands up in the air. "We have to have some place to put it. We can't just—" "Me," Rose said with steely resolve. "Translocate the death mark to me." Chapter 27. Nick's brows furrowed as he stared at her. "You can't be serious." Ro met his eyes, a sense of calm pouring over her. "I'm dead serious." "No, you'll be seriously dead." Jess stepped forward, shaking her head. "You can't ask me to kill you." Ro switched her stare to Eldon's youngest sister. "I never did. I just asked you to move the mark." "I'm sorry. Maybe you didn't hear me. That's a death mark. Taking that on could be suicide," Jess said. Ro lifted a shoulder. "That's a risk I'm willing to take." She'd take the mark if it meant Eldon could get up from that bed again and live a happy, long life. She'd take it gladly. Nick turned away from them and ran both hands through his hair. "I can't allow this," as if it was up for debate. "Why not?" He spun back around. "Eldon would never want this. You think he could live with your death on his conscience?" "And you think I want to live with his death on my conscience?" Ro pointed a finger at the bed. "You heard his sister. I'm the whole reason he's in that damn bed." "You couldn't know," Nick started. "I'm not even alive," Ro said softly. "For all we know, the spell may have no effect on me." His answering silence either meant she was right, or he wasn't sure. Either way, neither was a good reason to stop what she was about to do. Nick blew out a deep breath. "Still." "Eldon has a family to protect." Ro wheeled around and motioned toward Eldon's sisters. "Jess and Adele need him. I don't have those obligations." Adele frowned. "What about your coven?" Ro waved a hand dismissively. "They'd just as soon see me dead." "Aren't they your family?" Adele asked. "Family, yes," Ro shook her head. "But they're not my blood. Not like you two are for him. I can't allow him to die and leave you alone because of something I did." No one said anything for a moment. "You would do this?" Jess's voice cracked, the sound a mixture of disbelief and hope. "For him?" Adele rubbed her hands over tired eyes. "No, we can't ask that from you." "You didn't ask," Rose said. "I volunteered. My choice, not yours." Jess moved her hand to her throat and stared at Ro. "Adele's right. I'd be the one doing the translocation spell. He'd be furious with me." "Yeah, and I bet you'll be happy he's alive and angry at you, instead of 6 feet under," Rose said. Jess stood quietly for a moment, eyeing her sister. The tears welling up in her eyes smelled like fresh rain, and Ro had to look away from her. "I can't believe you're willing to do this," Jess whispered. "Eldon made sacrifices for me. I'll do the same for him," Ro answered, not taking her eyes from the window over the bed. Adele stepped forward, setting a gentle hand on Ro's shoulder. "We'll find a way to remove the mark." Ro gave her a small smile. "I know you'll try." She wouldn't dare get her hopes up on that one, though. The term death, located before the word magic, didn't sound too promising. "How much time do we have?" Jess glanced at her brother. "There's no telling. I can't trace Fey magic very well, and the Queen, yeah, she's really strong." She nodded and met Ro's eyes. "But we should do it soon." Ro nodded. "Then do it now." "Are you sure? Right now?" Jess asked. There was no turning back from this decision. Even if she could, she wouldn't. Eldon had so much more to live for than she did. If he were gone, his family would suffer for it, and she wouldn't let that happen if she could prevent it. Time was of the essence. Waiting can only make things worse. Jess heaved a long sigh before nodding. "Okay, then." "What do you need from me?" Ro asked. Jess glanced at her brother again before surveying the room. "We should be able to do this with him in the bed." "And me?" Ro took in her surroundings, wondering how they planned on doing whatever it was they were about to do. "You'll want to lie on the floor next to him," Jess answered. Ro raised a brow. The floor decision was probably a good one, especially if she was going to be in enough pain to lose her sense of balance. That bad, huh? Jess paused for a moment, then tilted her head. Can you sense anything from him? When? Right now? Ro asked. Jess nodded. When you were hit with silver, Eldon could feel it through your connection. He'd experienced her pain when she'd been stabbed? He hadn't said a word about it. She shook her head. I can't feel him. She tried to reach out to him with her mind, but his thoughts were an impenetrable wall. Damn. Jess wandered over to a bag on the table and started pulling out jars. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. This'll probably hurt. She'd been stabbed with silver before. This couldn't be worse than that. I'm a big girl. I'll deal. Nick cleared his throat. You want us in here, Jess? Jess glanced at him, then her sister. Adele, you should probably go. Nick, you can stay and help me in case I need help moving or restraining Eldon. He's too big for me to handle myself. Adele didn't argue, just stepped over to the bed and kissed her brother on the forehead, then turned and stalked silently out of the room. Nick moved toward the bed and yanked the blanket from Eldon's body. Rose stifled a gasp. He'd been stripped down to his boxers, a sheen of sweat beading up all over his skin. He was so pale. Whatever this death magic did to his near-human body, surely her vampire strength would see her through it better. Vamps didn't get sick or catch diseases. They healed almost instantly, with the exception of those rare instances where Silver joined the party. She could be tough, and anything was better than watching him wither away slowly. Nick draped the blanket over the chair, reminding Ro of the first time she'd seen this room. That was the chair Eldon had been sleeping in when she'd woken up, days after she'd taken a hit from a silver blade. That seemed like an eternity ago. They'd been through so much together in such a short time. No wonder their connection had grown strong so quickly. Jess removed a small, unlit blue candle from her bag, along with an iron candle holder. Let's do this thing. Okay. Ro tried to steel herself and pretend she wasn't about to sign her own death warrant. It was a little magic mark. No big deal. You want me on the floor? Yes. Jess pointed to the far side of the bed. Over there. Ro stepped over to the side of the bed and situated herself on the ground. Eldon's arm hung limply off the edge of the mattress, and she fought the urge to touch him. She could only pray this worked. Jess kneeled down beside her. Thank you for doing this. She glanced up at her brother before meeting Ro's gaze. I know I've been a little bitchy to you. I'm not used to your kind. We were raised differently. I know, Eldon told me. If this doesn't work... She swallowed hard. I wanted to say thank you for trying. It means a lot. Ro only managed a small nod as she stared up at Eldon's youngest sister. Jess probably still wouldn't be the president of the vampire fan club, but something changed between them in this moment. For the first time in this house, Ro felt accepted, a small comfort in an otherwise frightening situation. She'd be lying to herself if she said she wasn't scared, because she was, especially considering no one actually knew what would happen to her, or Eldon, at the end of this. She would never regret trying. A smile touched Jess's lips as she rose and wandered over to her brother. She brushed her knuckle along his cheek before shaking her head and looking back down at Ro. Okay. Jess ran a hand over the candle, and it ignited instantly. I'm going to circle the candle over his 7 chakras. As I go, the sensation is going to intensify. You may feel it because of your connection to him. Ro nodded. But no matter what, I can't stop once I start, Jess continued. So I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to do this? Closing her eyes, Ro allowed the certainty to sink into her bones. She'd never been surer of anything in her life. Positive. Do it. Jess nodded and moved forward, starting with the top of his head. Sana, centrum, dueri. A sharp cramp instantly speared Ro at the top of her spine, right beneath her skull. She tried to remain still on the floor. They didn't need any distractions. She briefly wished the magic movers used spells in English so she could track what was going on, but then retracted the sentiment. She didn't want to know. Jess moved the candle to Eldon's forehead. Sana, centrum, dueri. Tendrils of pain spread from the base of her neck to her face, pummeling her brain with a massive tension headache. Damn, it was too bad pain meds didn't do much for vampires. She could use something right about now. Circling the candle and moving down the length of his body, Jess repeated the Latin phrases over and over. She'd warned Ro about the sensations, and now Ro could definitely feel what the healer was talking about. Her body was completely submerged under the weight of the magic in the room, as if a million hands were pressing against her skin. She tried to focus on the sound of Jess's voice. Lovely, low. The pressure in the room lifted. Ro opened her eyes and shot a glance at Jess, who was still hard at work over her brother's body. Was that it? Was it over? Had the mark moved? Jess traveled from her brother's side over to Ro without a word, crouching on the ground beside her. She extended a hand and laid a gentle finger on the inside of Ro's forearm. Piercing agony speared through her right arm, traveling like a bullet into her chest. Oh, God, this was worse than the silver. She tried to stay still and stare at the ceiling, but Nick caught her panicked stare. "You okay over there, Ro?" Nick asked. She gave him a weak nod and clenched her right arm with her left hand, watching as Jess left her side and returned to her brother. The pain intensified, and she lifted her hand to get a better look. Sweet Jesus! The skin on her forearm rippled as if something were inside, trying to escape the confines of her flesh. Her eyes shot to Nick's. Eldon's back lifted from the bed as he began to thrash. Nick dove to his side and pressed his weight against Eldon to keep him from flipping onto the ground. Pinning Eldon to the mattress, he nodded to Jess to keep moving. She was near his feet, tears streaming down her cheeks as Latin fell from her lips.
"Sana, centrum, dueri."
Cool air blew along Ro's skin, a stark contrast from the burning pain focused in her arm. It was happening. She could feel death gripping her heart, looking for a place to attach itself. "She's almost done," Nick said, his voice strained as Eldon flailed beneath him. Ro tried to keep calm, shoving the blazing pain aside. The more she fought this, the longer it might take for her body to accept the mark. Eldon didn't have that kind of time. Nick bore down his entire weight on the bed, the mattress dipping as he pressed Eldon against it with everything he could. One more pass, and this would be over. Sana! Closing her eyes, Ro tried to welcome the magic into her body. She wanted this. She was vampire. She could handle it. Centrum! Eldon was going to be so angry with her if he lived. He was entirely too proud to let a female take his burden, but she didn't care. As long as he lived through this, everything would be worth it. He could yell at her all day long if he wanted to. "Dueri!" Jess shouted as the candle extinguished itself. Fire blazed through Ro's arm, sending her into convulsions. She couldn't control her body as she jerked against the floor, the pain spiraling from her arm through her chest. Strong, warm arms wrapped around her body, holding her close as she flopped helplessly. The rumbling sound of low words spoken in a foreign tongue rattled around her head, somehow easing the pain radiating from her body. Several minutes passed as she rocked back and forth in that vice grip. Hell, it could have been hours. Finally, her body stopped trembling, and her arms fell still. "Ro," the male voice said. The same male who'd found her in that field and helped her save. "Eldon!" She shot up and pressed away from his arms. "Where's Eldon?" The arms pulled her in again, the smell of oranges and cinnamon thick in her nose. Nick. That was Nick. "He's in the bed, sleeping." "Did it work?" Ro murmured as she tried to blink the world into focus. "The transfer. Did it work?" Jess's face appeared suddenly before her, her expression both fearful and relieved. "Yeah, it did." She lifted Ro's forearm up. Ro gasped. Branded on the inside of her forearm was a massive green X extending from her elbow to her wrist. A circle with a line drawn through the center was positioned to the north of where the lines intersected and created a V. "That's the mark," Jess said, reaching a hand out. Ro flinched as Eldon's sister touched the mark gently. "What is it?" Nick released his hold on her, but didn't move far. "The X is a fey marking. It shows that you owe something, and that circle line combo is a theta." "Like the Greek letter?" Ro asked. "Thanatos, actually." Jess dropped her hand and met Ro's eyes. "That's the mark of death." You owe the Fae your life now. Nick frowned as he glared at the mark. And they can collect it at any time. Chapter 28. Rose stared at the mark on her arm, wondering when her skin became the official parchment for magic spells. She loved her tats and everything, but damn, every time she came to lately she had another magic mark on her skin. And somehow it left her feeling violated, like she'd been tatted while passed out drunk. Only she didn't regret this one, not even a little bit. The sun had risen shortly after the death mark had been transferred. Sleep had come at her so hard she hadn't had time to change out of her clothes before she passed out. Between battling with Magick, thinking Eldon was dead, and taking on a death mark, she'd been exhausted. She yanked the cover off her body and leaned up before surveying the room. Jess had offered her a bed, but she opted to sleep on the floor beside Eldon's bed, just in case. Pushing herself off the floor, she tried to ignore the aching in her body. Surprisingly, she didn't feel all that bad. A few sore muscles from yesterday, sure, but she didn't feel like she was going to die. She glanced over at the bed. Relief struck her instantly. Eldon's breathing was deep and even, the sheen of sweat on his body gone. Just before Ro had conked out, his sister had tucked him in and given him a syringe of something she said would help him sleep. He looked so peaceful. He was going to live. Light poured in from an open door across the room, the soft sound of water dripping from a faucet taunting her. Luckily, the safe house was large enough for people to have their own room and shower. She glanced down at herself and winced. Her leathers were still covered in blood, her shirt holding onto a little piece of grass. She was a hot mess. She needed a shower and some clothes. Stat. Tiptoeing across the room and opening the door gently, she stepped out into the hall. The smell of detergent caught her attention, and she wandered over to her set of double doors, hoping she could find something to fit her. Her favorite yoga pants were folded on top of the dryer, along with a pair of her fuzzy socks, and she sent up a silent prayer of thanks for whoever was kind enough to do a little laundry. Still, she had no shirt. Glancing up, she saw a white cotton button-down hanging on a rod. It was clean, and she wasn't picky, so it would do just fine. She yanked the shirt from the hanger and scooped her clothes off the dryer before heading back to Eldon's bedroom. As she turned, two familiar faces intercepted her. "Holy crap," Rose said, stepping back. "You scared me." Prescia smiled and folded her arms across her chest. Tim smirked.
"I successfully scared a vamp. My life's work is complete."
Prescia raised a brow.
"We were about to check on you."
Tim's expression grew serious. "I was worried for a while there when we saw that green fire in the distance."
"But don't worry."
Prescia's eyes narrowed.
"Whatever you did there, your secret's safe with us."
Tim nodded, then stepped forward and pulled Ro into a strong hug. "I'm glad you're okay. Really glad." "Thanks," Ro mumbled against Tim's massive chest. He released her, and she took a step back, trying to wipe the surprise from her face. Prescia stepped forward, coming toe-to-toe with Ro.
"You're a crazy girl, fucking nuts, but I like you that way."
She threw her arms around Ro for a split second before stepping back again. Ro stood in the hallway, frozen in shock. Tim hugging her was weird enough, but Prescia? If she didn't know better, she'd say that she and Prescia were friends now. Prescia threw her hands up.
"Oh, don't look so surprised. I don't hate you. You just bugged the shit out of me."
Thanks, guys." Trying to loosen up a little, Ro pulled the clean clothes she was holding closer to her body. "How's Vectra? Is she okay?" The answering smile on Prescia's face was a stark relief.
"She's a little banged up, but she'll be all right."
"No small thanks to you," Tim added. Ro glanced at Tim, then Prescia. It was nothing.
"It was something. You went after her when I couldn't. You gave her your blood."
Prescia gave her a grateful smile. "The thanks really wasn't necessary. I didn't do anything you wouldn't have done."
"I still appreciate it. But I gotta tell you,"
Prescia grimaced,
"you stink."
"Yeah, she did." "Shower it is, then," Ro agreed. She couldn't help but smile as she stepped around them, feeling their stare at her back. "Thanks for stopping by." She closed herself into Eldon's room and took a deep breath, grateful that for once someone seemed to care about her. Several someones. That shower was quite possibly the best shower she'd ever taken in her life. She stood under the hot water for at least half an hour, letting the warmth sink into her bones, washing away the filth of the past few days. Eldon was alive, and she'd been given a second chance. She got dressed quickly and gave Eldon another once-over. He appeared healthy, intact, and very much asleep. He shouldn't wake for a while yet. Ro closed the door quietly behind her and headed down the hall, then downstairs toward the kitchen. Noises filtered from the room, the clanking of dishes echoing with the sound of female voices. The room smelled like coffee, but she ignored her craving and kept trekking along the narrow walkway. The house was huge, way too large for just Eldon and his sisters, and it wasn't even a primary residence, at least 4,000 square feet, and she hadn't explored anything beyond her, Eldon's bedroom, the kitchen, and the living room. Hadn't Eldon said there was a library around here? With careful, quiet steps, she wandered down the hallway in the opposite direction of the kitchen. "Where you headed?" a voice said from behind her. She whirled around to find Nick standing in a doorway. "What? Going somewhere?" "Shit. Busted." "Eldon said there was a library here." He lifted a brow. "There is." He stepped past her and spoke over his shoulder. "Follow me." Doing as he asked, she trailed him down the hallway. Gorgeous landscape oil paintings lined the walls, and she had to keep herself from stopping to take a closer look. She could admire them later. He pushed a door open and stepped aside, allowing her to enter first. She strode through the doorway and looked up. Holy Hades! The room was shaped like an oval, all rounded edges and finely shaped dark wood. At least 3 stories tall, bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Hundreds of books, thousands of them. Every wall, every opening, every crevasse was completely filled with literature, both old and new, some of the spines tattered with age and others barely worn. Moonlight streamed in from the curved windows near the ceiling, casting a silvery hue on everything in sight. Candles and hurricane lamps sprang to life one by one, and she pivoted around to find Nick standing with one hand raised. "Just lighting the candles," he said. "No light switch?" "They have electricity wired in here, but Eldon's a traditionalist." He lifted a shoulder. "He prefers it this way." She followed the flames around the room until they reached the wall behind her, and she realized not every wall contained only books. Small jars of various sizes lined a section of shelves. "Those belong to Adele," Nick answered before she could even ask. "She's a gifted earth mover. Grows most of this herself with Jess's help." Glancing up at the room again, Ro took a deep breath. The smell of old books made her smile. "It's beautiful." "Glad you like it." "Does Eldon come here often?" "They only come here on occasion, but it's the most protected place they own. It's where he keeps their records and extra supplies." "Have they had it long?" "Centuries. Each generation adds to the collection, which is why it's gotten so large. This has always been his favorite room in the house." Nick tilted his head. "I've been meaning to talk to you about something." She could barely peel her eyes from the walls long enough to cast a glance in his direction. "Oh? I was there last night, when you fought with Rhiannon." A sinking feeling overtook her joy as she met his eyes. Uneasy, she shifted her weight from foot to foot. Nick held up a hand. "I'm not going to tell anyone. I want to help." Her eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Eldon cares about you. I can tell." His expression relaxed, his lips curving at the corners into a gentle smile. "He doesn't act like this with most women." Most women. Right. As Eldon had kindly pointed out, there had been many of them. For some reason, the thought made her sick to her stomach. "I think I may be able to help you figure out what you are," Nick said. "I'm a vampire." "Yes, but based on what I saw last night, there's something else in there, too." She shook her head. "I'm undead." "Yet you have an aura." He cranked a brow up as he seemed to examine the air. "Which I would say was impossible if I couldn't see it for myself, but it's right there, all around you." "What does it look like?" "Red, mostly. After the death mark, it has changed a little. There are black edges surrounding you that weren't there before." "Am I going to be okay?" Ro asked, her voice barely above a whisper. As much as she'd hated her life up to this point, she didn't want to die. There was way too much on her bucket list for her to go now. "Oh, I can't tell you that." What I can confirm is what Rhiannon already said to you." Nick wandered across the room and pulled a brown leather-bound book from a shelf. "You are a siphon, or at least partly one." "What is that?" Rhiannon had used that word, right before Roe blasted her with enough magic to level an office building. He cracked open the book and started flipping through the pages. "I didn't know what it meant when she'd said it, but I did a little research while you were sleeping. Siphons don't technically belong to any race, and they're incredibly rare." Roe snorted. "Great. I'm weirder than I thought." He ignored the comment, setting his finger on the center of a page. "According to this, siphons can pull magic from other people and use it as they wish, but they can't channel magic themselves." Her socks were quiet against the wooden floors as she glided toward him. She needed to see this herself. "But I'm not a magic mover, or fae." "Who were your parents?" he asked, looking down at her expectantly. She gulped. She'd locked her mom and dad away in a vault of memories, never to be revisited, and she wanted to keep them there. Letting them out was way too painful. As if he could sense her discomfort, he stepped forward and set a heavy palm on her shoulder. "This could be important." "They were humans, okay?" She glared up at him. "We didn't do magic in my house. I never knew about the dark realm until I turned vampire." What a shock that had been, and still was. "Well, it's possible that—" He set the book down on the table carefully, his face pinched in thought. "Never mind." "What?" He shrugged a shoulder dismissively. "Nothing. Just a random thought." The look on his face tattled on him. It was more than nothing. "Tell me." He rubbed his chin as he stared off into space. Funny, Eldon always rubbed his chin like that when he was deep in thought, too. "It's possible, and I use that word loosely, that your human half could have been turned." He paced along the floor as he seemingly thought out loud. "I mean, without knowing who your parents were, it's hard to say, but if one of them was a human and one of them was a siphon, it's possible something like this could happen." He shrugged his shoulder. "It's only a theory." She closed her eyes and shook her head, the pieces of her past falling into place. Of course she wasn't normal. Her entire life had been spent trying to fit in and never succeeding, and this had to be why. She hadn't been ordinary from the beginning, even before she'd turned vampire. Her parents had always been way too protective, always scared of her going too far away from them, like they were waiting for something bad to happen. Holy hell. Who was she? Chapter 29. A soft knock on the door pulled Roe's attention away. Eldon stood in the doorway, looking as vibrant and healthy as he always had, as he should. She heaved a sigh of relief and gave him a small smile, a little surprised he was already up and moving around. "You're back." "Nick, can you excuse us for a moment?" Eldon asked. Nick didn't say a word, just nodded and crossed the room quickly. The door clicked shut behind him. Silence fell, somehow infinitely expanding the distance between them. He was only across the room, but he felt so far away. His eyes were critical, drinking her in slowly as if he were reviewing her for some defect or deformity, or a death mark. His gray cotton pants hung loose around his waist, his simple black tee fitting him perfectly. She swallowed hard. Finally he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why did you do it?" Glancing down at her socks, she clamped her mouth shut. There were a million things that needed to be said, and she didn't know where to start. She wanted to say something, anything, but for once she was at a loss for words. She felt his warmth closing in on her as he crossed the room. "Roe?" Daring to look up at him, she caught his stare, and couldn't look away. His eyes were brilliantly blue, serious yet kind. He approached her slowly, only stopping inches from her. With a finger he tilted her chin up. "I asked you a question." The statement was a demand, really. A demand for an answer she was terrified to give because she'd never be able to take it back, but the words left her mouth anyway. "I couldn't let you die." "Oh, come on, you can do better than that," she told herself, trying to summon the courage that had somehow vanished, leaving her mouth dry and her chest heavy. His voice was soft and low, every word caressing her skin. I'm really unhappy with you right now. Jess told me what happened and what you did. She squared her shoulders. I don't regret it. You shouldn't have done that. Don't tell me what to do. They stared at each other in silence for a long moment, neither willing to give in to the other. His stubbornness was only another part of what drew her to him. He damn sure would have done the same thing if he were in her shoes last night. Eldon broke the silence. Why didn't you let me die? She opened her mouth, then shut it again. What could she tell him? She'd been wrong about so much, and she'd pushed him away. From the moment he'd used the word gravity, she'd known he was soul-struck. Only when he lay there on the edge of death had she realized it was a two-way street. She'd been struck too. He took another step forward, forcing Ro to step back. Her spine hit the bookshelf and trapped her in place. "Answer me," he said, his blue eyes vibrant in the flickering candlelight. 100 phrases lingered on the tip of her tongue, but not one of them left her lips. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I want you." She settled on, "I don't know." "You're lying." She was lying through her teeth, because even though they'd only known each other for a short while, he could see right through her. "Come on, Ro," she gave herself a pep talk. "Be honest. Tell him the truth. You owe him that." "I was wrong." The moment she said the words, a tremendous weight lifted from her shoulders. He lifted a brow. "How do you figure?" "Before, when I told you we couldn't make it work. I was wrong." His eyes flared. "What made you change your mind?" "This whole thing with you and me, it isn't normal." She studied him, trying to be stronger than she felt. "I'm not normal. I don't know what I am anymore." Green fire had spilled from her hands. Vampires shouldn't be able to manipulate magic, and she was very much undead. Frankly, what she'd done was unnerving. To know that she'd unleashed something inside of herself scared the shit out of her. "We'll figure it out," Eldon murmured as he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "What if we don't?" "We will." He traced a finger along her cheek. "I'm still angry with you for doing what you did. I figured you would be." He ran his fingers through her hair, staring at it for a long moment before lifting his eyes to meet hers. "I'm gonna kiss you now." She sucked in a breath and placed a hand on his chest. The spark of magic at her fingers felt like static shock, only momentary but strong. "Eldon." "Tell me no." He stared at her intently, as if waiting for her cue to back off. "Say the word, and I won't do it." She didn't want to. Embarrassed at what she was about to say, she turned her attention back to her socks. I haven't been with someone for a long time. Since before I turned." "Even with the lust?" He sounded shocked. She'd been pretty surprised herself, considering how strong her vampire urges had been, especially in the beginning. With a tight nod, she gulped again. Somehow, even though it hurt, she had the impulsive need to tell him everything. "The last time, it wasn't good." He drew back. "Were you hurt?" She nodded. An angry growl rumbled in his chest. "Frederick killed them," she said quickly. "My maker, he killed them." "That's good." "But they did enough damage that he had to change me over. That's the last time. The night I turned vampire, that was the last time." Strong arms drew her into a wall of muscle, his heartbeat ringing loudly in her ears. He held her for a moment before speaking. "I would never hurt you." "I know." "I'm so sorry that happened to you." He squeezed her tighter. "Are you okay?" "It was a long time ago," she answered. "Still." He pulled back and glanced down at her. "No one has the right to hurt you. Ever. And definitely not on my watch." She smiled up at him, not sure what to say. He brushed a thumb over her bottom lip. "I want to be with you. Every day. All the time." "I want that too." She searched his eyes and knew he meant what he said. "It's going to be complicated. People are going to talk. The council, they might—" "Don't worry about them. He shook his head. "Not right now. Let me just look at you." Her skin tingled as he surveyed her body. He chuckled. "You look good in my shirt." She glanced down, realizing that the button-down she'd snagged from the laundry room was several sizes too large, and the buttons were on the wrong side. With one hand she drew the top together and stared up at him. "No, don't do that." He grabbed her hands gently and tugged them to her sides. "I want to see you." She turned her head away, embarrassed with the attention. He tilted her chin up with a finger again, forcing her to look at him, his brow creased as if he disapproved of her reaction. "Why do you look away from me like that?" She tried to turn her head again, but he held it in place. "Hey." He shook his head, his gaze locked on hers. "You're beautiful. Don't ever think anything different." The sincerity in his voice broke her in half. She took a deep breath, thankful the bookshelf was holding her upright. He stroked his thumb slowly along her neck. "I'm not saying it's going to be easy, Ro. Most of the time it won't be. But I still want to be with you. That hasn't changed." His gaze softened. "I'm going to ask you again. Do you want to give this thing a shot?" She thought about their connection. She'd been in his mind and drank from his body, and he'd never rejected her once. Time and time again he'd come to her, proving that she could take a part of him, and he'd never push her away. He accepted her. She had no family, no money of her own, and so little to offer him compared to what he already had. To top it all off, she now had some weird ability that she had no idea how to summon or control, plus a death mark. And through all that, he was still here, asking her to give him a shot, telling her they'd figure it out together. Choking back the tears threatening to surface, she answered, "Yeah, let's give this a shot." He closed his eyes. A smile touched his lips. "I'm not promising anything, though," Ro interjected. "I'm strong and pushy, and I like to do things my way. You're not ever going to change that about me. Ever." He smiled and glanced down at her. "And I'm strong and pushy, and I like to do things my way, too. So this should be interesting." He dipped down and pressed a soft kiss against her neck. "But I wouldn't change anything about you." She breathed him in, wanting him to touch her, but he didn't move. He stood there, frozen, his eyes burning with hunger. With a swift hand, she grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him into her. Her lips met his instantly, as her hands found his hips and drew him closer. His fingers lifted to the top button of her shirt. She gripped the bookshelf behind her as her breath caught in her throat. He drew away from her mouth to glance down at her and paused, as if waiting for her to give him the green light. When she didn't stop him, he unbuttoned the first button. He touched his lips to her sternum, kissing where the button had been. Then he moved to the second button, kissing between her breasts. She was absolutely frozen, caught somewhere between running away and wanting more. He fell gently to his knees, unbuttoning and kissing as he traveled down the length of her shirt. His shirt. Whatever. She stared down at him, incapable of rational thought. What had once been a simple want swiftly turned into a need, the lust burning her from the inside out, making her skin hot and itchy. He was everywhere and nowhere, and all she wanted was more. With the final button released, Eldon reached up and shucked her shirt to the floor. Pressing a kiss to her belly, he glanced up at her with hungry eyes. "Let's go somewhere more private." She barely nodded before he stood up and lifted her into his arms. Palming her ass in his hands, he lifted her off the ground. She wrapped her legs around his waist and ran her fingers through his thick hair, relishing the warmth and feel of him. He supported her weight easily as he carried her toward the adjacent bookshelf. "Where are we?" Shifting her weight into one hand, Eldon reached out and pulled a dusty book on the third shelf. A round of clicks sounded off before the shelf slid back and opened completely. She gasped as he took her through the narrow opening. "That's how you knew to look for the passage," she said softly. "You have one." "This is my private office," he murmured as he hit a button on the wall. The shelf slid shut, leaving a smooth wall in its place. A pang of fear shot through her and threatened to ruin the moment. As if he could sense her tension, he drew back and met her eyes. "You hit the button on the wall when you want to leave. That's it. You can come in here whenever you want, but don't tell anyone where it is. Deal?" Relief struck her, and she nodded. She could do things on her terms. He wasn't going to force her to stay here. This room, and whatever they did in it, could be their secret. He pressed his lips to her ear, reassuring her. "I'll never make you do anything you don't want to do. Ever. Whatever you want, I'm on your schedule. I just thought you'd like some privacy." She smiled, knowing he meant it. "I like privacy." "Since we're on your schedule, what do you want?" he asked, still holding her against his chest. His neck was so close that she could hear his blood rushing beneath the surface. God, she wanted to drink from him. She wanted to experience all of him. Hell, she wanted both at the same time. His chest rose and fell as he laughed softly. "I heard that." Shit! Their connection had opened again. She was busted. Eldon paced across the room, still holding her close. "Tell me what you want, Ro." She smiled, but didn't answer. He pressed her back against a wall, his massive arms supporting her. "Say it. Out loud." "I want you," she answered. He groaned as his lips met hers, the touch feathery at first, but quickly building into a savage need. The heat of his body cranked her to a new level, his velvet hands brushing over her skin, leaving traces of warmth with every pass. She needed more heat, needed more of him. Reaching behind him without breaking the kiss, she tugged his shirt higher. He took her cue, thrusting his hips forward to pin her to the wall. With one swift motion, he yanked his shirt off and threw it across the room. Capturing her mouth again with urgency, he ran his hands up her sides and pulled her body forward. His tongue swept across her lips, and she invited him in, parting to allow him access. With a quick turn of his wrist, he unclasped her black bra and tossed it into the same abyss as his shirt. Her breasts sprang free, and he pulled away from her. He glanced down and closed his eyes slowly, then opened them again. "You're beautiful." Rose smiled. "So are you." And he was. All soft skin pulled against lean, stacked muscles. His shoulders were broad and his arms were thick, the muscles rippling along his abdomen, giving way to twin gentle dips at his hip bones. He was a beautifully made male. He shifted her weight higher, lifting her as he kissed each swell, then pulled her away from the wall as he moved his lips to her neck. "How about somewhere more comfortable?" She nodded, lost in the smell of him, spices and clean sweat. The scent was entirely male and entirely him, growing stronger by the second. With Ro clutched against him, he lowered her to the ground, laying her body on the floor with care. "Sorry, no bed in here." Like she gave a shit? She reached up and tugged at the button on his pants. Eldon dropped his head for a second before lifting it again. His eyes were so blue she swore they were glowing. "Ro, I want all of you. Right now, that's what I want. If we start, His voice trailed off. She knew what he wanted, what they needed. Placing a hand on either side of Eldon's face, she pulled his body on top of hers and brought him to her lips. "Then take me." He didn't waste time. Her pants joined the pile of discarded clothes, her socks following shortly after. He kissed her thoroughly, his tongue dancing with hers as she tried to absorb every detail of his beautiful mouth. His soft, wet lips were unlike anything she'd ever felt or tasted, a strange new addiction she couldn't deny. Eldon pulled away from her and stared down at her face. She reached a hand up and stroked his cheek, savoring the weight of his body on top of hers. Arms flexing and muscles rippling, he repositioned himself before lowering a kiss to her stomach, then a little lower, and then... Oh, God. His breath was hot against her core, her body even hotter. She felt like her skin was on fire, the heat of his body all around her, devouring her. Slowly, he drew her panties off her bare legs, another item tossed to the pile. Parting her legs, he hovered over her, his wide shoulders and firm body towering over her with a raw strength she found intoxicating. He was beautiful like that, dominant, masculine, hers. With gentle care, he entered her, filling her completely in one swift motion. His breath left him in a rush. Ro arched against the hard ground, the invasion a sweet sting. He became completely still, his eyes closed. Something passed between the two of them. Their connection reopened and flooded them both with the pleasure of the other, the sense of absolute purpose. This was right. As he opened his eyes again, Ro gasped. She thought she'd seen it before, but this was different. They positively glowed. He stared at her as he rocked his hips, his eyes penetrating her soul the way his body penetrated hers. Slowly at first, he built a rhythm, taking her faster and faster as he increased the tempo of his movements. She lifted her hips to accommodate all of him, groaning in satisfaction as he dug his fingers into her hips to hold her still. Ignoring his hold on her, she brought her lips to his neck. She wanted to taste him, needed to taste him. She struck quickly, his blood hitting her tongue like a fine wine. One drag was all it took. Ro shattered, melting into him as her body came apart, her brain unraveling into a million blessed fragments. Eldon stiffened. She moved beneath him, working him with her body until she took him over the edge right along with her. He shuddered, riding the waves of her pleasure. His heavy body gave out, crushing her beneath him. She gladly accepted his weight, wrapping her arms around his broad shoulders and pulling him closer. Sweat glistened over his skin, the smell of him permeating her nose and making her want him all over again. "Sorry." Eldon pulled back after a long moment and rolled off of her. "I didn't mean to crush you." "I don't mind." She stared at the ceiling for a moment before shifting around to look at him. He smiled and craned his head, locking his gaze on her breasts before lifting them to meet her eyes. "You're amazing." "So are you." She drank in the sight of him and ran a finger along the healing puncture wounds at his neck. "We just made things really complicated, didn't we?" "Does it matter?" Watching him as he lay next to her, the light casting shadows along the ripples of muscle under tight skin, she asked herself the question. No way would this be easy, but that was nothing new. And like Eldon, she didn't give up without a fight. No, it doesn't. Chapter 30. Rose stepped out of the hidden office and into the library, Eldon trailing right behind her. The smell of him lingered on her skin, a reminder of what she'd done, what they'd done. For the first time in a long time, she'd let her walls down and let someone in, and she was glad he was there. She glanced toward the ceiling, taking note of the lightening sky through the windows far above. They only had another hour or so until daybreak. "I love this room." Eldon tugged an old leather-bound book on the shelf. The wall slid out in one fluid movement, sealing the office away once again. "I'm glad. It's one of my favorite places." "That's what Nick said." He sidled over and stared down at her before running a hand through her hair. "What else did he say?" "Nothing much." She shrugged a shoulder. "He told me about myself, kind of." Jess mentioned they'd talked. She told me his theory. So everyone knew by now. "Great," Ro muttered, pivoting on a heel and aiming for the door. "Not so fast." His hand caught her elbow. "Come here." He pulled her against his body and peered down at her. "You have nothing to be embarrassed about." She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, except for being a freak." With a frown, he settled his hands on her shoulders. "You're not a freak. There's absolutely nothing wrong with you." "Right. That's why I'm some crazy, rare half-breed." "Nothing that has happened to you in your life was your fault." He shook her shoulders gently, but his eyes were hard. "None of it. You've had a different set of life circumstances than most people, but you're perfect the way you are." "I'm not—" He set a finger over her mouth. "Nope. I don't want to hear you talk like that." "But—" "Stop." He tilted his head and leaned in closer. "Or I'll have to figure out another way to keep you quiet." This sexual threat hung in the air between them, and she couldn't help but smile at the challenge in his voice. She loved that he challenged her, even when it irritated the hell out of her. He leaned down and nudged her nose with his, then kissed her deeply. She gave in instantly, wrapping her arms around his waist. She may have a fucked-up life and no idea who or what she was, but this she could handle. He pulled back, then tilted his head toward the door. "We have company." How do you know? He met her eyes. Ward's tripped. No need to worry, though. It's just a vampire. No need to... Vampire... What? What the hell was a vampire doing here? She cursed and glared at the door. Just one quiet moment, that's all she wanted. If one more person tried to kill her this week, she'd go apeshit. Who is it? Eldon squinted as if to concentrate on something she couldn't see. Not sure, but judging by the way he missed it here and the authority of his movements, I'd venture to say it's your boss. Oh, God. The last person she needed to see right now was Frederick. So much had happened in the past few weeks. She'd completely forgotten to call him. Surely by now someone told him about what happened. She spun toward the door, but Eldon's warm hand gripped her arm. Ouch! He released her immediately, but stepped forward and pushed up the sleeve on his white button-down shirt. Does it hurt? I didn't even ask, did I? The green mark sat proudly centered on her arm as it had been the night before. At least she didn't feel any worse. No pain so far. I still can't believe you did that, he said, tracing a finger lightly over her skin. She yanked the shirt sleeve back into place. And I can't believe you can't believe it. Don't you know me at all? A smile touched his lips but didn't quite reach his eyes. I know you very well. He leaned down to kiss her neck, then spoke into her ear. We'll find a cure. I know you'll try. I'll succeed. His eyes narrowed as he brushed a hand across her cheek. I promise you. You won't be forced to bear my burden. I'll find a way. She lifted up on her tiptoes to brush a kiss over his lips. His stomach growled, and he shot her a sheepish smile. The things you do to me, woman. Go get something to eat while I get the door. I'm sure Frederick wants to talk to me alone anyway. You're probably right. He took her hand and guided her out of the office and toward the kitchen. He didn't seem happy. What, you have mood sensors on those wards? Something like that. Seriously? She eyed him suspiciously, then shrugged. I'll deal with him. He pressed a kiss to her forehead and beelined it for the kitchen. Rose sauntered over and yanked the front door open. Frederick stood patiently on the porch, the smell of burned pine needles pouring off of him in waves. He'd been worried. Frederick. Rose stepped aside and motioned toward the house. Come on in. He stepped inside and studied the space. Where is everyone? She shut the door and roamed into the living room, motioning for him to follow. They're eating and sleeping. It's been a long few days. Still tired, she plopped on the couch. When she turned her head, she found Frederick still standing in the entryway, staring at her. Frederick? He didn't move, frozen as he hovered there, his face contorted into a strange sort of recognition, as if he'd realized something vital. Rose shot to her feet. Frederick, what's wrong? You're his scent. It's... He stuttered. Oh, no. She'd slept with Eldon. Oh, no, no, no. His scent would be all over her skin, marking her, telling the secrets she'd wanted to keep hidden. She couldn't bother denying it, especially to a vampire. The evidence covered her. Frederick had kissed her before she left for this mission, telling her how he cared for her. He knew she didn't bring home lovers, how she'd fought against the lust that came with feeding. She might as well slap him across the face, visiting with him while stinking of another man. Eldon wasn't even one of her kind. Amazing how she could become so thoughtless so quickly. She'd spent only a short time away from vampires, and already she'd forgotten their proficiencies. Frederick shook his head, as if trying to knock away his thoughts. Sorry, I shouldn't pry. It's your life. The words were cold, somehow creating a wall between them that hadn't existed before. He took a step into the room but didn't sit down. I won't be long. I just needed to tell you about something important. Are you sure you won't sit down? He shook his head. I shouldn't be here, but I couldn't call you. Why not? Too risky. This didn't sound promising. What's going on? He finally met her stare. Rhiannon has come forward, accusing you of stealing her common. Said you attacked her at nightfall and stole it. So Rhiannon wasn't dead. Rogue gaped. She's a liar. Not to the council. His expression was grave.
She's the queen of the Fae. You think they'd trust your word over hers? You've barely been inducted into our world.
But that's not fair. They trusted our team to retrieve the commons. That was our job.
She didn't accuse the team.
He pointed a finger squarely at Ro.
She's accused you, personally.
That green, fire-throwing cow. Ro had only lifted that common off of Alexander because he'd stolen it. And then... Wait, what happened to Alexander?
He's been taken into custody for questioning, but Rhiannon is willing to vouch for him. Says the team attacked him on your orders, that you want the commons for yourself.
Ro threw her hands up. What the hell? I didn't even know about the commons a few weeks ago. Why would I want them?
I don't know, but Rhiannon isn't someone you want as an enemy. She's well respected.
So much for cleaning up messes. She should have known that her life wouldn't stay quiet for long. Well, thanks for letting me know, Ro murmured as she ran a hand through her hair in frustration. Frederick's hand shot out, grabbing hold of her wrist. The shirt sleeve had fallen to her elbow when she lifted her hand, and he turned her arm over and pushed the sleeve up.
When did you get that done?
Her breath caught in her throat. Oh, that? Just on a whim. I like the pattern. He leaned in to examine it closer, and she fought the urge to yank her hand from his grip. Even if death magic wasn't contagious, she didn't want him near it. If he figured out what she'd done, he'd be furious. Beyond furious. Vampires were all about looking out for number one, and she'd done the complete opposite. She'd given up her life for someone else, someone whose scent covered her body, someone who happened to be in the other room, not to mention an illegal transfer of blood. He frowned.
It looks familiar.
He lifted his eyes to her.
Where'd you see it?
Shit, she had to think fast. Can't remember exactly, just drew it on a napkin for the artist, and he made it happen. Frederick released her wrist.
Is this one commemorating anything?
He would ask that question. He'd always hated those tattoos, even if they'd meant something to her. Ro promptly covered the mark with her sleeve and tried not to be a total liar. Yeah, there've been a few losses since I've been here.
I'm sorry you got caught up in all of this mess.
That's all right. He forced a smile.
Well, maybe you can come home soon.
Maybe. But she hoped not. For the first time since she'd been sent on this mission, she wanted to stay exactly where she was. She shot a glance at the kitchen.
I should get going,
Frederick said as he followed her gaze, then eyeballed the door. Yeah, he should. It was nice of you to stop by and give me a heads up. He turned and headed out of the room.
Watch the phone lines. The council may be trying to track you.
She would ask how Frederick had managed to track her to the safe house, but he was her sire. He could find her anywhere on the planet. Got it. She turned the knob and opened the front door. He stepped through. And Frederick? He glanced back at her from over his shoulder. His eyes were sad enough to break her heart. Thank you, she whispered. He nodded and turned away to continue down the driveway. Rose shut the door and rested her forehead against the wood paneling. God help her, she wouldn't feel guilty about this. She cared about him deeply, but she couldn't help that she never had feelings for Frederick. Not like that. But it still hurt to know she'd upset him. Everything okay? Eldon asked from behind her. I don't know anymore. She spoke into the door. I heard what he said. Sorry for eavesdropping. She lifted her head and turned toward him. It's okay. Saves me from having to recap. There was nothing Frederick said that she wouldn't repeat to Eldon, except for maybe that whole smelling like sex thing. She definitely would have edited that portion out. He wandered slowly over to her and wrapped his hands around her waist. She reached around to pull him closer, glad to have a little support. The team isn't going to let you go down for this, he said, his voice muffled by her hair. Thanks. We'll set everything straight. She nodded against his chest, grateful for the warmth. He drew back and stared down at her. You can't tell anyone about the siphon thing, though. Well, she hadn't exactly planned on it, but now she was curious. Why not? Half-breeds aren't well received, at all. In the old days, they were exterminated. He shook his head. Let's keep this siphon deal between us and the people in this house.
until we know exactly what's going on. Nothing good can come from too many people knowing."
She nodded again and breathed him in. This time he smelled like soap, dark spices, and oregano. "Did you eat something?"
"Sure did."
A smug grin crossed his face.
"I even made you a present."
"Oh?"
"You're gonna like me for this one."
She wiggled her brows. "Do tell." He leaned in and nestled his lips to her ear.
"Coffee. A whole steaming pot of it. Just for you."
Laughing, she gave him a tight hug. You are good." Eldon ran a hand up and down her spine.
"I take care of what's mine."
"I'll be the judge of that. But you're off to a good start."
Chapter 31.
Ro unwrapped herself from Eldon's hold and let him pull her down the hall and toward the kitchen.
"We just need to do something really quick before dinner," he said.
She shrugged a shoulder. Made no difference to her. Wasn't like she could eat anything anyways. Eldon stopped just inside the open entry from the living room to the kitchen. Ro stepped right behind him, wondering what he was up to. Tim and Prussia were sitting at the table, and judging by the playing cards scattered all over the polished wood surface and the concentration on their faces, they were deep into another game of rummy.
"Tim, Prussia,"
Eldon asked,
"can I steal you two for a second?"
With a frown, Tim laid his cards face down on the table.
"What's up?"
Prussia glanced up, then stared down at their joined hands. Her brow arched in feigned interest as her gaze rose to Eldon's face.
"Team meeting. Now, please."
Eldon pivoted around and towed Ro behind him. When he turned down a hallway in the opposite direction from the kitchen, she paused. "Where are we going?" she asked. Eldon gently tugged her hand.
"We have some unfinished business to attend to."
"What?"
What was he talking about?
He rounded another corner and stopped abruptly, just in front of a lovely landscape painting hanging in the hallway. It was the one she'd admired before, when she'd been trying to find his office. "What's going on?" she asked. "Are we having an art appreciation moment here?" Tim and Prussia emerged around the corner and stopped beside them. Eldon let go over her hand and extended an open palm to Tim.
"Give me those stones."
Tim's eyes narrowed.
"What for?" "We need to protect them, and I know exactly how to do just that."
After a moment, Tim reached into his pocket and pulled out two small stones, one black and the other green. The werewolf and fey commons. Eldon stuffed them in his pocket.
"Are your pants safer than mine?"
Tim asked dryly. Prussia folded her arms across her chest. "And why are we standing in the hall?" Eldon didn't bother to respond as he reached up to touch the top right corner of the picture frame. The molding lifted away from the painting. He stepped back just as the frame swung away from the wall, revealing a massive black box hidden inside. Holy crap. She was going to have to start taking a much closer look at this place. There were trap doors and hidden compartments and hidden rooms everywhere. No wonder this was their safe house. There were a million places to stash things. With a steady hand, he touched his finger to each of the four corners, then rested his marked palm against the center. 4 clicks sounded as the box cracked open, and Eldon stepped back. The face swung open in the same fashion as the frame. The small round dial of a safe sat in the middle of the opening. Eldon rotated it to the right, then the left, then the right again. 1 more click sounded, and a third door opened. A small white box sat in the center of the safe. He removed it with careful hands before crouching to set it on the ground. Then he made himself comfortable on the carpet.
"Sit."
He stared up at them.
"All of you."
What was he up to? Curious expressions crossed all of their faces as they plopped down in the middle of the hallway and surrounded the box. Clockwise from Eldon sat Ro, Tim, and Prussia. She had no idea what they were doing, but no one seemed to question Eldon, so she didn't either. Trust. She had to trust him.
"These commons must be hidden somewhere that no one can find them. Not my sister's."
He shot a glance at Prussia.
"Not your sister either."
Then Tim.
"Not your pack."
Then Ro.
"And not your prince."
He stared at the relics again.
"Not even the council, until every common has been found. The only people who will know about the location of the relics are the 4 people in this hall. No one else.
They nodded. Alexander was a traitor, and Rhiannon wasn't any better. They couldn't know who else on the council had been compromised, or who they could trust.
Do you swear it on your life?
Eldon asked. 3 voices chimed.
Yes. Then bind yourself to the secret,
Eldon demanded.
Swear by your blood that you'll never speak of this to a soul.
Tim and Prescia exchanged nervous glances, and Ro knew exactly why.
Haven't we already been bound to each other?
Prescia asked. Eldon nodded.
You have.
Against your will. But that's not what I'm asking for here.
His eyes softened.
I'm asking for a promise between friends. A promise bound in magic to keep these relics safe.
No one spoke for a moment.
Tim, you have a knife?
Eldon asked, eyeing the sheath at his waist. Tim palmed the grip and revealed the blade. Eldon removed the commons from his pocket and set them in the center of the circle before taking the knife from Tim's hands. With 2 quick swipes, he scored the center of his palms, one right across the skin-binding mark. Ro's right hand tingled. He set the knife in the center of the circle, then lifted his hands to his sides, his bleeding palms facing out.
Help me protect these stones.
His eyes glittered as he gazed from person to person.
The spell I'm going to cast is a blood promise. Only those bound to this promise will be able to retrieve these commons, and even then, we all have to be present for the spell to be undone.
We can't access them alone? Tim asked.
No. I'm tying this spell to all 4 of us. As long as we're alive, this spell will hold.
Ro wrung her hands. Is this blood magic?
Yes. Like the identification spell I did for you, only 4 times stronger.
He cast a glance around the circle.
But that's only if all 4 of us agree to this.
Eldon sat, bloody palms extended. No one moved. Finally, Tim snatched the knife off the ground. I'm in. He scored his hands and set the blade back in the center of the circle, then lifted his palms. Ro winced as the tinge of his blood filled the air. She shoved her immediate hunger aside and tried to focus. The relics needed to be protected, and keeping them in a pocket wasn't the kind of protection she'd had in mind. I'm in. She slashed her own palms and lifted her hands. Prescia glanced at the knife on the ground, then at her teammates. All 3 of them sat in the circle, their hands extended, waiting. She'd fought the last binding spell too, but this one was different. It went against everything Prescia believed in to tie herself to the others. The decision would be hers. No one was making it for her. Today, Prescia? Ro lifted a brow. I'm already healing over here. She grabbed the knife again and slashed her palms a second time. It seemed like forever before Prescia reached forward and took the knife.
Fuck it.
A small smile crept across her face. Much slower than the others, she sliced deep into her palms and tossed the knife down.
I'm in too.
She lifted her hands. Eldon pressed his left palm against Ro's right, the heat of his touch filling her instantly. Their blood mingled where she'd been marked, and the tingling sensation grew stronger. Then he pressed his right palm to Prescia's left. The shifter flinched, as if she felt the same sensation. One by one their palms joined until they became a unified circle, joined in blood and bound by choice, not chance. For the first time, Ro felt the ties she hadn't realized they'd been lacking, an alliance to their purpose. Eldon took a deep breath before glancing around the circle.
I'm going to call on the ley line fire now. You can't drop your hands once I start. It's going to go through you, but it won't hurt you. I control it.
They nodded. Eyes closed, Eldon became utterly still. The air around them electrified, the hair on Ro's arms standing on end. A current of energy rushed through her body, starting at Eldon's hand and quickly passing through her chest and into Tim. Eldon had tapped a line. Energy pulsated off of the mover in waves, a never-ending stream of strange sensation. His voice was low.
The 4 who stand before the stones shall keep them safely here, for with one purpose we go forth, and none shall interfere.
Blue light poured from Eldon's hand, the power of the ley line somehow pouring from him and into Ro, and then into Tim,
and then Pressure. Sworn in blood and by our oath, our bond shall never sink. We call now on prior ties, our pledge of flesh in ink.
Her palm tingled as the magic began to circle, traveling slowly through their hands from one person to the next. The light intensified with each pass, and Ro drew a sharp breath.
For what was once an act of force is now an act of choice. An alliance from within our souls is now given a voice.
The ley line fire swirled faster. A tornado of energy flared around them as it gained momentum, the four of them somehow in the eye of the storm. Eldon's eyes were still closed, brows drawn in deep concentration. Pressure and Tim both stared upwards in shock.
Alone as four and four alone, but now a tie is bound.
The air around them crackled with power, the tingling at her hand growing into a burning blaze. She bent forward, trying to resist the urge to pull her hand away from the source of the torture. They couldn't let go now, not when they were so close.
Only by the bond of four may gifts herein be found.
Power exploded through the air, knocking Ro onto her back. The energy dissipated instantly, somehow imploding on itself. Neither of her hands touched anybody. A groan sounded to her right, and she turned her head to find Tim flat on his back, a mirror image of herself. At least this time she didn't hurt. Eldon? She propped herself up and glanced to her left. Eldon sat cross-legged in his spot, grinning from ear to ear.
It worked.
Her attention shot to the center of the circle.
The commons were gone.
Where did they go? Pressure pushed herself upright, and Tim followed her example. Eldon pointed to the picture frame on the wall they'd opened earlier, now exactly as they'd found it.
They're back in a safe spot.
Why does magic always make me fall on my ass?
Pressure grumbled as she rubbed her shoulder. Tim frowned.
They're in the safe?
Yes. Eldon lifted a brow.
Only now we bound ourselves to them and each other. No one can retrieve them alone, and no one can retrieve them without us.
He extended a hand and pulled Ro to her feet. Smart. Ro stared at the wall, trying to imagine the stones hiding just behind it. Pressure rubbed her stomach with a hand.
Is that it? Are we done now? Because I'm starving.
Eldon laughed as he pushed himself to his feet and extended a hand to Ro.
That's it, until we find the next one.
Ro grabbed his hand and rose to her feet. And then we get to go through all that again?
Every time,
Eldon answered. Tim rose and stepped over to the frame.
So that's where we'll keep them?
Eldon nodded.
Safest place in the house, especially now.
Great, more magic. Super cool.
Precious stood in the doorway as if she were ready to bolt for the kitchen.
Can we eat now?
Go. Eldon waved a hand.
Adele's probably ready for you.
Pressure took off down the hall, and Tim followed, leaving Eldon and Ro alone in front of the painting. Ro stared up at it in wonder. You know, your tricks never fail to amaze me. Eldon stood alongside her.
You'll probably be able to do that someday, if you practice.
She hadn't really thought about that. If she truly was a siphon, he could be right. Although the idea of wielding magic the way Eldon did made her stomach clench. She couldn't imagine having that kind of power. And she didn't want to think about that. Not right now. I thought you promised me a coffee. His eyes narrowed as if he knew she was trying to change the subject, but he answered her anyway.
I did promise that, didn't I?
You did.
Then we better go so I can hold up my end of the deal.
She smiled and followed him into the kitchen without another word. Pressure sat at the table, her sister to her right. Hi, Vectra, Rose said, extending her hand. I'm Ro. The girl shook her hand gently and spoke in a soft voice.
Nice to meet you.
The girl seemed a little jumpy, wriggling nervously in her chair. Ro couldn't blame her. She'd been kidnapped by someone she trusted and watched her sister get hit with Fey magic. That was enough to set anyone on edge. Eldon pulled out a chair and Ro took it, settling in between Vectra and Tim.
So are you feeling sick yet?
Tim asked, eyeing the death mark on Ro's forearm. Ro shrugged a shoulder. So far, so good. I'd be better if I didn't have a Fey Queen to worry about, but, such is life.
What?
Tim's mouth turned down as his brow lifted. The weight of Eldon's palm rested on Ro's shoulder.
Rhiannon has accused Ro of theft. She claims her common was stolen.
That's bullcrap, Tim said. Well, it's a little true, Ro shrugged. We did end up with the Fey common, and there's no way I'm giving it back. What I can't understand is why she wanted them all to begin with. Eldon squeezed her shoulder.
I'm not sure, but I plan on doing some research in our family archives.
Jess peered out from behind a kitchen cabinet. And I'm searching for a counterspell to that death mark. Adele emerged behind her, but remained quiet. But I'm not sick, Ro said. Yet. Jess's brows knotted as she bit her lip.
We won't risk you.
Eldon pressed a kiss to the top of her head.
From now on, someone will be with you at all times. We need to make sure the death mark doesn't carry any negative side effects.
Ro snorted as she glanced up at him from where she sat. What? You mean other than death?
That's not funny.
Eldon's grave expression made her hold back further snide commentary.
And I volunteered myself for sentry duty, so you're stuck with me.
Imagine that, Ro muttered. Now that they were something, he'd want to watch over her 24/7. Who made that decision?
Me,
Eldon answered quickly.
And the team.
Ro inspected the faces of her teammates. All of you?
You're a member of the team. We need you.
Tim's watchful eye made her a little uncomfortable, like he was waiting for her to burst into flames.
Yeah, you're not all bad.
Precious' smile was devious, as if she'd been granted special permission to annoy the hell out of her. Ro glanced up at Eldon again. You coordinated this, didn't you?
Of course I did.
The smile that touched his lips was both sweet and cunning. Clearly he was proud of arranging for her protection, and well aware she'd hate it. But even if she was a little annoyed about being watched over, she couldn't fault him for caring. Fine, she heaved a loud sigh. I agree to be babysat. Chatter took over the kitchen table as Jess brought out a heaping pile of spaghetti. Adele set a stack of plates on the table before disappearing back into the kitchen. Ro pulled her mug of coffee to her lips as she watched them all dig in. Staring out the window, she noted the changing sky. She only had a few more minutes until the daylight would zap her strength, but she wanted to stay in this moment a little longer. Eldon was alive. Vectra had been found, and they had 2 commons locked away safely in a magical vault that only the team, together, could open. She still didn't quite understand what she was, how to channel the power she had, or how the death mark would affect her, but they were all here, in one piece. At least until they started hunting the next common, which she had a feeling would be very, very soon. This has been Magick Marked The Dark Realm series, written by Chantal Boffman, narrated by Kelly Hazen, Storyteller Productions. Copyright 2013 by Chantal Boffman, production copyright 2013 by Chantal Boffman.